This is Second Chances in the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. Chapter 1. Olivia's plane circled the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. She looked out at the dark sky as snow fell in thick clumps. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received word that we are in line to land." She looked down at her phone as messages started coming in, one right after another. Dozens of messages since leaving Washington, D.C. "Senator Johnson just signed," Scott said from the next seat, already in the thick of his own messages. The Capitol never stopped moving, even if the Twin Cities airport did. "That's good," she said, putting the phone to her ear. "Olivia, Clark Garrett wants you to call him as soon as possible," her assistant said on the message. Something about his wife. Clark Garrett's 20-something wife had recently caught him sleeping with their housekeeper. Her lobbyist client wanted the whole situation hushed up, to pay her out and convince her to leave quietly. Scott stuffed his phone in his blazer pocket and then took her hand, looking out the tiny window. "So, this is Minnesota?" Born in Greenwich, Scott had attended an expensive prep school, then Princeton and Brown Law School, then landed a job in Washington. He was as purebred as they came. Ironically, it was her background that attracted him to her. The whole prairie farm girl thing. This is Minnesota. All the lights were on across the city, even though it was still daytime. The snow seemed to dim the sun. "How far out do you live?" "Prairie Valley is a couple hours away." She could barely see the gate through the falling flakes. Her parents would be waiting for them. This was exactly where her life had changed as a kid. It was at this airport where she'd seen her dad kissing that woman, where her parents' marriage fell apart in the blink of an eye, precipitating their move to Prairie Valley. She hated this airport almost as much as she hated the idea of coming back home. It had been 5 years since she'd been back. 5 years since she rode midnight. 5 years since her mom married Sam. Since she saw or spoke with Jesse. She shifted in her seat as the plane taxied to the gate. All the lights came on inside the cabin. People stood all around them, gathering their things, opening up the overhead compartments. Scott grabbed her overnight bag, ushering her out into the aisle ahead of him when the line finally started moving. "Thank you very much," Scott said to the flight attendant in his best politician voice. Charming, strong, comforting. You didn't have to study Freud to see the similarities between her dad and Scott. Both attorneys turned politician, both driven by a life in government. They walked up the ramp into the airport. The whole place was covered in tinsel as Christmas music played in the background. "Will I get to ride a horse?" She thought of midnight and how guilty she felt for leaving him behind. Sadly, Midnight was the only male in her life who seemed to actually understand her. "If you want to." She headed down the terminal toward the exit and arrivals pickup. A text popped up from her mom. "We're in baggage claim, XOXO. Her stomach didn't feel so well. She couldn't wait to see her family, but she suddenly felt strange to be bringing Scott along. "My family are a bit country," she warned. "Are you the Laura Ingalls Wilder of the 21st century or something?" Scott wasn't pretentious, but he didn't realize how privileged he had been growing up. He'd had hired help in his house. She may have been the governor's daughter, but she was raised country. She could catch a runaway rooster, jump into cold lake water from a rope swing, and race around barrels faster than anyone this side of the Mississippi. Then a horrible thought crossed her mind. Never mind Scott, she might not be able to do any country any longer. "I see them," she said as they went down the escalator. She laughed when she saw Sam's hat above the crowd, even before she saw her mom. That cowboy is your stepfather? Scott suddenly looked very city compared to her rancher stepfather. She laughed as he brushed back his perfectly gelled hair. Come on, they're going to love you. Her mom held up a sign with her name on it, decorated with stickers. Hi, Mom, Olivia said, as Georgie hugged her. I'm so glad you're here. Her mother held on for dear life. She returned her embrace and took in a deep breath of her familiar perfume. I'm glad to be home. And suddenly, all the worry disappeared. Sam shook Scott's hand, then gave her a big bear hug. It's good to see you. Her mother had tears in her eyes. This is going to be quite the Christmas. Sam put his arm around his wife and led them out of the airport toward the parking garage. It's going to be great to have everyone back. Everyone? She shot a look at her mother. Georgie gave her an awkward smile. Jessie's moved back. Her heart stopped. Scott smiled and asked innocently, Who's Jessie? Olivia's stomach twisted, and she knew why the feeling of dread had filled her at the thought of coming back. She floundered for an answer. He's my step-cousin. Jesse sat in his truck and thought about his situation. He looked up at the window above the barn doors at the Boudreaux farm. It had been 3 months since he'd been back in Prairie Valley. At first he'd stayed with his father, his wife Rosie, and their children, but the house was wild with activity. He could stay at the ranch house with his uncle, but things had changed now that he had married Georgie. The main problem with staying there had flown in that afternoon, with her junior senator. Now the thousands of acres felt small, much too small for all of them to stay together. He walked up to the kitchen door of the farmhouse, thinking about the ranch quarters. They didn't feel far enough away. No, he'd find somewhere else if he could. Hello, Maggie, he said, as he was greeted by her dogs at the door. Jess, come in. She opened her arms and gave him a hug. Thanks so much for coming. Anytime. How can I help? She pointed up the back staircase. I need help bringing down some decorations. You need more? He looked around the kitchen. Every square inch was covered in red, green, or gold. Stuffed Santas sat in an arrangement on the table. Mini reindeer stood on the floor. Tinsel was twisted around the stair railing, and garland draped everything. I have a few more boxes upstairs. She headed up the back staircase, and Jessie followed. In the attic, there were at least half a dozen plastic containers labeled Xmas on their sides in black marker. Could you bring the rest of these down? No problem. He bent down to pick up the first box, and then looked out the window at the red barn. As if the heavens above were opening up, he saw his answer right in front of him. Has anyone stayed in the apartment lately? Not in years? She went down the stairs, holding her hands against the wall and railing. As lucky as he had been to be given a shot at a second family, he needed some space now. It's never quiet at the ranch. Maggie laughed. Yes, those boys are pretty busy. Would you rent it out? He shook his head at the idea that his father and stepmother Rosie had 4 boys under the age of 10 living under one roof. Just until I find my own place. He didn't know where else he could stay. Prairie Valley didn't exactly have a booming real estate market. He could build. His father and uncle had offered him land plenty of times, but now, in his late 20s, his heart was still full of wanderlust, and he couldn't be sure he was really ready to settle down. He'd only agreed to come back for his father's surgery a few months ago, and recovery. His father's back had been a wreck since his accident years ago. Jessie was glad to help out on the ranch while he recovered. But now he was on the mend, and Jessie still hadn't left. Because he was lost. The rodeo life paid enough to live on and to travel between competitions, but little more. If he wanted to really make some money, coming back to the ranch, working in the family business, was a no-brainer. But he didn't really want to be back in Prairie Valley, especially with Olivia coming back with her congressman for Christmas. You should air it out for a bit, but I'd love the company. Maggie smiled as he carried the box down the stairs. He climbed back up, thinking about the barn and the solitude it would offer. No longer would he wake to children's theme songs blaring out of the television. No more Nerf bullets hitting him unexpectedly from an ambush. No more sticky little fingers touching his phone or rifling through his things, and no more paying $1 with every slip of the tongue. I really appreciate it. It's going to be like old times, Maggie said. What do you mean? He asked. They're going to be staying here. Maggie stood at the bottom of the attic stairway. Can you grab the red and green box next and just leave it on this floor? Sure. He tried to process the information. Who's staying here? Olivia and her boyfriend. He almost dropped the plastic storage container. Why here? He'd expected Olivia and Congressman Schofield to stay at the ranch with Georgie and his uncle. I think she wants him to see where she grew up. Maggie sounded happy about the plan. Could you see if the lights are in there? Sure. He lifted the lid, and tangled strings of Christmas lights nearly exploded from the box. When was the last time he'd actually spent time at the farm with Olivia? Once, it had been an everyday affair. She had been his closest friend, his girl. Well, she wasn't his girl or his friend now. You need anything else? He asked as he climbed down the narrow staircase. Maggie pulled open the top of a container and peeked inside. Nope. I think this should do it. Do you want me to put the porch lights up for you? He remembered the first time he'd seen the farmhouse at Christmas time, bright lights everywhere. You wouldn't mind doing that for me? She seemed pleased. Absolutely not. You might not want to live above the barn. I may have more things for you to do, she teased, heading down the stairs. Anything you need? He followed after Maggie, peeking into Olivia's old room. It looked almost the same, but at the same time surreal and distant, like an old movie not seen for years. How is Olivia doing? Would Maggie see through the innocent question? She's doing great. Maggie clapped her hands together. She loves the law office she's working for, one of the most reputable firms in D.C. She sees Nathan a lot, now that he's in Washington. I guess that's how she met Scott. As Maggie raved on about Olivia and her perfect life, he saw his Uncle Sam's truck rolling to a stop in front of the barn. They're here, Maggie called out, and her dogs scrambled to their feet and raced to the door. They're here! Jessie's mouth immediately dried up. They're here? He put the containers on the kitchen table and looked out the window. There, in the middle of the driveway, Olivia stood looking up at the farmhouse. Olivia! Maggie shouted, her arms open wide, ushering the dogs out the door with her. Nana! Olivia rushed to hug Maggie as she climbed down the porch steps. The two embraced with affectionate laughter, and his heart stopped at Olivia's smile. He stood frozen, hoping, praying, to find a way out of this situation. He still had time to get out of the house via the back door. He could walk back to the ranch through the west pasture, and nobody would know a thing. You wouldn't believe who's here, he heard Maggie say. Through the window, he watched her gesture toward the house. Jessie! Even from inside the farmhouse, he could see Olivia's face turn white. Olivia felt all her blood rush toward her feet. Her head felt dizzy at the news. Jessie's here? She whispered. Scott got out of the truck with a pair of sunglasses on. The winter afternoon was bright after the effects of the snowstorm, but definitely carried the Minnesota chill along with it. I'm Scott. He walked right up to Maggie. Thank you so much for inviting me to stay. She took him into a big hug and squeezed him. Welcome to the farm. From behind her, she heard the screen door slap against the wood and footsteps coming toward them. She didn't want to look around and see who it was, even though she knew. "Hello, Olivia." She didn't move at first, noticing how his voice had gained a deeper tenor over the years. When she did turn around, she almost gasped at his appearance. No longer a skinny teenager, but a tall, handsome cowboy. He gave her a nod, then reached out his hand to Scott. "How you doing? I'm Jesse." Scott shook his hand and studied him. Then he shot a finger at him. "So? You're the cousin." "Cousin?" He glanced at her. Olivia could feel her face heating up. She probably should have told Scott he had been the love of her life, but there was no turning back. Scott's never met a cowboy before. Scott laughed at himself and put his hand on Jesse's shoulder. "The closest I've been to a horse was a petting zoo." Jesse looked at the guy's hand on his shoulder as Scott carried on, completely oblivious, talking about his home state of Connecticut and some fundraiser he had done for a local marina. Jesse didn't like him. Then I continued my work with the organization back in Washington. Scott removed his hand and took Olivia's in his. "So, this is the famous farmhouse. I'll be staying there, right?" He looked up at the barn. Olivia looked at Jesse, and Jesse stared her down. "Yup, you can stay over the barn, right, Nana?" Maggie made a face, clasping her hands over her chest. "I'm sorry, Liv. I have a tenant." "What?" Olivia hadn't heard of anyone renting the apartment. She'd just assumed it would be open. She needed it to be open. She wanted Scott to have some room and privacy. He was loud when he worked, pacing and raising his voice while he talked on the phone, tapping away at his laptop into the wee hours. "Really, Nana?" Georgie seemed as surprised as Olivia. Maggie smiled. "Jesse's moving in." "You're living in the barn?" she blurted. She couldn't believe Jesse would stay here, of all places. "If you need a place to stay, you can always stay with us. There's plenty of room," Sam said. Jesse stuffed his hands in his pants, and Olivia couldn't help but notice the wild horse tattoo on his arm. She had forgotten how low it was, visible as his shirt sleeve rode up on his wrist. Would Scott notice he had the exact same tattoo she had on her back? She had just turned 18 and begged him to go to the cities with her and get it. They had already broken up and gotten back together by then, and she'd thought it was forever. He'd promised to follow her to the end of the world. Georgie almost had a heart attack when she saw it, but the matching tattoos became a running joke in the family. Funny how her stomach fluttered as she studied the black ink, the familiar lines on this now unfamiliar person. She was feeling something she hadn't felt in a very long time. Chapter 2. Jesse felt like a complete loser, moving into the barn as Scott boasted about his fabulous career with the federal government, saving the dolphins, and creating good public relations with foreign countries. Jesse felt like he was just a freak show to this suit. He'd never seen a real cowboy. Could the guy get his head out of his own rear end? Jesse split as soon as he could and found himself at Lumberjack's later that night. "I'll take a double jack. No ice," he said, as soon as he sat down at the bar. "Jesse?" He looked to the man next to him and didn't recognize the stranger at first, until he saw her out of the corner of his eye. Olivia. She looked right at him. Suddenly Scott blocked his view as he reached out his hand to Jesse. "How's it going?" "Great." Scott pointed 2 beers over at the table in the corner. "You should come join us." "Nah, that's okay." He faked a smile. "I'm good here." "1 whiskey, just for you," the bartender growled. "Thanks, Billy." Jesse held up his glass and looked over Scott's shoulder to Olivia, who looked like she had seen a ghost. "You two should have some time alone tonight." Scott patted him on the back. "I can't have Olivia's cousin hanging out at a bar by himself. She said it's been years since you've seen each other." You and Olivia are cousins? Billy made a horrified face. By marriage. Jesse couldn't believe that was how Olivia introduced him. Billy shook his head and headed on to the next customer. Seriously, Olivia would want to hang out. Scott looked sincere, and Jesse felt a slight hint of guilt that this nice guy, who clearly didn't comprehend the whole situation, was inviting him to hang out with the woman he still loved. I'd love to get to know Olivia's family, Jesse growled as he put his hat back on and walked across the room, gripping his whiskey glass, wishing he'd downed it before heading over. Olivia, Scott called out. Look who's here. Olivia's smile was forced, and he could see that quiver in her lip that meant she was holding back what she really wanted to say. Jesse. Olivia. He rested his hat on his knee as he took the open seat across from the couple, Scott's arm around her shoulder. So you work at the ranch? Scott was sizing him up. Yeah? Jesse didn't need to size Scott up. Nice or not, he was a politician. Jesse had had enough experience with politicians to last a lifetime, dealing with Olivia's father, Nathan Meyer. Former governor of Minnesota, Olivia's father was now a senator. He'd butted into their relationship more times than Jesse could count, and mostly for his own selfish purposes. Olivia never saw the harm with her father's boundary issues, but then she never saw anything wrong with her father ever, even though he was a cheating scum liar. I think it's great that you're working there again. She played with the napkin under her glass of wine. Thanks. He curled his lip into a half-smile. He could pretend a little for Olivia's sake. He took the glass and sipped it. She smiled as Scott looked at him. She twisted the glass with her fingers, keeping her gaze on the swirling liquid, as if she would do anything to avoid his gaze. He leaned forward on his elbows and noticed Scott checking out his tattoo. Their tattoo. Jesse wanted to push up his sleeves. Not too many cousins had matching tattoos. Would he put two and two together? Scott looked up and met Jesse's eyes. Let me get the next round. Jesse nodded and then gulped down his whiskey. It was going to be a long night. The night had started well enough, with the whole clan all coming out to the farm. It felt like the entire town was standing in the kitchen. Just as she'd expected, Scott fit in right away. He liked meeting strangers and listening to their stories. He was truly interested, and he loved to make connections. You didn't become a U.S. representative without having that certain charisma. Then Scott had wanted to visit the bar he'd heard Olivia mention in so many of her stories. So you're a real cowboy? Scott asked Jesse as they sat at the table at Lumberjack's. Jesse nodded. I guess. He's a champion bronc rider. Both men looked at her as she finished the sentence. Olivia almost felt like she had to defend Jesse, even though he didn't seem to care what Scott or anyone else thought of him. Is that the barrel racing you were telling me about? Jesse scratched the back of his neck, the tattoo now fully exposed, and Scott wrinkled his eyebrows, then looked at her. She pretended not to notice. Jesse didn't contribute more than a few yeses and nos as Scott rambled on about things she knew Jesse didn't care about. We're really working at getting a Cleaner Air Act. Scott used his hands while he talked, but Jesse looked as though he was in actual pain, sitting there listening to him. He was never exactly a chatterbox, but it had been 5 years, and nothing. No calls, no texts, no letters. He'd literally ridden off into the sunset, and now here he was, sitting across the table, when she'd finally just got over him and was happy. Wow, am I beat? Do you think we should head back? She gave an exaggerated yawn. Sure, babe. Scott put a hand on her thigh, and Jesse scooted back his chair, scraping the floor as he rushed to stand up. I should get going. He bolted away before they even had a chance to say goodbye. Once Jesse headed back to the bar, She knew it was only a matter of time before Scott asked about the tattoo. It took less than a minute. "Does your cousin have the same tattoo as you?" She didn't know how to answer without confessing. "We rode together a lot, doing shows and stuff. It's a common tattoo among the horse community." She lied through her teeth. When they left and returned back home, she feigned a headache and headed to bed. As she laid in the dark, she stared out the window, thinking about the fact that Jesse Gunderson had sat across the table from her, and all she wanted to do was kiss him. Would it be the same? Now he lived only a few 100 feet away, and instead of sleeping, she looked out at the barn, remembering everything good about the past. All the lights were out, and his truck was still gone. Scott stayed in her Aunt Annie's old bedroom. It faced the back, along with her mother's old room. Through the wall, she could hear Scott working, even though it was the middle of the night. She hoped Maggie was asleep with her hearing aids out. The farmhouse's interior walls hadn't seemed so thin before, but she could hear him typing on his laptop when he wasn't on his phone. Tap, tap, tap all night long. Why was she so reluctant to tell Scott about Jesse? She just had to get through the next few days, and everything would get back to normal. Just as he was about to pay his bill and leave, he spotted a familiar face. "Jesse?" "Julia." He couldn't believe it. Julia Ryland had graduated the same year and was friends with him and Olivia. "Are you here to see Olivia?" Julia made a face. "Wow, Olivia's back?" Julia didn't know Olivia was back. They'd been best friends throughout high school. "Yeah, and she brought her boyfriend." Julia looked like this was all news to her. "Did you meet her here?" He shook his head, chuckling at the idea of wanting to hang out with Mr. Politician. "No, I ran into them." "So, when did you get back?" She punched his arm lightly. "You look great." He smiled. "You do too." She paused, then pointed to the stool next to him. "Anybody sitting here?" He shook his head. "No, take a seat. Let me grab you a drink." He held up 2 fingers at Billy, who nodded. Julia pulled her long hair around one shoulder, her eyes warm and inviting. "Are you back home for good?" she asked. He shrugged. Billy dropped 2 whiskeys on the bar counter. She took the drink and sipped it, her eyes on him over the rim. By the time he returned to the barn, he and Julia had made a date. He almost forgot Olivia and Mr. Congressman were staying in the farmhouse until he saw them through the window, Olivia's arm wrapped around his waist. Scott leaned down and kissed her. Jesse stood in the shadows of the barn as the snow fell down around him. Mr. Congressman was kissing his girl. He would get through the holidays at Lumberjack's. He watched as Scott left the room, and Olivia looked out the window. At first, he thought she had seen him, but her focus was on the barn. The girl of his dreams was only steps away, yet so very far. The first time he met her, he couldn't even make eye contact. She was so beautiful and so out of his league. He was an abandoned, homeless kid. Then one day she started talking to him, and he just listened. She told him everything, and he began opening up about his mother, her drinking, her boyfriends, all of it. How she'd died, how he found her, how big of a jerk his grandfather was, how he searched for his father. She told him about her parents' divorce and all her dreams. Olivia had more dreams than anyone he had ever met. She was also the only person he knew who'd actually followed through and lived exactly what she had set out to. She had always wanted to go big, Dartmouth, Brown, and on to someone, somebody, and something. Now a hotshot boyfriend. She had it all. He looked out the window one last time and saw Olivia step away. Then the bedroom light went out. In the room next to hers, he could see Scott pace back and forth, appearing to be talking on the phone. Jesse might be working at the ranch, but his real career, his real dream, was over before he even knew it. Younger, Stronger and less damaged writers were always coming up. Olivia Meyer, attorney at law, would not want anything to do with a washed-up cowboy. No, Olivia Meyer already had everything she'd ever wanted. Chapter 3. Olivia woke up early. Snow covered every surface with white, and the sky was the bluest and brightest she'd ever seen. She shaded her watering eyes against the sun. There were 2 more days until Christmas. Then they would be heading back to Washington. 2 more days. She could make it. Besides, her brother Charlie was coming home from his first semester today. He was the distraction she needed to get her mind off Jessie. This whole trip was way more stressful than she'd anticipated. But she hadn't anticipated Jessie. Why had he suddenly quit the rodeo circuit? She'd Googled and found images of him holding trophies and riding on the backs of wild horses. And his stats. His rankings had stayed strong over the years. Jessie had walked away from her that day on the lakeshore and never looked back. He'd never forwarded his information or replied to her messages. She stopped trying after a year. She was just rambling at that point. She had nothing more to say besides, "I miss you." She got her running gear on and headed down to the kitchen. "You going for a run?" Maggie asked from her chair. She was reading the newspaper with her dogs flopped on the floor at her feet. Olivia nodded, tying her shoes. "I'm going to run up to the trestle." She loved running in the snow. The cold air felt fresher. The skies seemed bluer. The endless prairie rolled on in white waves, twinkling in the sunlight. "Be careful." "Will you tell Scott I'll be back in a half hour?" "Will do." Maggie took a sip of her coffee. Olivia turned on her music and tucked her phone into her fanny pack. She stepped outside, inhaling a deep breath. Swinging her arms to get the blood pumping, she started down the driveway, trying with all her might not to glance toward the barn, to pretend she didn't even see it. She would visit midnight later, hopefully when Jessie wasn't around. She thought about the day ahead. She had lots of plans. She'd convinced her mother and Sam to stay at the farmhouse when Charlie arrived, just like old times. Sam's ranch was beautiful, but nothing said Christmas to Olivia more than the farmhouse. It had been her only shelter through some of her darkest years. Her parents' divorce had affected her more than anyone else. Her whole world crumbled. Her heroes suddenly morphed into normal people, people she sometimes didn't even like. She never forgave her father. Cheating on your spouse was beyond selfish, but destroying your family in the process was unforgivable. Yet she still loved him and still craved his approval. He'd called one afternoon and said, "There's a firm down here in Washington where I think you'd be a great fit." She didn't even think about it. She left for Washington right after graduation and met Scott at an event she attended with her father. "You're Senator Meyer's daughter?" He seemed pleasantly surprised. "And you're Scott Schofield, U.S. Rep for Connecticut. I just reviewed the bill you introduced on the Medical Leave Act." He folded his arms against his chest. "What did you think?" She usually wasn't asked her opinion about public policy. "Well, I think it's smart. It will help a lot of working families in crisis." "Yes," he pointed at her. "That's exactly what I want it to do." She was immediately attracted to the handsome state rep who gave her his business card, then asked for hers. Now they had been dating for more than a year, and she could tell he was going to pop the question. She had, after all, been asked before. Jessie first asked her when he was about to graduate from high school. "Come on, Olivia. Don't you want to be together?" She had. He'd never understand just how much she had. The old saying went, "If you love something, set it free." If it comes back, it was meant to be. Jessie did come back, and then they broke up again. The cycle continued. She walked out to the road, then changed her mind and decided to run up to the ranch. As she'd expected, Even on the day before Christmas Eve, the place was bustling with activity. She thought she was running away from the barn to get away from Jesse, but she realized, as he stopped and looked at her from outside the bull barn, that she'd run right to him. "Olivia!" She turned toward the voice to see her brother standing on the porch. "Charlie!" She ran to her younger brother. He was no longer a skinny kid. He was tall and well-built, with a full beard. "I thought you were Dad for a second." He shot her a look of disgust. "You thought I was a middle-aged man?" "No." She hugged him. "You just sounded so old." "I haven't been 8 for a long time." He was dressed in cowboy fatigues, jeans, and a long-sleeved button-up. "Where's the boyfriend?" "At the farm." She shaded her eyes against the sun and tried to sneak a glance at Jesse, who hooked his leg over a horse and rode off with the rest of the crew. "I see you and Jesse are communicating well." Charlie smirked as she returned her attention to him. "I can't believe he's back." "He's always coming back." Charlie looked out at the pasture. "The real question is, why are you staying away?" The workday didn't end until the sun began to set in the west. Winter sunsets were some of his favorites, colors so majestic and bright, reflecting off the pristine snow. The beauty could make a grown man cry, at least his father did. The old cowboy had turned softer than a stick of butter in the summer sun. He'd been emotional since Jesse came back. "God gave me a second chance," Ryan would often say. Finding the ranch and being taken in by his uncle had been a godsend. He'd never forget it. So when Sam asked him to stick around after his father's recovery, he couldn't refuse. "I need someone to help watch the guys." Sam had been the big boss for more than 30 years. "What do you mean, help? Is everything all right?" "Of course, but Robert left last spring, and I haven't found a guy that I'm comfortable replacing him with. So if you could kind of fill in the meantime." Was he really doing a favor, or was this an act of charity? Did his uncle think he was as big a loser as he thought himself to be? He rode through the pastures to the Four Corners, the highest spot on the ranch. The pink and lavender sky was painted on the snow around him. "We'll take it slow today," Sam yelled over the moaning of the cattle. "I'd like them over by the South Range." Jesse steered his horse, Scout, toward the edge of the herd, where a pair of cows drifted away from the main mass of cattle. He clicked his tongue. "Let's go, ladies." Scout's maturity and brave nature allowed him to push the horse, letting her boss around the 1-ton cows. "Take it easy, girl." She wanted to run. He could almost feel a quiver in her muscles, as if she was holding in her excitement. Scout loved the snow. "You want to roll, don't you?" He laughed at his silly girl. "Later, okay?" He patted her neck as he pulled back on the reins. When they all returned to the barn, Ryan waited for him to come inside. "You coming for dinner?" Jesse nodded. "Sounds good. We're having everyone come, including the boyfriend." He sighed. "I figured." He'd never escape Olivia or her boyfriend as long as they were in Prairie Valley. He toyed with the idea of bowing out, but his father would be disappointed, along with Rosie and the kids. His 4 younger brothers liked to use him as their own personal jungle gym. "Have you talked to her?" Ryan asked. "I was there when she got in from the airport," he reminded his father. "Yes, but did you talk?" When Jesse didn't answer, his father took the hint and walked off into the office, leaning on his cane. Some of the crew were still milling around there before heading home. Jesse headed back to the farm to wash up before dinner. When he pulled up to the barn, an unfamiliar car sat in the driveway. Then Julia Ryland came walking out of the farmhouse with Olivia. "Jesse!" Julia waved as she stepped off the porch. Jesse shot a look at Olivia as he waved at the 2 of them, but Olivia turned and went back into the house, shutting the door behind her. "Hey," he said as Julia reached him. Did you come to visit Olivia? Actually, I came to see you. Her eyes were playful, and there was no mistaking the look she was giving him. He thought back to their last conversation at Lumberjack's. The couple of drinks she'd had with him made her open up about her relationship with Olivia. I told her I wanted to go out with you. Her eyes dared him to ask more. He took the bait. You wanted to ask me out? Julia was a beautiful woman by any man's standards. She was also successful, with a great job at her father's construction company. Jesse had never really considered Julia as more than a friend all those years ago. Good thing it wasn't all those years ago. Olivia had had her chance to be with him. She was the one who'd said no in the first place. If she still had a problem after all these years, then that was her problem. When he glanced back at the farmhouse, he saw Olivia peeking through the window at them. "What are you doing tonight?" he asked Julia, who shivered in the cold. A smile grew across her face. "Hanging out with you?" He gestured toward the barn. "Why don't you come up for a glass of Christmas spirit?" She put her hand on his forearm, softly squeezing. "I'd love to." They headed inside the barn and toward the staircase door. "So you're living up here?" She waited as he opened the door, then looked up the stairwell before climbing. Did Julia mind that he still didn't have life figured out? He was certain that Olivia did. "Maggie's letting me stay until I find a place." "You know, I could help," she said, starting up the stairs. "My dad's got properties and rentals." Jesse hadn't really thought of that. Even though he didn't make much, he'd saved enough from his winnings to afford a small house. Maybe he should put some roots down. He watched Julia as she walked around the small space, then settled on the couch. It's cute. He went to the kitchen and grabbed the only alcohol he had. "Do you mind whiskey?" "If you put ice in it." She leaned forward, resting her head on her hand, twirling her hair with the other. He knew she was flirting, but he also knew he was skating on thin ice, and it might crack if he wasn't careful. He poured the double shot into a tumbler left over from Rosie's days and handed it to her. She swirled the amber liquid, clinking the rim against his glass, and shot it back, her eyes never leaving his. He had just sat down with his own drink when he heard Olivia's voice outside. Julia leaned over to the window and peeked out. "I always thought you two would end up getting married." He let out a single laugh. He had thought the same thing once. Now he saw how pathetic he had been. That was a long time ago. "I guess I should have figured she'd fall for a senator." "A representative," he corrected her. She kept her eye out the window. "He certainly can't ride a horse." Jesse stood to get a look. In the ring, Olivia walked midnight out with Scott on his back. The horse nuzzled her neck, trying to get her attention, not wanting to be treated like a show pony with some strange guy on his back. But she kept going as Scott clutched the reins. Those cowboy boots sure do shine. "How do you like being back?" Julia asked, her attention returning to him. He sat down, wishing he could be a fly on the barn wall, thinking back to the days when Olivia walked him around that ring. 17 and lanky, completely unsure of himself. Riding saved him, literally, and Olivia was the angel who brought horses into his life. She was the one who saved his soul. It was why he'd got the dang tattoo. He never wanted to forget his connection with horses, or with her. Yet Olivia, the one who lived and breathed for horses, the one who'd begged for the permanent reminder, left him and midnight behind. "It's good to be back." He heard Olivia's laugh in the background, mingled with Scott's. He turned his full attention to Julia. "What are you doing tonight again?" Olivia peeked through the kitchen window and watched as Julia lightly touched Jesse's hand. A playful touch, one that could be passed off as friendly, but Olivia knew it was more. In college, Julia had confessed her feelings after their last breakup. "You're in love with Jesse?" Olivia had asked through her tears. "Yes." Julia sat on Olivia's bed. "And I'd really like to ask him out on a date." Who would have thought that in the end, Julia might be the one who ended up with Jesse's heart, after all? God, was she selfish for wishing her closest old friend misery when it came to her old boyfriend? Why wouldn't she want them to be happy? They had both been her dearest friends at one time. Julia had helped her through heartache over her parents, Jesse, school, and all the other teenage drama they faced. They stuck together even through college, visiting each other's campuses, partying with each other's college friends, and spending holiday vacations together. "I'm so sorry, Liv, but I'm not willing to keep sitting in the shadows," Julia had confessed. "I waited for you guys to figure things out, and I'm not going to wait any longer." With her mind stuck back all those years ago, she didn't hear Scott coming into the room. "Hey," Scott said from behind. "Ah!" She jumped and flailed, almost hitting him. She slapped her hand over her heart. "You scared me." Scott laughed, looking at the two figures in the driveway. "Are those two together?" he asked. She watched as Jesse gestured toward the barn. Julia linked her arm with his as they walked inside. "Not that I'm aware of." But her heart dropped. Were they together? "So, we're going to your aunt's house?" Scott asked. "Soon?" Scott stood in the doorway in designer jeans and flannel shirt. She'd never seen him dress up for Halloween, but that's exactly how he looked. "Where did you get all this?" She laughed as he put his hands on his hips. "J. Crew." She laughed. "You'll totally fit in. I think I look just like your cowboy family." He hooked his thumbs in his belt loops. "All I need is one of those fat belt buckles." "How did you figure out your Christmas gift?" she teased. The dimple in his right cheek made her knees wobbly. Scott Schofield might not be a cowboy, but he was as handsome as they came. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. "Tell me it has the horse on it." "The horse?" "Yeah, like your tattoo." His forehead wrinkled at her. "You know?" "Oh, right." She blushed. "Scott?" "Yeah, babe?" His attention turned to his pocket as he dug out his phone. "Oh, you've got to be kidding." He swiped his screen. "Tell me you talked to Senator Ashley today?" Olivia took a step back, not wanting to eavesdrop on the conversation. Scott held up his finger, then said, "Look, man, I've got to go, but call me when you hear anything back." He put his phone back in his pocket. "I'm ready." "Yep, you know you don't have to ride a horse just because you're here." She looked at him. "J. Crew isn't going to give you magical powers." "We're going to go slow, right?" He shrugged. "I have good balance. I've been snowboarding before." "You're going to die," she said with a straight face. "I'm going to be just fine." He put on his gloves, then the newly purchased cowboy hat that he'd had shipped to the house. "You have to listen to me," she warned. "Okay." He clapped his gloved hands together. "Let's do this." After 3 slow laps around the ring, Scott said he could no longer feel his rear end. "That takes a lot of core strength," he said, as he shifted in the saddle. "You did better than I expected." She was glad, too, especially with Jesse and Julia spying on them from the apartment. Scott looked up at the window. "We're going to Jesse's mom and dad's place?" "Well, yes and no." She shook her head, leading Midnight to his stall. "Ryan's Jesse's dad. My Aunt Rosie is Jesse's stepmother." Scott walked beside her. She could tell he was diagramming her family tree in his head. Lineage was all important to his Pilgrim genes. "So, you're not really Jesse's cousin?" He was doing just fine at figuring things out. She should probably tell the truth right now. But the confession would make things even more awkward. Besides, it wasn't like their relationship still meant anything to Jesse. He was bringing women up to his apartment while she was staying right there on the farm. No, she didn't need to divulge any unnecessary information. And who else is going to be there? My Aunt Annie and her family. She listed off the names. Didn't we have dinner with them last night? He asked. Olivia understood this. The Boudreaux clan was a lot to take in. It'll be nice, I promise. But as soon as they walked in the door of Aunt Rosie's house, she saw Jessie with Julia in a quiet corner, talking. As she entered, removing her coat and boots and greeting everyone, he continued on as if Jessie hadn't noticed her, his full attention on Julia. She didn't have to guess whether something was going on between the two of them. Diane 4. Chapter 4. Yes, Olivia was being ridiculous. Yes, she had brought her own boyfriend home with her, a clear statement of the seriousness of their relationship. Still, she would never have expected Jesse's I don't care attitude. When she found out he was back, she had kind of thought he might confess his undying love, and that she'd have to let him down easy, tiptoe around his broken heart. Yet there he was, cozying up to her former best friend, practically making out. They're not making out, Aunt Rosie said from the kitchen table, where she was feeding the baby in his high chair. Have they been dating for a while? Olivia couldn't tell. She peeked into the living room and saw Jesse's head tilt as he stared down at Julia. Guess she didn't need to tiptoe. Why the jealousy? Rosie asked with a knowing smirk. It's not like that, Olivia lied, but then sighed. It's just that I don't know him at all anymore is all. Yeah, I guess you don't. I mean, he never even bothered to call or keep in touch. Rosie raised her eyebrows as she scooped up a spoonful of yogurt and looked at her son. Do you want more? He slapped the tray in happy enthusiasm. I just feel like this isn't home anymore. You've been gone a long time. Rosie wiped baby Cooper's mouth with a napkin. But this will always be your home. It was why she'd wanted to stay at the farm. It had always felt more like home than anywhere she had ever lived. All her holiday memories seemed linked to the farmhouse, lighting sparklers and eating watermelon on the back porch, hanging Christmas lights, handing out candy on Halloween. It was where she had learned how to be herself. But now, everything felt different. That's when I met Olivia, she heard Scott's voice boom out. He stood next to the stone fireplace, drinking a glass of red while the men standing around him drank beer straight out of the bottle. Her stepfather seemed to enjoy Scott enough to be engaged in the conversation, even though she knew he could hardly stand her father. None of the Gundersons could. She looked for Jessie and Julia and realized they weren't there anymore. She craned her neck, only to find Jessie right in front of her. Jessie! She jumped out of the doorway, letting him into the kitchen. Hey! She pointed to the living room as Julia made her way toward Scott. You and Julia are cute together. He let out a short laugh. Are we now? Rosie stood, sweeping the baby up in her arms and walking out of the kitchen. Let's go say hi to everyone. Jessie grabbed 2 beers from the fridge. He lifted one up toward her. Want one? She shook her head. She hadn't had a beer in years. No, thanks. He's got you drinking wine? The tone of his voice told her his unconcerned attitude was a ruse, but it irritated her nonetheless. Scott actually enjoys the process of winemaking. A connoisseur, is he? One side of his lip curled up. She nodded, knowing how lame she sounded. Jesse wouldn't get his feathers ruffled over a guy like Scott. He actually does a lot for the small business farmers and ranchers. She knew she should just walk away instead of being a brat, but his smirk made her want him to feel the same sting she'd felt over Julia petting him at her family's holiday dinner. "He sounds amazing," he said blandly. She looked out toward Scott. "He is." Amazing. Mr. Amazing could turn any story into a reason to talk about himself. Mr. Amazing seemed to be successful in politics and also at getting everyone at the dinner table to eat up his line of bull. "It's sure nice to hear from someone in Washington who cares about the environment," his father said. "This world is all we have." Sam and Rosie nodded, and Olivia, who had turned to face him with her whole body, hung on his every word. "I met a guy in Texas who kept talking about the importance of dirt," Scott said. "I kept thinking, what does ranching have to do with dirt?" Jesse rolled his eyes. He knew where this guy was going. "The grass the animals eat." He cut Mr. Amazing off. Scott's smile showed humor, but there were daggers coming out of Olivia's eyes, and he smiled to himself. Boy, he knew how to get to her. It was almost too easy. "Yes," Scott laughed. "Exactly that." He picked up his glass of wine. "I wish more ranchers understood that we're not after their cattle, just promoting cleaner, healthier food." The polite thing to do was to agree with Mr. Amazing. He had a point. A lot of ranchers didn't get involved with the Clean Air Act or any kind of environmental policy because it didn't fit their agenda. A lot of times it meant higher taxes, more regulations, less control. But Jesse just couldn't hold his tongue. If Washington cared so much about the ranchers, then the burden of keeping the air clean wouldn't fall just on them. You guys seem to want to push new laws and policies, but not to fund them. "Shoving your head into the dirt is not going to help either," Olivia snapped. "Neither are the lobbyists who push agendas from people who don't care about ranchers or the environment," Jesse spat. Uncle Sam shot him a look that said, "Tone it down." Politics at the dinner table was usually frowned upon. Only God and food were allowed in this sacred space. "Why don't I get the dessert?" Rosie said, kicking him under the table. Scott nodded, completely unaware of the tension brewing. "I completely understand. That's why I hope to put more of the burden on the businesses that are reaping the rewards from destroying our air." Sam asked a softball question about his responsibilities to his constituents. Rosie hissed at Jesse from the kitchen doorway. "Come help me." She wasn't asking. Jesse looked over at Julia, who had practically forgotten he was there. She was so involved in the conversation. "That's really amazing," Julia said. Even the woman he'd brought to dinner thought Scott was amazing. "Can I get you anything?" he asked her. She smiled up at him. "No, thank you." "I'll be right back." She watched him as he left, but so did Olivia. Her eyes narrowed. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Rosie turned to face him. "What are you doing?" "What do you mean?" He knew exactly what she meant. Why did Olivia have this strange hold on him, even after all these years? "Look, Olivia's happy." Rosie made a face. "I'm sure the two of you will always have something, but you are embarrassing yourself in front of Julia." His stepmother was right. He was being a donkey. "I don't mean to be a jerk." He shrugged, "but I just can't seem to help it. It's only Christmas Eve tomorrow, which means we have a lot more holiday ahead of us. Don't go making things uncomfortable between the two of you." He looked out at the dining room and could hear the murmurs of conversations and laughter. "Okay, I promise to be good." "Good, now bring out these desserts." Rosie handed him 2 white pastry boxes as she picked up a stack of clean plates and forks. Olivia looked away as he set the boxes on either side of the table. "I'll grab the coffee," Olivia said, getting up. Jesse followed her back into the kitchen. Before he could apologize for his behavior, she spun around and practically spat. "I expected this week to be uncomfortable with us forced to be around each other, but you're being ridiculous." "What?" He blinked a few times as his anger rose. "You think I'm jealous of Mr. Amazing out there? Isn't that why you brought Julia to dinner?" He understood the optics, but he really did like Julia. I think she's nice. Olivia shook her head. You used to be so different. She crossed her arms against her chest, looking him over, and he could feel his toes curl. Hold it back, Jess, he thought to himself. Yeah, well, you haven't changed a bit. God help him, because he just couldn't help himself. You're still a brat. She huffed as her mouth fell open. Excuse me? You're just as selfish as ever, staying at the farm instead of being at the ranch with your mom, who's been missing you all this time. My mama, she practically growled at him, understands that I wanted to be at the farm with my grandmother. Now he was just swinging blindly. You haven't even ridden midnight. She dropped her arms to her side, her fists balling up. Jessie Gunderson, if you're trying to make me feel bad tonight, it only proves that you really are a jerk. Lay off and leave me alone. Olivia hated him. No, she was disappointed in him. Not that she'd expected a hallmark moment where he either confessed his love, but let go because she was happy, or became her new best friend. But she had expected better. She had fully intended to ride midnight. This morning. Yet, looking out the kitchen window while Scott worked at the table, she had no motivation to get out there. She glanced at the thermometer. 15 degrees. Tire tracks could be seen through the frost on the driveway. Jessie's truck left before sunrise, even on Christmas Eve. Ranching didn't stop for holidays. Neither did law. Her phone hadn't stopped buzzing since she landed in the airport in Minneapolis. She also had no motivation to pick it up. Pick up, her assistant texted. Would you look at that? Scott held out his phone. It was a screenshot of the senior senator for Connecticut. It's going to trial. Her heart immediately started racing. This was it. This was Scott's big break. Let me see. She rushed over to him, pulling the phone closer so she could read the tagline. Senior Senator Gary Olmsted accused of bribery. Holy moly, she sighed out, passing the phone back. This is it, babe, he said to her, scrolling down the page. Olmsted is charged with accepting money from businessmen seeking state contracts. He looked up at her. This is going to be all over Washington. This meant Scott could run for his seat. Her phone rang again. She silenced it, suddenly filled with dread. Scott was immediately on his own phone. Yeah, Hank, he practically giggled. Did you hear about Olmsted? She dialed her assistant's number. Chelsea picked up. Her breath labored as if she was jogging. I'm headed to Gloria's townhouse as we speak. What's going on? The urgency piqued her curiosity. Did you hear about Gary Olmsted? That's why I've been calling all this time. Chelsea paused. Gloria is representing Olmsted. What? She shot a look at Scott. Olivia's boss was one of Washington's powerhouses. Breaking the glass ceiling well before most women, Gloria Thorne made no apologies for being a strong, confident woman. She had been Olivia's mentor at Brown, and she had idolized her. When she got the internship, and then was hired right before the bar exams, she thought she was dreaming. But being part of a case like this could boost her career from running errands to running cases. She had to get back to Washington. Get me tickets back ASAP. She looked at the clock. She could pack now, call a car service. She'd run to the ranch and say goodbye, but she had to get to the airport before the next flight out. On it. I'll let Gloria know that you're on your way. Chelsea then lowered her voice. Garrett has already moved in on this. Dang it, Olivia rolled her eyes. Of course, that spiny weasel would take advantage of her absence. Chelsea, get there as soon as you can, and get me out of Minnesota now. Chelsea hung up the phone, and Olivia could hear her heart pumping in her ears. This was it. This was her career moment. The moment she had dreamt about through all those years of school. This kind of case meant big-time attorneys and judges. high courts, media, recognition. Olivia! She turned, and in the living room, she saw Maggie fall from the couch to the floor. Nana! Olivia ran toward her grandmother. Scott! He looked up from his phone. Call 911! Chapter 5. Jessie drove out to Julia's condo to pick her up. When she'd called to ask him to have a drink at Lumberjack's, he almost said no. He enjoyed hanging out with her, but after last night's escapade with Olivia, he was in a crummy mood. He had no Christmas spirit. But having a reason not to attend his uncle's Christmas Eve festivities and be merry with the family sounded pretty nice. Olivia didn't think he belonged anyways, so why bother? He was just a step-cousin. Julia opened the door, and behind her was a candle-lit table set for two. I thought maybe we could stay in. He stood frozen. This was not what he expected or wanted to deal with tonight. Great. He stepped inside, taking off his hat. I should have brought a bottle of wine or some flowers. Had he known this was a formal dinner date, he would have worn something other than jeans and a t-shirt. Just having you here on Christmas Eve makes it perfect. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. Take off your coat and make yourself comfortable. He nodded, faking a smile as she walked into the kitchen. The place was modern, with an open concept and exposed beams and brick from the building's mill days. Out the window, he could see the St. Croix River's inky water reflecting the lights of Prairie Valley. Do you remember when this place was an antique shop? He asked. Yes, she handed him a beer, the same Pilsner he'd had the other night. It also had that weird shop called Fancy Nancy's with those porcelain faces. He didn't remember. I don't think I was around then. Please sit. Julia gestured toward the couch. Help yourself. She pushed a plate of cheese and meats with olives and artichokes toward him. Thanks. He grabbed a cracker, a piece of prosciutto, and a slice of cheese. What year did you come to Prairie Valley? Julia asked, sipping her beer. He chewed, thinking about when he arrived. I was a junior. He was a nothing, a dropout, a runaway, practically an orphan. If it hadn't been for Sam, he might be dead by now, and he was skipping their family Christmas Eve dinner. Sam didn't seem to be offended. In fact, Sam had probably put the pieces together. Jessie was avoiding the one woman who had loved him, even when those things were all he was. You started around the same time as Olivia. He wondered how much Olivia had told Julia about him. Did she know that his mother had died? Or that his grandfather would have kicked him out of the house if he hadn't left first? Did she know his father didn't know of his existence until he was practically an adult? I had such a crush on you in high school. She winked at him. From the coat rack, he heard his phone's muffled ringtone. Sorry. He got up. Let me shut it off. She stood up, picking up her beer. No, take it. I'll go and finish up dinner. Make yourself at home. He nodded, letting the phone go to voicemail before picking it up. His dad had called. He waited for the voicemail to load. When the phone lit up with one unread message, he pressed the play button. Hey Jess, give us a call. It appears that Maggie's suffered a mild stroke and is in the hospital. We were hoping you could go to the house, feed the dogs and let them out for her. Jessie stopped listening and called his father right away. When he answered, Jessie asked, How is she? Ryan let out a long breath. She's going to be okay, the doctors said, but they're keeping her here to monitor her. How's Rosie and everyone? He asked, putting on his coat. They're staying strong. Ryan stopped for a second. Olivia's pretty upset. He could only imagine. Maggie meant the world to her granddaughter. Now he felt guilty for being a jerk the night before. I'll head over right now. He zipped up his coat. Thanks, Jess. Yeah, no problem. Once he took care of the dogs, he'd head to the hospital to see if they needed anything. Country music played from the speakers in the ceiling as he approached Julia in the kitchen. "You're leaving?" Julia's eyes widened as she stirred a red sauce on the stove. He nodded, feeling bad. "I have to go. It looks like Maggie's had a stroke." "Oh no." She turned off the burner and wiped her hands with a dish towel. "What can I do?" "I have to run to the farm and take care of her dogs right now, and then I think I'll head to the hospital." She blew out a candle on the counter. "I'll go with you." He held up his hands. "No, it's Christmas Eve. Stay here." "Alone?" She shook her head. "Let me help with the dogs, and I can get a ride back home from the hospital. It's not far." He looked at her. Julia smiled, then stroked his arm. "I want to help." Olivia could barely keep it together. The idea of losing Nana was unfathomable. While they waited for the ambulance, she prayed over and over for her to be okay, then begged God to give her more time. It was no secret why she'd wanted to stay at the farm. The French farm, as Prairie Valley had dubbed it when her grandfather bought the place. Funny, John Boudreaux was more Norwegian than anything. Olivia had inherited her tow-blonde hair from him. Georgie's blonde was dirtier and curly. Olivia had silky golden strands that even strangers wanted to reach out and touch. She used to wear it out of her face. Ponytails, braids, anything so she could keep her focus while riding. It had to fit under her helmet, so no high ponytails, everything at the nape of her neck. When she started her internship, her father suggested cutting it. "You have gorgeous hair, but you want to start looking more serious." She glared at her ignorant father. What's that supposed to mean? She thought of her mother's hair when she was married to her father, straight, hard, and short. Not the wild locks of blonde and silver falling down her back, the way she wore it now. Julia had always told her how lucky she was. "Your mom is so cool." "Not cool enough," she'd said one time, then wished she could take it back. Julia was a good friend, but the only person she confessed her real secrets to was Jessie. "Why did your dad leave your mom?" Julia had asked once, as if she didn't know. It had been on every local news channel and morning news radio this side of the Twin Cities. She really left him. At least, that's how Olivia saw it. Yes, her father cheated. Yes, it was messy. But he had apologized. He had tried to work things out. He'd given her mother space. Georgie was the one who'd walked away in the end. No matter how many therapy sessions or how many women's studies classes she took, Olivia would never get over the hurt of her broken family. That's why she wanted to stay at the farm. It was the one place she knew would always be there. And her grandmother was the only person she could always count on. But now, as she sat in the hospital with her mom and aunts, she wondered if there would still be a farm to come home to. "I can't go back without her." Her eyes began to sting again. "Someone should go back and take care of the dogs," her mother reasoned. "Plus, I think poor Scott needs to get back." Scott paced the hospital waiting room as he called his campaign manager and his attorney and his aides. But he stayed, even when she gave him an out, even though his career was on the line. "I want to be with you," he said, when he postponed his flight a few hours to Washington. "I love you," she said, thankful to have his support. "I love you too." He wrapped his arms around her. "She's a tough lady. She'll be fine." Olivia nodded, but she wasn't so sure. The stroke had caused minimal damage. She might even fully recover, but stroke victims were likely to have recurrences, or sometimes they were symptoms of other underlying issues. "I hope so." That night when they pulled up to the farm in her mom's truck, only the kitchen light was on. "I've never driven a truck before." "Really?" She knew Greenwich was different, but Mercedes had SUVs. "Not even something with four-wheel drive?" "My parents always just drove sedans." German sedans, she thought to herself. Scott's ignorance of the other 99% sometimes rubbed her the wrong way. It wasn't like she'd ever struggled herself, but she could see the residual effects of difficulties her family had faced in the past. By the way her grandmother always put covers on the armrests, or how she clipped coupons from the Sunday paper every week, or how Maggie only ordered a good piece of meat for Sunday lunches. When she walked in, the two dogs barreled toward her, feet sliding against the wood floors. She half expected to see Maggie on the couch, the television reflecting off her face, but the room was dark. "I'll take the dogs out," Scott offered, his phone already in his hand and lighting up his face. Master multitasker. That was Scott. "Oh, hey, man," he said as the door opened. Olivia was still looking at the couch when she heard Jesse's voice. "I was coming to help with the dogs." Jesse trailed off. "But it looks like you guys are all set." She looked up and saw Julia standing there, peeking in. "Hey, Olivia." Julia's face wrinkled with concern. "How's Maggie?" "She'll be okay." Olivia sighed. She could only imagine how she looked, eyes puffy and red, hair full of static from the cold, dry Minnesota air. "I'm really sorry to hear about the stroke." Julia's eyes seemed sincere, but for some stupid reason it bothered her, and tears sprang to her eyes. "Oh my goodness, Olivia." Julia rushed over and hugged her, holding her like a good friend, but Olivia just stood still, wishing she could scream. "I'm just super tired." She pulled away, flashing a smile, pretending everything was okay. "Well, if you need anything, Jesse and I are here." Julia looked back at Jesse, and Olivia felt sick to her stomach. "Great," she gritted her teeth. "So you all hung out in high school?" Scott asked. "Oh gosh, yes," Julia laughed, hitting Jesse in the arm. "We all hung out until these two skedaddled out of town and left me behind." Scott smiled but kept his eye on Olivia, as if trying to figure out a riddle. "Did you ride horses too?" "Nope, no riding for me." She shrugged. Scott's face changed as Jesse headed out, not saying a single word. "Night, guys," Julia said to them. "Let us know if there's anything we can do to help." "We've got it, thanks." She shut the door, and when she turned around, Scott was standing right there. "Is there something I'm missing?" he asked. She crossed her arms against her chest. Missing? Why was she playing this game? "Was there something between you and your cousin?" "He's my step-cousin, first of all. But yes, we dated." "Dated?" "Yes, we saw each other, but before my mom and his uncle got married." She couldn't believe she'd called Jesse her cousin. "So, the horse tattoo?" She let out a huff. "It was a high school rebellion thing." "Should I be worried about you and this cowboy?" He walked over to her, taking her elbows in the palms of his hands, pulling her close to him. "No, you have nothing to worry about." When he dropped Julia off with an apology for ruining her dinner, she leaned in and gave him a soft kiss goodbye. "You'll just have to come again," she said, smiling as she closed the door. Now, as he got out of his truck, looking at the farmhouse, thinking about Maggie and Olivia and everyone else, he just didn't feel good. He didn't like the idea of his and Olivia's relationship being so confrontational. Sure, they had a history, but nothing they couldn't overcome, especially for their family's sake. He wanted to be here, with the family, helping Maggie, not hiding away until Olivia left. As he walked into the barn, he noticed lights were still on in Midnight's stall. Then he saw Olivia inside, standing next to the black quarter horse, whispering in his ear. The animal closed his eyes in pleasure as she rubbed. "He seems to like that." Olivia jumped but continued to stroke the horse. "I haven't had time to ride yet." "You could tomorrow." "I'm leaving." He made a face. Why? She didn't look at him. Something big just happened in Washington, and we need to get back. Jesse leaned against the stall door. He didn't understand the idea of work before family, but then he didn't have a job as a high-powered attorney. And if you stayed? I don't know if my boss would like that very much. She rested her head on Midnight's shoulder. Hey, look, it's snowing. He looked out the window at the falling snowflakes. Where's Scott? Inside. She continued to rub the horse, not looking at him. Are you happy? He truly wanted to know. If Olivia was happy, then he'd get his act together and behave. She hesitated for a split second and said, yes. He was glad she wasn't looking at him, able to see his disappointment because he couldn't hide it. Scott was the kind of guy she had been looking for all along. Powerful, confident, well-bred. If anything, Jesse was like Midnight, a rescue she didn't have time for any longer. Good. Are you? Now she faced him. Usually he'd be able to read her, but tonight he couldn't tell what she felt. I mean, are you happy with Julia? We only just started hanging out. He could have let her on, made it seem more than what it was, but he didn't want to play games with Olivia anymore. I was worried for Maggie. Her earlier snarky comment had hit him hard. I know, she sighed. I don't know what possessed me to act like I did. He nodded his head, thinking about his own behavior. I've been a jerk, too. You've never been a jerk in your life. He shrugged. I hurt you, didn't I? There it was. The elephant in the room. He had broken her heart when he left. She had asked him to stay by her, wait for her, give her more time, but he had walked away. Tears sprung up in her eyes, and one slipped out before she could swipe it away. He immediately regretted being so forward until she said, I think I'll stick around until Nana's all set. Chapter 6. Olivia, are you sure you can't go back with me? I'm afraid you'll be losing a huge opportunity with Gloria if you don't go back soon. Scott stood at the foot of her mother's childhood bed. It was barely 3 in the morning, and a car service was on its way. She sat next to his carry-on, helping him pack. I can't leave, not with my grandmother sick on Christmas. Your grandmother is fine, he said. Besides, doesn't she have your whole family next door? Scott, she made him look at her. I can't leave right now. He stopped and looked at her. Then you need to come back as soon as you can. She nodded. Scott was right. The fact was, every minute she stayed in Prairie Valley was another minute Garrett had with Gloria in her corner office. I just want to stay until she comes home from the hospital and gets settled. Out the window, she saw a car's headlights moving closer to the farmhouse. Her stomach felt heavy. She wished she could ask him to stay a bit longer. She should have been grateful for such a positive prognosis for Nana, but things were getting out of control. Scott grabbed her hands as she played with the zipper. I have a Christmas present for you. From his front pocket, he pulled out a box. It was heavy in her hands as she took it from him. She pulled the paper off, and underneath was a book. The Anatomy of a Horse by George Stubbs. Where did you find it? It's a first edition. Scott looked proud of himself. It must have cost a fortune. She opened up the cover, and a musky scent permeated the air. The famous British painter was one of her favorites. This is perfect. She stood up, wrapping her arms around his neck. My present isn't very exciting compared to this. She had got him the pair of cufflinks that his mother suggested. She ran to her room to grab them, wishing she had been more thoughtful. Buying a Christmas gift for him turned out to be harder than she'd thought. She didn't know what he really would like. Here." She passed the wrapped box to him, and he smiled as he opened it. "They're great." He pulled out a cufflink. "I was telling my mom I wanted a new pair." "Right." She faked a smile. "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" he asked. "It's fine, really. There's nothing going on here anyways. I'll probably just stay at the hospital." He'd be in the way if he stayed. She just wanted to spend as much time as she could with her grandmother. "I'd better get going." He pulled her into a hug and kissed her. "I'll call when I land." "Good." She walked him down the stairs and opened the door, standing behind it as he ran to the car. The rumble of the engine was all you could hear in the quiet of the cold Christmas morning. She watched him through the window after she shut the door, following the red brake lights as they disappeared. The first thing she did was turn on the Christmas lights in the living room. Colored lights hung everywhere, haphazardly along bookshelves and around the piano. The Christmas tree sat in the corner of the room, just like always, with wrapped presents arranged beneath. Olivia walked around the house, listening to the silence, hearing the familiar sounds occasionally interrupting it. When finally she sat in her grandmother's spot, pulling the Afghan to her face and taking in a deep breath, she began to cry. Then she heard a knock on the door. She wiped her face with the back of her hand and stood up, expecting to see her mother or one of her aunts. It was Jesse in an Arctic suit. "Open the door, it's freezing," he called through the window. She ran across the living room, through the kitchen, and swung the door open. He rushed inside, bringing some of the cold air with him, rubbing his hands together. The dogs stirred under the table, looking up at the newcomer before going back to sleep. "It's got to be 20 below out there." She was about to ask him what he was doing there when he said, "You'd better dress warm." "What's going on?" "I have Scout with me." He pointed to the barn. "We're going riding." Her stomach fluttered for a second. "It's freezing. You just said it was 20 below." "The horses will be fine. I'm thinking about me." "Washington got you soft?" he scoffed. She looked out at the sky. "It's dark out?" "How many excuses are you going to come up with?" "Fine." She walked past him, towards the staircase. "I'll have to find some warmer clothes." She ran up the stairs, went to Maggie's room, and turned on the light in her closet. She pulled down her favorite of Nana's sweaters, one she'd knitted when Olivia was a kid. It did not pass Washington's standards for fashion, but the colorful Norwegian-patterned garment would be perfect for a ride. The neck would roll up to cover her mouth and nose. She held it in her arms for a moment before pulling it over her head, then hunted down a pair of wool socks from Maggie's top drawer. When she came down, she could smell bacon in the kitchen. Then she saw Jesse whisking something in a bowl. "What are you making?" "Breakfast." He set down a plate of toast. "I'm making omelets." "What's up?" She put her hand on her hip. "One minute you're strutting around with Julia, and the next you're making me omelets?" "I surrender." "You?" "Jesse Gunderson never surrenders." "Look." He held the metal bowl of eggs in the crook of his arm. "I'm sorry. I don't want to be like this. With you." She looked away, uncomfortable with his confession. She went to her seat and saw a small, wrapped box sitting there. "For me?" she asked. He looked back at her from the stove, dumping the egg mixture into a hot pan. "Yes." She smiled, pulling the gift toward her. She looked at the tag. "Welcome home." Every part of her body tingled with warmth, and she couldn't hold back her smile. She pulled off the paper and opened the small white box. Inside was a diamond horseshoe necklace, just like the one she had lost years ago. No, it was her necklace. It was still missing one of the tiny diamonds. The surprise stole her breath. "Jesse, where did you find it?" You wouldn't believe it, but I was out in the pasture and saw something sparkling in the grass, and there it was." She held it up. "When?" She had lost it the summer after she graduated, when they'd got back together, when they'd promised never to break up again. "One of the first days I got back to Prairie Valley." He flipped the omelet. "I knew you were coming for Christmas, so I thought I'd hold on to it." She looked at him and realized that the boy she'd loved so much was still there, still as handsome and as thoughtful and as caring as he had always been. She wanted him to hold her in his arms, bring his lips to hers, just like old times, but she shook the feeling away. "Thank you." He used a spatula to flip the omelet onto her plate. He set it in front of her and reached for the necklace that dangled in her hand. "Let me help you put it on." He stood behind her as she pulled her hair out of the way over her shoulder. She could smell his musky scent of earth and pine. "It's almost as if I was supposed to find it," he said, as he put it around her neck. She could feel the warmth of his breath on her skin. He fastened the clasp and headed back to the stove, pouring the rest of the eggs into the pan, completely unaware of what was happening inside Olivia's head. She fingered the necklace, remembering when she'd lost it. She had been so happy moments before when he'd confessed his feelings, and then devastated that she'd lost the necklace her mother had given her. She felt the same juxtaposition of feelings as she held it. She was so happy to be back in this kitchen, but devastated, knowing that she had to leave again. The moment he saw Scott leave, Jesse had gone to the ranch and saddled up Scout. Nothing was better than watching the sun rise over the Four Corners, especially when there was a soft blanket of snow on the ground. Only a snowy prairie could reflect the colors of the sky in that special way. 2 owls hooted back and forth as he traveled through the woods, guiding Scout down to the farm. He worried that she'd be asleep by the time he got there, but she wasn't. Through the window, he could see her sitting on the couch in the living room, crying. As he looked in from the outside, his heart broke at seeing her like that. He ran up to the apartment and grabbed the present. She was as beautiful as she had been in high school. More so, actually. There was something dignified about her now, but she hadn't lost her feisty nature. The fire inside her almost made him jealous. He'd never felt that kind of fire. Except for her. He could barely sleep without dreaming about her back in the day. Even now, she sometimes visited him when he slept. She had been his everything. He guessed that was the problem. Nobody should be someone else's everything. He'd clung too hard and ended up pushing her away. He wanted more, which only made her want less. He needed her, and she wanted to be let go. He may have been the one who walked away, but it was only a matter of time. Olivia would have jumped the fence in order to be free. "When did you learn how to cook like that?" she asked, after she finished her omelet. He picked up her empty plates and brought them to the sink, shrugging. "I lived on the road, and there were always farms nearby. I could usually pick up a dozen on the cheap." She grabbed the plate of bacon and set it on the counter, shaking her head. "I couldn't believe it when I heard you went into the rodeo." "Not as dignified as college, but I definitely learned a lot." He expected disappointment. Olivia had always encouraged him to go to school. But something about being trapped in a classroom once he could choose to leave seemed horrible. He wanted to be outside, riding horses. He didn't want to sit inside 4 walls, analyzing depressing literature. What kind of degree did he really need to work the land? "I was surprised you never came back." She looked out the window, the morning still as black as night. "Me too." She'd left for law school, and that was it. He never saw her again. "You ready to go riding?" he asked, rinsing the plates and putting them in the dishwasher. "I've been waiting for years." She stood up, her fingers tracing the shape of the horseshoe, and put on her down coat, pulling the hood up over her head. Let's go. Just like years before, they headed to the barn together. He almost wanted to reach out for her hand for old time's sake, but instead he slowed down, following her into the barn as she headed toward midnight. "I'm such a jerk," she said. "How could I have left you for so long? I'm so sorry." The horse snorted as if he understood. She hugged his neck, wrapping her arms around him, kissing him on the cheek. They headed out to the west pasture, following a well-worn trail up to the Four Corners. He wondered if she remembered all the other times they'd headed up there, making promises they both ended up breaking. Just as they reached the top of the hill, the sun's rays illuminated the earth's horizon. Pink and lavender burned behind the silhouettes of oak trees. Olivia stopped when she reached the top, looking out to the east between Midnight's ears. When Scout caught up, Jessie realized she was crying. "Oh, geez, Olivia." He pulled his horse up next to her. "Are you okay?" Then she laughed, wiping her eyes and nose with her glove. "I'm just so glad to be here right now." She looked back at the sunrise, and he couldn't stop watching her. They sat in silence as the sun slowly rose, casting long shadows against the white snow. She lowered her head as if in prayer, and he said a little prayer himself. "You know what I miss the most?" she asked. He shook his head, looking over at her as she raised her eyes back up to the sky. "A prairie sunrise." Her cheeks were pink from the cold. "One that isn't hemmed in by buildings, but just goes on for what seems like 1,000 miles. Here, I know I will hanker after nothing so much as one more sunrise or a sky moon of fire doubled to a river moon of water," he recited Carl Sandburg's poem. She exhaled, her breath billowing out in front of her. "And the smell of the barn." "You miss the smell of the barn?" She nodded. "Think you can still ride?" She wrinkled her forehead. "I rode out here, didn't I? I mean, can you still ride?" This was his way of calling a truce. She rolled her eyes, and before he could say anything else, she took off on Midnight, galloping in the direction of the west pasture, snow kicking up behind them. "Come on, Scout! Don't let them show us up!" he yelled at the horse, kicking his heel into her ribs, signaling Scout's favorite thing to do, which was run. And just like old times, Jessie chased after Olivia. Olivia arrived at the hospital just as visiting hours started. Jessie had convinced her to let him drive her, since Charlie had already gone with Sam, and Georgie had spent the night. "I can drive my mom's truck," she said. "I'd like to come too." "Okay, come." He had the right, Olivia thought to herself. Once Sam and her mother married, the idea that they were legally cousins didn't sit well with her. Jessie was not a cousin. He was her Jessie. Every time Georgie or Charlie would talk about him, it had bothered her. She'd hated the idea that they knew him better than she did. Charlie idolized Jessie. "You should see him ride," he'd say, trying to get her to go to shows. But she wouldn't go. She hated watching Jessie on the backs of those wild horses. "Why'd you quit rodeo?" she asked as they drove. "Honestly?" He rubbed the steering wheel with his hands. "I didn't care about winning. It was more about just riding, and the adrenaline, you know. But then I saw too many things I didn't like, I suppose." She nodded, knowing about the underbelly of the horse business. "Are you glad you're back home?" Jessie leaned against the door, one hand on the steering wheel, rubbing his day-old beard. "I suppose." Her phone began to vibrate. Scott was calling. "I should take this." He nodded. "Hey." She turned the other way in the seat. "Did you just land?" "Yeah, about 15 minutes ago." He sounded as if he was in a hurry. "How's your grandmother?" "We're headed to the hospital right now." She could hear car wheels squeaking and honking in the background. We? Jesse's taking me. There was a short silence, so she dove right into the questions. Did you talk to Anthony? She was almost positive she was Scott's last call. He had certainly called his campaign manager first to fill him in on the developing situation. He's making a public statement today. On Christmas. She couldn't believe it. It was worse than the public knew. She was sure of it. He's guilty. Of course. We've known for years what he was doing behind the loosely shut door. She could hear the excitement in Scott's voice. I'm headed back to my place right now. Her phone started buzzing, messages coming in. I should go, she said to him. Call me after his statement. I will. He hung up without hearing her say, I love you. Sounds like something big's happening, Jessie said. She checked her messages. Ugh, I hate Prairie Valley's reception. 7 messages came flooding in as they reached Highway 95. She put her phone to her ear, starting at the beginning. Olivia, it's Chelsea. Let me know when you book a flight and I'll get a car service to pick you up. Olivia, it's Gloria. Merry Christmas. Scott told me your grandmother is okay. Thank God for that. She didn't even pause, but continued right on to business. I was hoping you could draw up some papers from Minnesota. She thought about her computer back at the farm. Olivia, it's Dad. He wasn't calling with Christmas greetings. Give me a call when you can. Glad to hear Maggie's okay. She hit her head against the headrest. Do you mind turning around? Jessie looked confused. You want to turn around? She nodded. I need to go back and get my computer. It can't wait? She looked out the windshield, out at the snowy landscape. Through the trees, she could see the flowing river waters. She let out a long, heavy sigh. No, it can't. She didn't want to sound selfish. Maggie came first, but it was always about timing in Olivia's life. Nothing ever seemed to work out. What's so important? My firm is representing Senator Olmsted. And that's so important on Christmas? He may have taken millions of dollars in bribes. Jessie pulled over, checking over his shoulder before doing a U-turn and heading back home. Thanks, she said, scrolling through her texts. So, you're a criminal defense attorney? She shook her head. I can represent you in a criminal case, but I specialize in public matters and government policy. He looked confused, then shrugged. I always thought you'd be one of those civil rights lawyers, working for the ACLU or something. Not crooks, in other words, she said defensively. I'm not judging. He held up his hands quickly before grabbing back the wheel. I just remember you always talking about saving the world. She had. She'd wanted to represent people who didn't have a voice in the American justice system. I guess I needed a job. But had she, really? When she interned in Washington, her childhood dreams of using law to empower people slowly faded away in the rush of Washington powerhouses. I get it. She knew he really didn't get it. He'd left his career because of his integrity. But typical Jessie, he never judged. He empathized. Even with a bratty teenage girlfriend who couldn't get over her parents' divorce, even with a selfish college student, and an even bigger jerk of an adult who only gave him a hard time for living his life. I'm sorry I've been such a brat. There, she'd said it. You're not a brat. She let out a laugh. So that's why you called me one? The other night? You're passionate. His gaze was straight ahead, just distant enough to make her wonder if she knew him anymore. It's what I always loved about you. His words made her breath catch in her throat. Remember the last time we went to the hospital? He asked. She rubbed the scar above her eyebrow. I'll never forget. It had been the spring formal, their first official date. When the accident happened, she remembered being so glad to be with Jesse. He immediately took charge, taking care of her, calling the ambulance, making sure she was all right. She had fallen in love with him that night. They rode in silence the rest of the way back to the farm. "I'll be right back," she said, as she jumped out of the truck. He nodded, but kept his focus out the windshield. Something had changed between them. She didn't know just what it was, but she felt it. Chapter 7. "You should stay another night," Georgie said, exasperated, as she stood next to Maggie's hospital bed. Maggie stood up, fully clothed, all packed and ready to go. "I'm going home, Georgie. I've already missed Christmas Eve. Don't let me miss Christmas Day, too." "We could celebrate here," Olivia said, looking around the small hospital room that overlooked Lily Lake. She sat in the nurse's swivel chair, wondering who was going to win this fight. Maggie shook her head. "I'm going home." The doctor seemed amused. "Mrs. Gunderson, your mother should be fine, but if she begins to notice any symptoms like dizziness, blurred vision, or nausea, then she should go directly to the ER. "What's one night?" Georgie said. Maggie's face turned bright red, and she shouted, "It's one less Christmas I have with my family." Everyone in the room stood in shock. Maggie almost never raised her voice. She held Georgie's eyes, pushed a lock of hair away from her face, and sat in the wheelchair with her head held high. "I'd like to go home." All three sisters looked at one another. Olivia felt like a kid again, waiting for the women in the family to make the decision. But Georgie didn't say anything. She just threw up her hands and stepped out of the way. "I can bring you down to the truck," Olivia said, stepping behind the wheelchair. "Thank you, Olivia." Maggie adjusted in her seat, looking away from her daughters. All of them too stubborn for their own good, Olivia thought, as the three followed behind. "Sam's doing dinner, I suppose?" Maggie asked Olivia as the nurse opened the door for them. "Yup, up at the ranch." "Let's open presents when we get home." Maggie patted Olivia's hand as she walked her down the hall. Annie hit the elevator button, and all 5 Boudreaux women stood waiting. "Are you Annie Boudreaux?" the nurse said, pointing her finger at Olivia's semi-famous aunt. "You sang that song called Girl Broken, right?" Annie nodded. "That's so cool." She took out her phone. "Do you mind if I take a picture for my mom?" Annie smiled. Olivia could tell it wasn't the time or the place in Annie's eyes, but show business never quit. "Sure." The ride home was quiet. Georgie and Maggie sat up front, but neither one of them spoke. Olivia wondered if she had missed something when she went back to the farm for the night. When she'd left the hospital, everyone was praising God for saving Maggie, but now it was as if they all wanted to murder each other. "Oh, I forgot to show you." Olivia dug out the horseshoe necklace from underneath her sweater. "Look what Jessie found." "It's your horseshoe necklace." Maggie adjusted her glasses, pulling the pendant closer to study it. Olivia pointed to the missing diamond. "It's the same one. He found it out on the prairie." "He's a true gentleman," she said. "Reminds me of your grandpa, actually. Hard-working, honest, trustworthy." Olivia almost told them about riding with him, but stopped herself. It didn't feel right. The rest of the way home, she just looked out at the prairie passing by, golden stalks poking out of the snow. She wondered what Scott's characteristics would be in Maggie's eyes. She decided she didn't want to ask. Jesse should have gone to the farmhouse to check in on Maggie. It was the right thing to do. Instead, he hid out in the barn. The one day he could go and do anything, he was stuck in a studio apartment with no television. He should have bought the TV when he was thinking about it, or taken the one his dad had offered. Usually he'd grab a Louis L'Amour, get lost in the West, but his mind was so cluttered with thoughts he couldn't focus. He looked in the fridge for nothing in particular, thinking about everything and nothing. Well, that wasn't true. He thought about Olivia and how Julia had texted all morning. He thought about how he was invited to his uncle's place for Christmas dinner. "Merry Christmas," he mumbled to himself as he thought about grabbing a beer. Ryan would freak if he showed up for the opening of presents, smelling like booze. Speak of the devil. He answered his phone. Jesse. "Hey, Dad," he said, still looking at the beer. "You have to help me." "With what?" He could hear his younger brothers screaming and yelling in the background. "Rosie's going to kill me." Ryan looked out at the farmhouse. All the Boudreaux women were still inside. What happened this time? Ryan had no idea what to do when he was alone with all 4 boys. "They opened all of the presents," Ryan sounded frightened. "You have to help me wrap them back up before Rosie comes home." Jesse laughed, looking over at the farmhouse. "I'm coming." Olivia would want out of there. The 3 sisters were hovering over Maggie, who wanted none of it. From what he'd gathered at the hospital, she was fit to be tied over the pampering. "I'm not a child, Rosie," Maggie had hissed when Rosie held a straw in front of Maggie's lips. He texted Olivia. Before he reached his truck, she was at the passenger door, holding a casserole dish. He ran around to her side, unlocking the door and opening it for her. "I could have gotten my door," she said, rolling her eyes. "I know." He got in and started the engine, hoping the heat would kick in quickly. He rubbed his hands together, blowing on them. "Thank goodness for little boys," she said, her frosty breath filling the cab. He let out a chuckle. "I'm thinking Ryan wishes he had 4 girls right about now." "But girls turn into them." She pointed to the farmhouse. "They haven't stopped arguing about what is going to happen with Nana since we left the hospital. My mom thinks she shouldn't live alone anymore." She shrugged. "And that didn't go over well with Nana." Jesse could not picture Maggie being dependent on anyone. She took care of all the animals and never seemed to be bothered by her age or the amount of work. "I could help out, pitch in, you know." "That's really nice, but it's more that they're worried about her being alone if anything should happen. If Scott and I hadn't been there, no one might have found her for hours." He understood both viewpoints. He thought about Maggie living alone in that big farmhouse. What if she fell and couldn't get to a phone or had another stroke, like Georgie feared? Living above the barn wouldn't be helpful. He headed down the driveway and turned left, toward his folks' place. "Maybe I could move in." "You want to live with my grandmother?" Olivia shook her head. "They're just worried about her. Things will cool down. Besides, I don't think you want to tell a woman like Julia that you're living with on Old Lady." He wound down through the hills on the far side of Broken Eagle Ranch, Ryan and Rosie's part of the land. They jumped out as Ryan greeted them with Evan, who had snot running from his nose, on his hip. "Thank goodness you brought Olivia." He steered her inside and she took Evan from his arms. "Hey, buddy, you look sad." "Daddy's making me wrap my Christmas present in the box again," he wailed out. "Just until Mommy comes home." "I want my Nerf gun." "It's okay, you'll get it back. You just have to be patient." Ryan put his hand on his head, and all 3 looked out at the great room. Every inch of the floor was covered in torn wrapping paper. "She's going to kill you," Olivia said, putting Evan down and wading through the mess. Baby Cooper sat in the middle of the chaos, chewing on a cardboard box. Jesse laughed and nodded. "Seriously. You guys have to help me." Ryan looked at the tree. "I promised her we wouldn't open the presents until she came back from the hospital." He grabbed a trash bag, already half full. "I just went outside with the dogs. They're a bunch of animals." Jesse watched Olivia take over. "Connor, James, Evan, go grab the trash bags. I want you to pick up every single piece of paper you see. The one with the most paper gets a chocolate brownie." In the morning? Connor yelled back at her. How much sugar did they already have? She asked Ryan, as the boys jumped up and down. Ryan rubbed his face. They've had 1,000,000 chocolate chip pancakes. Come on, she said to them. Let's go. The 3 oldest boys ran to the kitchen, sliding over the floor to the supply cabinet. Within seconds, they were racing around the house, frantically cleaning up. Good job, she cheered as Cooper started to toddle around with them. She pointed to the pile of wrapping paper on the coffee table. Now grab a roll and start wrapping. She looked at Jessie and Ryan. Come on. She grabbed a box and stuffed the matching toy inside, taped it up, and handed it to Jessie. How do you even wrap? He picked up a pair of scissors and looked at the mess. You just need to fold straight. She passed him a green and red striped roll. She grabbed another box with its toy and started wrapping efficiently, getting through 3 before he finished his first, all while encouraging the kids to find even more paper and pick up the kitchen. When everything was clean and most of the presents rewrapped, Olivia let the boys all have a dessert. What do you say to your cousin Olivia? Ryan said, passing out glasses of milk. Thank you, the 3 said in chorus. Thank you, Cooper mimicked, his cheeks smeared with chocolate. From the garage they heard Rosie approaching. Her eyes went wide as she saw all the kids stuffing their faces with brownies. What happened? She asked. Everyone froze as she walked through the kitchen into the living room. What's this? We tried wrapping everything back up. I missed Christmas? Olivia heard her aunt say, sadness in her voice. I tried to keep them away from the presents, but the minute you stepped out of this house, they turned into gremlins. Ryan sounded exhausted. Olivia looked at Jessie, who looked back at her and smirked. Olivia covered her mouth as she giggled, picking up the empty plates as the boys ran out to the living room. Can we open the presents again? I want to open mine first. Okay, Rosie said. Go get your brother and cousin and I'll make some hot cocoa. Yay. He wished the feeling of nostalgia would go away, but it only grew stronger the more he was around Olivia. As he watched her look down at her vibrating phone, he could see Scott's name on the screen, but she pressed a button instead of picking up. Was she still feeling as awkward about everything as before? Or was she feeling that bittersweet feeling too? They decided to have Phil give a private sermon at Annie and Luke's place instead of having everyone go to the evening service at the church. Olivia went back to change at the farmhouse and found Georgie putting clothes into the dresser in her old room. You moving in? She half joked, half asked. For the time being. Georgie lifted her eyebrows. You helped Ryan, I heard. That was nice. They destroyed that house. Georgie was changing the subject, but Olivia understood. With the dark circles around her mother's eyes, she could tell she hadn't slept. Everyone had been scared, but Olivia had never seen her mother so frightened in her life. She's going to be okay, Olivia said, touching Georgie's arm. She should have someone here making sure. Georgie wasn't going to bend. What if she'd been alone? She could get one of those buttons, you know? Those ones that you hit when you fall. Georgie gave her a look. What if she doesn't know how, or if she can't? It was true. Maggie had been confused and unable to do anything for herself at that critical moment. Her phone buzzed again, and again it was Scott. She ignored it. Go and talk to Scott. Georgie nodded at the phone. Wish him a Merry Christmas. She looked down and then answered it. Hey. How's it going? He sounded like he was walking outside, car horns and city sounds in the background. Where are you? She asked, and headed into her room. I'm headed downtown to Senator Connolly's Christmas party. She could hear people in the background. Did you see Olmsted's speech? The PR firm that worked with her law office had been working on it since he'd retained them. Yes, I did. Gloria's assistant had sent dozens of cases so she could review them to find legal precedents. He's screwed, Scott laughed. I'm calling Patrick right after this to congratulate him on his win. Patrick was the district attorney trying the case. He was rooting for Olivia's firm to lose. Don't go jinxing yourself. Well, it's just a very Merry Christmas. She almost felt a tinge of hurt. He didn't seem at all disappointed that he was missing Christmas with her. So much had happened in the last 24 hours. Her life felt completely different. Yet Scott sounded as though nothing was wrong, even though they were thousands of miles apart. I just wanted to tell you I love you, and to have a Merry Christmas. She played with the necklace, wondering if she was just making things up in her head. It wouldn't be the first time she'd overthought a relationship to the point of ruining everything. I love you too, she said, but she didn't necessarily know what she was feeling. Whatever it was, she wasn't sure if it was love. No. She dropped her phone on the dresser and looked at herself in the mirror. Where was the girl who'd lived in this room a decade ago? She picked up her phone, dialing her assistant's number, but hanging up before it rang. Once she called in, she'd have to commit to going back to the new Olivia, the one who didn't fit in on a country farm, who mingled at sleek parties at Christmas time, rather than in the living room with family, the one her little cousins didn't know, the one who'd had every happiness in front of her, but left anyways. Sam arrived with a suitcase as Maggie sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea. Are we ever going to open presents? She asked Sam as he headed toward the back stairs. I just do what I'm told. Sam looked uncomfortable holding the luggage as Maggie huffed out a loud sigh. We should open them when we get back from Aunt Annie's. I thought we were going to the ranch. A look of pain pricked her grandmother's eyes. No one told me plans had changed. We did tell you, Georgie said, coming down the stairs. You were too busy arguing with me to listen. I don't need a babysitter. You had a stroke, Georgie said. Olivia shot a look at Sam, who looked back at her, probably thinking the same thing she was. Neither of them wanted to get involved. We should get going. Olivia clapped her hands together. She went to the tree and grabbed some of the gifts she'd brought for the kids. Ready? She asked. Maggie shoved her teacup away and stood. I'm riding with Olivia. I don't have a car, she said. Maggie walked to the coat closet and grabbed a set of keys from the keyboard. You can take mine. Sam helped put on Maggie's jacket and held her arm as he walked her to the passenger's side of the station wagon. He tried to grab the seatbelt for her, but she slapped his hand away. I may have had a stroke, but I know how to fasten my own seatbelt. Yes, Maggie, I know. He gave a sympathetic smile. Sorry. Want to go to Lumberjack's and get a drink? Olivia joked, knowing full well that Maggie had never stepped inside the bar. Maggie let out a little chuckle. Honey, if it weren't closed, I'd seriously think about it. Georgie and Sam stood outside her Aunt Annie's house, waiting for them. As Georgie hovered over Maggie, Olivia followed behind, arms full of presents, wishing she had something for Jesse as she noticed his truck parked outside. When she stepped inside, she peeked around the room and saw him, with Julia standing beside him. The two were lost in conversation again. He seemed to be laughing at something she was saying. As she watched them interact, with the whole family together, she realized her presence made no difference at all to the dynamics. The scene in front of her wouldn't change whether she was there or not. She walked into the other room, no one noticing her at all. All right, everyone, let's all gather in the living room, Annie shouted out, grabbing one of the boys as he tried to run past her. Grandpa Phil's going to start his sermon. Pastor Phil stood next to his grandsons, Gavin and Chase, who stood side by side. Annie started playing the piano, as Luke strummed the guitar next to her on the piano bench. The boys began to sing Silent Night. Everyone in the room quieted down, even Julia, who shushed Jesse's laughter. Olivia waited until the song was over before she slipped out, right as Pastor Phil started his sermon. She quietly opened the back door and stepped onto the screen porch. Her phone buzzed, as if knowing she no longer had an excuse not to answer. "Liv, you need to get back. You're missing everything." Chelsea's voice was urgent. Olivia looked back through the window at her whole family, carrying on as usual. Then she saw Julia reach out to take Jesse's hand. "Book me a flight out, first thing tomorrow morning." She'd leave, and no one would notice a thing. Chapter 8. It was almost as if she had never gone to Prairie Valley. She'd wake up and go to meet Scott at the gym. They'd do a spin class, and he'd talk about the previous day as the trainer yelled into his microphone. They'd shower, grab a bite and a coffee, and head off to the metro, off to work in separate directions. "I'm so glad you're back," Chelsea said on the day she returned. "Garrett has been like a weasel, sniffing around Gloria. He knows this is your case." He did know, because Gloria had said as much at their meeting the night before. "Olivia, I want you to see if you can get any endorsements from inside the Capitol. You should talk to your dad." This was why she'd been picked. Gloria had no problem with nepotism. Garrett glared at her, and for a split second, Olivia wished she didn't have the connection. Even without it, she'd be the right choice. She knew the building inside and out. Every congressman, every senator, how they voted, what they supported, even without her father being one of them, or her boyfriend. Olivia knew politics. She could read people and follow their moves without actually knowing them. Senator Goldberg worked with Olmsted on the Energy Committee. I sent the press to his office. "That's perfect." Gloria snapped her fingers at her assistant. "Deborah, call Channel 6 and talk to Mark." "The justice system will prevail and prove my innocence," he read from Olivia's notes. "I will not stop working for the American people." She had asked Gloria if she should recuse herself from working on the case. The idea of handing over the case to Garrett made her want to puke, but Gloria didn't seem at all fazed that her boyfriend was gunning for her client's job. "Washington's a small town, Olivia." Gloria waved off her concern as they hurried down the hall. "You of all people should know this." Gloria took off with her assistant, talking on the phone, barking orders. Olivia looked around the office, and Washington suddenly seemed too big and too strange. Everyone was out to get one another. No one was safe. Would her friends, or at least her allies in the office, pounce at the chance to throw her out of their way as they struggled toward the top? "Olivia!" Chelsea waved from behind her cubicle wall. "You have a package." She held up a brown paper envelope with a handwritten address. There was no return address. Then she recognized the handwriting. She covered her mouth. "Who's it from?" Chelsea stood up, trying to get in on the secret. "It's from back home." She swiped it out of Chelsea's hand and took off down the hall toward her office. "Gloria also wants you at the Sinclair meeting at 2. "Sinclair?" Mitch Sinclair held Washington in the palm of his hand, a huge client, if not the most prestigious. He owned the largest energy company in the Midwest. "She wants you to sit in." Chelsea handed her a file of newly copied papers. This was big. "She wants me to just sit in?" "Yep." Chelsea's eyebrows lifted. "So who's the package from?" "Get me everything there is about Sinclair over the past 5 years." Chelsea rolled her eyes and grabbed a notepad, jotting down notes. Olivia didn't have time to talk about secret deliveries. "Find out where he spends his money, time, and if he's involved in any charities." Olivia could feel her chest almost bursting with excitement. This was it. This was exactly the chance she was waiting for. And Garrett was going to lose it when she took his client away from him this time. It was 9 before she left the office, 10 when she actually walked through her apartment door in Alexandria, and 11 when she remembered the small package. She pulled it out of her briefcase, sitting in her pajamas with a glass of Merlot. She didn't know why she felt weird about opening it, but as she slowly pulled the tape, her hand brushed the necklace, wondering if her guess was right. She opened the envelope and peeked inside. Cornhuskers? She recognized the book immediately. She opened the front cover, and a letter fell out. She pulled out the folded piece of paper. Jessie had written, "I couldn't send the sunrise, but I could send the smell." And it was true. The musty scent of old dust mixed with toasted hay wafted up from the book. She leafed through the pages, and when she got to the middle, she shoved her nose in the crease, taking in a deep breath. The barn. The glare from the bright sun made the freezing temperatures miserable as they drove the cows back to the main pasture. The day had been long and grated at him. Jessie had never heard back from Olivia, and he wasn't sure how to take that. Yes, it was only a book, but at the same time, it was more than that. It was an olive branch. That moment at the Four Corners with Olivia before she went back to Washington, he'd felt something, and he knew she felt it too. But she had Scott and Washington. He had no career, lived above a barn, and his only friends were 4 little boys under 10. He didn't stick around the barn like he usually did, talking to his father and uncle. Instead, he wanted to get home and be alone. But when he pulled up next to the barn, Julia stood by his door. Unlike Olivia, Julia made it very clear she didn't want to be just friends. She held up a gift bag and said, "I forgot to give you your Christmas present." "Come up," he said, letting her inside first. When she handed him the gift, he looked inside and pulled out a candle. Like something you'd find in a gift shop, to give to a stranger. "Thanks," he said, wondering what he'd do with it. She giggled as he set it on the small round table. "That's not your gift. That was a joke." She handed him another wrapped package. "This is." He pulled the paper off and found a collection of DVD classic Western Roundup movies. "Wow, the Texas Ranger. This is really thoughtful, but I don't have anything for you, and I feel terrible." "Not that thoughtful, since you don't even have a television." She laughed and put her hand on his. "Anyways, I should leave you be." She didn't move toward the door, though. He wondered what she was waiting for. Julia was nice. "What are you doing tonight?" She tilted her head, flashing her long eyelashes at him. "Watching some old westerns." All night long she studied the book. She turned every page, examined everything. Sentences and paragraphs were underlined, sometimes with pencil, sometimes with ink. She had seen it so many times, sitting among the old farming books her grandfather had collected. It was the most precious gift anyone had ever given her. 2 for 2 for Jessie. No one understood her better. She wanted to call him right then and there. But why? He had moved on. This was just a gift to a friend. And Olivia couldn't be just friends. That day at the Four Corners, when she'd almost jumped off midnight and into his arms, had told her as much. No, being friends, watching him with another woman, even someone as nice as Julia, wouldn't ever feel right. Escaping back to Washington hadn't stopped her from thinking about him constantly, like she'd hoped it would. She couldn't stop wondering if Julia was sitting in the barn with Jessie, riding her horse, being with her family, living her life. "Olivia!" Gloria plowed toward her office. "It's time to meet with Sinclair." Olivia was ready to go. She had studied everything there was to know about Mitch Sinclair. The oil tycoon was from North Dakota and owner of the largest refinery outside of Texas. His net worth had made the Forbes top earners for the past 6 years. He was also happily married, had many sons, and went to church every Sunday. "I want to drill," he said, as his assistant showed a slide on the projector. He leaned back in his chair, pointing at the screen. There. A laser pointer drew circles around a blue lake. Olivia sat too far from the screen to read the writing, but she knew where the land was, near the Missouri River. Gloria gave Olivia the nod to go ahead with their presentation. She switched Sinclair's computer with her own. She had Chelsea passing out the glossy folders containing her research into expanding the pipeline. "Gentlemen," she said to his team, "as of right now, federal law allows drilling at a minimum of 3 feet below the natural bottom of the lake. However, the local government and the native tribes are using the 1936 federal treaty to invoke their inherent sovereign powers to counter with a 6-foot setback." She changed the slide. Though in 2016, a Washington ruling by Judge Cooper noted that the threshold question was whether the local government and the tribes had the authority to pass the 6-foot drilling law. Sinclair nodded. Exactly. She switched to another slide with another ruling. In 2018, another judge, also from the federal courts, ruled in favor of keeping matters in local district courts. Sinclair slapped the table. "It seems like a no-brainer if you ask me. This will bring jobs, more money to the state's economy, including to the native tribes." Gloria smiled at Olivia. "We'll argue that drilling is a local matter, and local districts should mean local decisions." "This is the one you were talking about?" Sinclair eyed her. "Yes, this is Olivia Meyer." Gloria folded her hands on the conference table. Olivia could feel her excitement building. "Your father is a junior member for the Department of the Interior?" Her excitement sank like an anvil in a disputed lake when she remembered why she was picked to present the findings. Gloria didn't want her brilliance. She wanted her connection to Nathan Meyer. Garrett snickered from his corner of the table. Sinclair closed the folder before she could say anything and turned his attention to Gloria. "I trust you'll be able to keep this case in North Dakota." "Yes, and we'll send our very own Midwesterner to start laying down the foundations to beat this filing." Sinclair pounded the table as he got up, pushing back his chair. As he walked out of the boardroom in his tailored 3-piece suit, she noticed the shiny black leather cowboy boots. He looked nothing like a real cowboy, more like JR from Dallas. He passed her by as she held out her hand, but took Gloria's, holding it in both of his. "You did good, Gloria." He left without another word. "Pack your bags, Minnesota," Gloria said. "Why?" Gloria picked up her leather portfolio with the firm's name engraved into the cover. "I need you to go to North Dakota." Chapter 9. "You should be excited about this opportunity." Scott reclined on the bed, typing on his phone, and she had never wanted so badly to rip it out of his hand and smash it into her mirror. He didn't understand. "Gloria's using me." "This is Washington." He shrugged, as if she should have expected it. "Everyone uses everyone." Ugh. She was packing for a business trip without knowing how long it would last, staying in the middle of nowhere in North Dakota at some random Airbnb she'd found online, and doing Gloria's dirty work for a jerk like Sinclair. It could take weeks or months. Some high-profile cases took years of back and forth. But if she didn't go, she'd lose her job. It was that simple. All that time and work she'd put into impressing Gloria, and it meant nothing. "Wow, I thought you would understand." She zipped up her suitcase, thinking back to when she'd first met Scott. Her father introduced him as one of the good ones in Washington. But was he just like everyone else? When she first interned at Gloria's firm, it was known for winning cases surrounding policies Olivia stood behind. Now she was representing crooks and big oil on Wall Street, people who had no business being treated like locals in the district courts. Does it matter how you get there? He stood up and put his hands on her shoulders. This kind of case will be all over the news. There will be protests, media coverage, and high-powered government watching from D.C. You can finally make a name of your own. He squeezed her shoulders. Let me drive you to the airport. She shook her head as her phone buzzed with the notification that her car had arrived. I should go. She dropped her luggage to the floor, dragging it down the hallway to the door. She turned around and asked, Are you even going to want to come and visit me? He made a face, wrapped his arms around her, and kissed the top of her head. Olivia, of course I'll come and see you. What if I'm there forever? He chuckled. You're not going to be there forever. Are you going to miss me? She thought about all the events and fundraisers he would attend without her. Would Gloria? How many meetings would Garrett be included in without her? He cupped her chin in his hands and kissed her softly on the lips. I'm going to miss you terribly. But something caught his attention, and his forehead wrinkled as he looked down at her throat. What? She asked as she swiped at her neck. Is there something on my collar? No. His fingers brushed her necklace. Your horseshoe is missing a diamond. She touched it. She almost forgot she had it on. She had worn the necklace for years before it fell off one day riding with Jesse. The same day he had confessed that he wanted to get married. When she realized she had lost it, she saw it as a sign. Her good luck had gone. And like an omen, she and Jesse had started to fight more than they got along. He wanted to sit on the phone and talk for hours, while she wanted to live college life. He wanted to settle and get serious, and she wanted to be free. She fiddled with the horseshoe, running her thumb over the empty space where a diamond should be. Let me help you to the car, he said, picking up her luggage. He carried it out to the Uber and opened the door for her. I'm really going to miss you, he said, but she doubted him. As soon as she got in, his face was lit up by his phone's screen. He didn't even see her wave goodbye. She hit her head on the back of the seat when her phone rang. She guessed it was Scott, but when she looked down, she saw it was her father. Hi, Daddy, she said into the phone. She couldn't believe this was her life. Streetlights blurred past her as the car drove toward the airport. I just heard through the grapevine that you are lead attorney in the Sinclair case. He was in a room full of people talking, an event most likely. She wondered if her whole career was really just about nepotism. He's a real son of a... Daddy, how do you know Mitch Sinclair? Mitch Sinclair pitched his pipeline when Enfield came through Minnesota before they went bankrupt and deserted the pipes. She had forgotten the connection, but she remembered it had been a big talking point for his campaign. All the empty promises made by big business that never panned out. They promised revenues from taxes, that the drilling and site work would bring lots of local jobs, and there wouldn't be much environmental damage. It all turned out to be lies, and it all blew up in the face of the former governor, securing Nathan Meyer the election. Her phone buzzed with a reminder of her flight to North Dakota, along with a few texts from Chelsea. Then panic hit her when she thought she'd forgotten to pack the book. She grabbed her carry-on, looked inside, and saw it there, wrapped in plastic. If she was going back to the Midwest, she was going back to Prairie Valley, and once and for all, get everything out in the open with Jesse. What did the book mean? Had he moved on? Could they ever be friends? Should they just leave each other alone? So many questions flooded her mind, and then there was Scott. A great guy waiting for her as she went off to North Dakota. History had proved that she and Jesse just didn't work. Why wasn't she willing to let it go? When the Uber pulled up to the departures gate, she knew what she had to do before she made Scott wait any longer for her. The minute she entered Ronald Reagan Airport, She went straight to the ticket counter. "I'd like to change my flight, please." Jesse prepped as much as he could before Julia arrived. "You're making me filet mignon?" "With Brussels sprouts." He had tossed them with diced bacon, and they were now roasting in the oven. "And mashed potatoes." "Mashed potatoes?" Julia leaned against the counter, watching him with her bottle of beer. "I added some special ingredients." She said, over the rim of her bottle. "So, you like to cook?" "I have a few meals I know how to prepare." "I hate to cook, but my mother always said I'd never fetch a husband without knowing how to boil some water." "You seem to know what you were doing on Christmas Eve." She shrugged. "I can make pasta and roasted chicken." "Sounds like you filled the criteria for being wife material." She laughed. "Not yet." There was an awkward silence. "Have you talked to Olivia?" Julia had been dropping a lot of hints about Olivia. At first, it had seemed innocent. "You always date girls with an IA at the end of their name." "How long did you guys date after high school?" Then there were the hard questions, like at dinner that night. The filet had been perfect, the mashed potatoes smooth and creamy, and when she finished dinner, she asked, "Do you still love her?" "Yes," he said truthfully, waiting for a reaction, but it was as if Julia already knew the answer. "Do you think you'd ever get back together?" "No." She leaned on her elbows, resting her chin on her folded hands. She narrowed her eyes. "I always thought Olivia was a fool to let you go." The admission made him question everything. Why was he holding on to something that clearly was not there? "Why don't you stay, and we can watch some of those movies?" Julia smiled. "I'd love that." He popped the DVD into the new player he'd bought, along with a television, that afternoon. When the movie started and the Texas Rangers appeared on the screen, Julia leaned into his chest, curling her feet under her. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, feeling good to be holding a woman again. Then he heard the barking. Maggie's dogs were going off the rails. He stretched his neck to peek out the window, noticing a black SUV pulling into the driveway. Was everything okay with Maggie? "Who'd be coming over at 11:30? He stood up, leaving Julia on the couch. His jaw dropped when he saw her standing in the driveway, looking up at him. Olivia had read the book throughout her flight. She soon realized the difference between the pencil marks and the pen. The ink was her grandfather's notes and underlines, and the pencil was Jesse's. The two had very similar taste, underlining some of the same verses of poetry. Jesse was the one who added the doodles of grasses and wild roses, and prairie birds stretching out their wings, and horses. He drew horses running through fields on the top margins, horses jumping fences, and horses resting for a drink of water at the stream, their stream. What did the book mean? This wasn't just an offhand gift. This was something he'd spent hours on, just reading the book alone, not to mention all the time it had taken him to draw those pictures. It was too grand a gesture not to mean something. "There's no need to get an Uber. I'll just come and pick you up," Georgie said into the phone. "Mom, it's a 4-hour drive back and forth. I can just get a ride." She needed time to think. What she was doing was ridiculous. She should have just flown straight to Bismarck. Now she had a 2-hour drive ahead, just to wake up in 5 hours to drive 2 hours back to the airport, to then fly to North Dakota. "Why are you doing this again?" Georgie asked when Olivia explained her short visit. She didn't understand. Not that Olivia really did, either. "I want to see you and Nana," she lied. When the driver pulled onto Quail Ridge Road, she could feel her palms sweating up her gloves. There were lights on in the barn, in the apartment. She leaned forward, handing money to the driver as he pulled into the driveway. "Thanks," she said, opening up the back door almost before the vehicle came to a complete stop. She looked up to the window above the barn. Her grandmother's dogs were barking as the driver got out and opened the back hatch for her luggage. She almost waved when she saw Jessie come to the window, but stopped just in time as Julia poked her head out from behind him, looking down at her in the driveway. She finally knew how their story would end. Jessie had moved on. Chapter 10. Olivia didn't even wave. She spun on her heel, walked to the farmhouse, and went inside. "Why is Olivia here?" Julia asked. "I don't know." He squinted to get a better look inside the house. He couldn't see much through the curtains, but he could tell everyone was up to greet her. She hadn't even told him she was coming. She didn't even bother to wave hello or look at him. He guessed he had his answer, right there. "Do you want to keep watching the movie?" Julia asked. He didn't. He wanted to run over there and ask what her problem was. Why she had such contempt for him, even after all these years. But what was the point? "Sure." They got back on the couch, and Julia snuggled up against him as she had before, but he was tense and uneasy. He wrapped his arm around her, but he couldn't get comfortable, shifting restlessly throughout the movie. When the credits rolled, he looked down to a sleeping Julia, and guilt flooded him that his mind had been stuck on Olivia, when here was a nice woman who wanted to be with him. He rubbed her shoulder softly, gently waking her. "Hey, the movie's over." She rubbed her eyes, then got up, stretching out a yawn. "I didn't even realize I fell asleep." He smiled, tucking away a loose strand of hair from her face, and she leaned forward, closing her eyes. He leaned over, took her cheek in the palm of his hand, and kissed her. "Why, Jessie Gunderson, I think I might be falling for you." She didn't wait for a response, but grabbed her purse and coat. "I should head home before I do something I'll regret later." She gave him a little wink and pulled up the zipper on her coat. "You sure you can make it home okay?" She hadn't had more than a glass of wine, but she was so tired, he didn't want her to fall asleep at the wheel. "I'm fine." He grabbed his own coat and walked her out to her car. She had turned it on with her automatic ignition, and he wondered if the whole house could hear them. The lights were still on in the living room. Julia kissed him on the cheek and got into the car as he opened the door for her. He waved and stood watching as the car disappeared down the road. He glanced quickly toward the farmhouse, hoping to catch a glimpse of what was happening inside. But there was no movement, no flashes of light from a television, only stillness. He'd sent his heart to her in a book, and she'd said nothing. So what? He needed to just let it go. Things with Julia were great. She was great. They got along great. Maybe he was a glutton for punishment? When the frost had bit him long enough, he went inside the barn and back up to the apartment. He was going to let go of Olivia once and for all. She left before the rooster crowed, hardly enough time to actually sit and visit with anyone, but she slept next to Maggie, like she had sometimes when she was a teenager. "Do you even have enough room?" Maggie asked, as she sat down on the bed, rubbing cream on her face and neck. "I should have taken a day off," Olivia mumbled, propping up the pillows as she lay down. She could hear her mother and Sam's voices murmuring in the room across the hall. "Any visit from you is a good visit." Maggie stuck her legs under the covers, feet still clad in wool socks, and tucked herself in. "How's it going with the babysitters?" Something seemed off. Maybe she hadn't noticed at Christmas, with Scott taking her attention, but Maggie wasn't herself, and it worried her. Maggie kept rubbing her arms, not answering, making Olivia regret asking. But then she hissed, "They won't give me any space." "Oh?" Olivia couldn't believe that Maggie was confiding in her. Remember after the accident in high school? Maggie nodded. She wouldn't leave me alone. I can't pass gas without your mother asking me what I ate. Olivia let out a laugh. Shush! Maggie put her finger up to her lips. You're going to get us in trouble. Olivia heard a creak come from her mother's room. You should come with me to North Dakota. Maggie turned off the bedside lamp. The last thing you need is a geriatric roommate. Who you calling geriatric? Olivia teased, but something about the way Maggie sank under the covers and avoided her eyes pulled at her heart. Nana, they just care about you, that's all. I'm not done living my life. She folded her hands on her chest, and I know I'm lucky my children want to take care of me, but I'm not ready to be taken care of, not yet. It was true that her grandmother had had a stroke, and she understood her mother's concern, but Olivia also knew Maggie was right. The doctor said the stroke was mild, that she could go back to living her life as usual. The offer still stands. Maggie laughed. Maybe I'll pray about that too. Olivia set an alarm for 3 hours and turned off the light her grandfather had used for decades. Did Grandpa like to read? She asked in the dark. The book Jessie'd sent was still on her mind. Yes, that man loved to read. Olivia could hear the sorrow in her voice. He would have loved to see you grow up to be a big fancy attorney. Hardly big and fancy, she grumbled. More like a puppet and a gopher. You can't grow a crop if you don't go out into the fields and pull the weeds, Maggie said. I feel like they don't know my potential. Maggie turned and said, Show 'em then. They didn't sleep, and Georgie came in twice to tell them to keep it down. But when Olivia's alarm went off, the whole story of Jessie and the book and Julia peeking out from behind him in the window had been told. Well, you have quite the conundrum, Maggie said, confirming exactly what Olivia felt. What should I do? The Lord doesn't give these opportunities for you not to pay attention. Maggie patted her hand. Pay attention, and you'll find the answers. What did that even mean? She let Maggie sleep when she turned her alarm off, gathering her things in the dark room, noticing the lights still on in the barn. When she got downstairs and started the coffee maker, she heard her mother's footsteps coming down the back stairs. Good morning, she said in a whisper. Olivia nodded, her arms crossed against her chest. She waited for the inquisition about staying up all night talking, but her mother just came over and gave her a hug. Did you get any sleep? She asked, pulling 2 mugs out of the cabinet. Call your driver off. I'm taking you to the airport. Olivia shook her head. I can't. It's too late. I'd still have to pay the fee. I'll pay the fee, Georgie tisked. I want to do it. I want to drive with you. Olivia pulled her phone from her pocket and opened up her confirmation to cancel. Thanks. It'll be nice to spend some time together. Her mother rubbed her back. She had missed that warmth, that affection, the unbreakable love they had for each other. No one else in her life loved her like the women in her family. She'd never trusted that anyone else would stick around, including her dad. Before they left, Sam came downstairs and said his goodbyes. Their footsteps crunched in the snow as they walked to Georgie's truck. The leather seats were hard and cold as they waited for the car to warm up. I had to plug it in last night, Georgie said. Olivia was too busy watching the lights shutting off one by one above the barn and didn't hear what her mother said. Why don't you go and talk to him? Georgie asked. What? Why not? Her mother made it sound like it was so easy. He had a woman in his apartment last night. That's why. You live in Washington, D.C. What do you expect? Olivia looked out the other window at the farmhouse. Why don't you let your mother live her life and not treat her like a child? She could see the sting in her mother's eyes. Georgie let out a huff. Well, Isn't meddling what I do best, according to you and my mother? So you listened to our conversation? It was hard not to do, since you're right across the hall. Olivia didn't want to fight. I have Scott. Yes, there's Scott. Georgie shifted the truck into reverse. Putting her arm behind Olivia's headrest, she backed up and stopped, putting it into drive. And you're happy with Scott? As they drove past the barn, she looked into dark windows, wondering if the lights turning off may have been one of those signs Maggie was talking about. Jesse stood just far enough back that Olivia couldn't see him as she left with Georgie. When he headed outside to ride up to the ranch with Sam, his uncle shook his head. You didn't even bother stopping by? It was like an inquisition, rather than a question. Good morning. Jesse opened his door, getting ready for another one of his uncle's lectures. You send her a book with lines scribbled in the margins, but don't actually communicate with her when she's in town? How do you know all this? Jesse couldn't imagine his uncle sitting down for a heart-to-heart with his stepdaughter. Because I heard about it, all night long. Sam floored the truck out of the driveway and up the road to the ranch. She didn't communicate with me. So? So, she blows through town without a word. Doesn't tell me she's coming. Doesn't even bother to wave when she sees me. Look, I don't know what's going on with you and her, but... Sam stopped. But what? Jesse said defensively. He wasn't the bad guy here. He'd tried to make it right with the book, but she wanted nothing to do with him. Scott asked Nathan and Georgie for permission. Permission for what? Permission to marry their daughter. His stomach lurched into his throat. I guess that's that, then. Sam gave him a look. That's that, then? Look, if she can't bother to call or come up to say hello when she's only feet away from me, then that's that. Jesse was done with the conversation. When the morning duties were doled out, Jesse grabbed the chance to check fences on the snowmobile. All on his own, without someone breathing down his neck, asking him questions. By the time he rode back to the farm with Sam that evening, he had almost forgotten about Olivia altogether. That was, until she sent the text. Chapter 11. Olivia didn't know what she was thinking. Texting was like opening Pandora's box. There was no going back. All she wrote was, what does it mean? So vague, she could lie and say she was asking about a verse he'd underlined, or about a sketch scribbled beside the most beautiful prairie poetry she'd ever read. The land she loved so much, but escaped as soon as she could. First, she'd left for Dartmouth in Hanover. Jesse visited once, went to a frat party, almost decked a guy who was a something the third, and they stayed in her dorm fighting all weekend, then making up. Then she went to Brown, moved into a loft in Providence, and never heard from him again. Everything about Jesse was highs or lows, always extremes. For years she'd waited, wondering, thinking, and then one day she didn't think about him, and then the next day, and the one after that. She was so close to getting her heart on track. Now, after all that, she was right back to where she had been 10 years ago. And it was all her own doing. Every sign led her to the same conclusion. He wasn't available. He wasn't stuck in the past. He didn't know her now like he had back then, so she should have known he wouldn't text her back. The day after she sent it, she sat at the district court clerk's office in downtown Bismarck, waiting on the wooden bench, holding the affidavit she wanted to file. She was half an hour early, which she now learned meant waiting an extra 45 minutes for the clerk to show up. "Oh, you're here again," she said, as she saw Olivia sitting outside the office for the third day in a row. "Good morning. I have a motion?" "To file," the woman interrupted. Olivia glanced at her nameplate. "Thanks, Holly." She yawned and opened the door with a jingle of keys, turning on the lights as she went. "Grab a ticket." Olivia looked around the empty lobby. Right, sure. She disappeared into the back, and Olivia stood in the musty old room where thousands of North Dakotans did business of some sort. She stood in place as a man walked in, removing his baseball hat and grabbing a ticket. "Morning, Holly," the man called out. "Morning, Harold," she called back, returning to the glass. "How can I help you?" "Well, I heard there was a criminal charge filed against Mr. Halverson after last night's scuffle." Olivia wasn't sure what just happened, but she held up her ticket. "Excuse me." Holly made a face. "What?" "I'm number 7. Both Holly and Harold looked at his number 8 ticket. "Yes. That's before 8. I was about to get to you. We were just making conversation." Holly rolled her eyes. Olivia's collar warmed as the two snickered. "Ladies first," Harold flourished, the hand holding the ticket toward the counter. "Thanks," she said sheepishly. Holly smacked her gum, took the affidavit, and stamped it. "Have a nice day." Harold looked at her and asked, "Aren't you that fancy attorney from Washington?" The old man cocked his head as if examining an alien. "I guess that depends on your definition of fancy, but if you mean do I work for Mitch Sinclair, then yes." Holly gathered the papers and took Olivia's check. He handed her a business card. Harold Durant, Capitol reporter. "I've been reporting on the case for our local newspaper. I would be grateful for a statement." Olivia looked at the business card. The corners softened from being previously used or being stuck in a wallet too long. Nothing much to report, besides Sinclair Oil thinking the trial should stay local, because it's a local issue. He clicked his tongue. "So local that they hire a big fancy attorney to represent them, all the way from Washington?" She was about to come back with a remark when Holly handed over a receipt and practically moaned as she asked, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" "No, thank you." She looked at Harold, who moved closer to her window. "You really think you know more about what's going on here than us locals?" At first she thought he was joking, but when she realized he was serious, she shook her head and got out of the stuffy room as fast as she could. She stepped outside and the wind whipped across her face, snapping her scarf back. The sub-Arctic wind chill took her breath away. She ran to her car, pulling the scarf tighter around her neck, bracing her feet on the curb as the wind threatened to knock her over. She jumped inside her rental and turned the engine on. Her teeth chattered as she waited for the car to warm up. From inside her purse, her phone rang. "Good morning," she said to Scott. "I miss you." His voice echoed in the background, but she could hear others, too. "I miss you, too." She looked out at the empty streets of Bismarck. "Are you at the Capitol?" "Yes, we're in session all week." That's right. Washington life hadn't skipped a beat without her. Her absence probably didn't even cause a blip at her own firm. Even Chelsea took forever to call her back these past few days. What had she done to deserve this? "I think I can come home at the end of the month." She had taken into account how slowly the legal system seemed to work in the Midwest, not like Washington, where everything had to happen yesterday. "A month?" Scott sounded surprised. "I thought the trial would only take 2 weeks. Gloria has me doing all the last-minute stuff right now. Olivia needed to get going and meet Sinclair at the site with the research firm they had hired. The independent firm would hopefully disagree with the city and reservations guidelines for the dig." Her phone buzzed with an incoming call from her firm. "I have to take this call," she said to Scott. "Call me tonight." "I will," she said, then clicked over. "Hello?" "Olivia," Gloria said. "How's Bismarck?" The vents finally started blowing out some warm air. "Fine. I just filed the affidavit with the city clerk." "Great. Perfect?" Gloria paused, but only for a split second. I was hoping you could have a meet and greet with a local representative. What? Olivia had a million things she needed to do, and this was the last thing she had time for. Mr. Banks is eager to make some friends in Washington. There's a federal position up for grabs that he's been eyeing. Olivia's mouth soured. You want me to go to his office and introduce myself? He's expecting you, yes. Gloria had already arranged it. When? He's set an appointment aside this afternoon. She understood the idea that in Washington sometimes people scratched each other's backs in order to get what they wanted, but she had hoped, maybe naively, that the justice system didn't work that way. Right out of law school, she'd caught glimpses of shady dealings, but she'd ignored or downplayed it, as everyone else did. She did a favor for someone here, then someone else would do a favor for her, there. That was how it worked, but something felt very wrong, this time. When she arrived at Sinclair's office, she was greeted by Alan Testerman, one of the company's in-house attorneys. Olivia, welcome to Bismarck, he said, shaking her hand. Thank you, she said in return. I'm glad to be here. He gestured toward the hallway. Mitch is looking forward to hearing your plans for the case. Olivia was more than ready. She used the work to distract her thoughts from running over and over Jesse's book. She'd stayed up most of the night, just preparing for court. Olivia, Mitch Sinclair greeted her. Please, let me get you a drink. I'd love some water, she said, setting her briefcase in the chair, along with her down coat, scarf, hat, and mittens. She wished she'd had time to stop in the restroom. Her hair was probably sticking up to the ceiling. The air was so dry. Let's talk about the case. Mitch sat down among half a dozen or so men in suits, all hanging on his word. Olivia pulled out her documents, all compiled into a presentation on beautiful thick paper. She carried her laptop to the front of the room and plugged it in. By the time she reached the third slide, Olivia was in her element. She answered all of their questions with aplomb, though she felt a rush of anxiety and excitement flowing through her body. This looks great. Sinclair leaned back in his chair with his hands folded in front of him. Judge Dawson will be presiding over the case. He's been a longtime friend to businesses in North Dakota. Judge Dawson was considered an expert in this area of federal law, so it wasn't a surprise he'd be assigned to the case. Another reason that Sinclair wanted the case to stay in North Dakota. But Olivia looked at the man, trying to see beyond his words. The comment didn't sit well with her. Judges shouldn't be anyone's friend. We have plenty of time to run another survey on your current pipelines. She leaned on the table and pointed to the sheet he was looking at. If you show how safe your current pipelines are, we can help convince the court that it's not an environmental concern. At least, she hoped as much. Until she took on the case, she really hadn't been paying attention to the details. She'd known about it only peripherally. Sinclair wanted a pipeline that could be laid beneath Echo Lake, which sat between the local town and the reservation, and was the main source of drinking water for both. His justification for burying it at 3 feet instead of the mandatory 6 was that modern pipelines were safer as well as more efficient. In law school, her professors had told her it shouldn't matter whether she sided with the client or not. It was about the law, not her client's character. Yet, as she looked at her research, court cases ruling in favor of large-scale energy and industrial infrastructure developments while breaking treaties and sovereignty, she couldn't help but feel dirty. She was representing a man who only cared about profits, not people. Good work, Olivia, he said, getting up from his chair. I look forward to working with you. He left with a trail of assistants, leaving her alone with Testerman. She collected her things, and he walked her out. When do you sleep? She fake laughed. No time for sleep. He looked down at her left hand and her empty ring finger. Make sure you take care of yourself as well. He then started talking about his grandchildren. She plastered a smile on her face, but all she wanted to do was take out her phone and call Gloria. When he finally said goodbye, she hurried to her car. Ugh! She moaned at the reminder of her meeting with State Rep Banks. By the time she arrived at the State House, her car had just started to blow out warm air. She ran toward the building with the wind blowing her hood back. Inside, she was greeted by a state employee in the lobby and shown to his office. The empty space was dark and old. Worn old benches, elderly light fixtures, and decades-old window shades. The small, antiquated state house looked exactly the way she'd imagined. Did Bismarck allow the use of petty cash for decoration, like Washington? $40,000 was what a U.S. senator received to furnish their office. $40,000 was a good living wage in Bismarck. Her father didn't use any of it, but gave the money back for the optics. The people of Minnesota loved it. They loved him. Ah, Ms. Meyer. A middle-aged man came out of the office, his hand extended toward her. So, you're Nathan's daughter. Apparently, North Dakota loved him too. Yes, I am. Jesse barely slept after getting Olivia's text. He had been at Julia's place that night and cut out from watching a second movie, feigning exhaustion from riding all day. He went home planning out his next move, but instead he just stared at a blank message screen. Sending an emoji in reply just didn't seem right. When Maggie's text came in at 5 a.m. asking him to breakfast, he basically just had to walk out of the house, already dressed and ready for the day. When he arrived, and only his Uncle Sam stood in the kitchen, he checked the text one more time before entering. Hey! Good morning, Sam said. Coffee? Sure. He looked around at the plates of scrambled eggs and bacon, piles of buttered biscuits, jelly jars with the tops already open. Where are the women? He knew his uncle didn't cook all of this. Georgie left already for school. Sam handed him a coffee. Maggie wanted to talk to us. Us? Then he heard footsteps coming down the back stairs. Oh, good. You've arrived. Maggie gave him a hug and then sat down, waiting for the men to join her. Maggie, you want to tell us what you need? Sam cut right to the chase. She looked over at Jesse. Please help yourself. She pushed the scrambled eggs toward him, turning the spoon so the handle rested in front of him. Go on. He glanced over at his uncle, waiting for the go-ahead nod, but Sam wasn't budging. What's up, Maggie? I've known you all my life. I can tell when you want something. Oh, all right. She let out a huff. I want to go on a road trip. A road trip? Where to? Bismarck, and I want Jesse to take me. Jesse dropped the spoon onto the platter of eggs. Olivia's staying in a quaint bed and breakfast downtown. She put a napkin on her lap. I heard the city is quite lovely. You've heard that Bismarck is quite lovely in January? I'd like to go see my granddaughter. She lowered her voice with authority. I'd also like to go without my daughters watching over me like a toddler. You know your daughters are going to freak out. It's only been a month since the stroke. And that's why I'm asking Jesse to take me, because you can deal with Georgie and the girls. Maggie patted him on the knee. How long am I taking you for? Well, I figured we could leave after breakfast. We could stay the night and drive back tomorrow. She had it all planned out. That's when Jesse noticed the suitcase by the door. You're already packed? And ready to go. Come on, Maggie. Georgie's going to be really upset. That's when he saw the shift in her eyes, a split second of pain. I only have this one life, and I want to live it. Sam slowly exhaled a long breath. Okay, but you stop in Fargo to pick up those caramel sticky rolls she likes so much? Maggie grabbed Sam's hands and squeezed them. I'll need help bringing out my bags. Have you talked to Olivia? Jesse asked. not so sure she'd want him around. I thought I'd surprise her. Sam made a face of doubt as he looked across at Jessie. You mind taking Maggie up? Of course he doesn't mind, Maggie answered before Jessie could. I get it now. Sam started to snicker. You're worse than Georgie. I don't know what you're talking about. Maggie folded her hands atop the table. What are you talking about? Jessie asked, not following. Sam Gunderson, I just want to see my granddaughter. Maggie looked indignant. Whatever you say, Maggie. Sam chuckled. I learned long ago not to get in the way of you women. There's really no point in trying to stop us. Maggie picked up the plate of bacon and passed it to Jessie. John always tried, but he never got anywhere. She may not have been born in Washington, but unlike state Congressman Banks, Olivia had lived politics. He was a tiny man in a fancy suit, sitting behind a dated, chipped mahogany desk. The longer she sat in his office, schmoozing about Washington and her father's dealings, the more annoyed she was at Gloria for sending her. The man was a weasel. I just admire how your father has taken off in D.C. What he's doing on the Interior Committee is really something. Nathan had only started his second term a year ago, and to some of the committee he was still very much a sophomore in the game of politics. He hadn't been doing very much of anything, besides following the party leaders. The compliment left a sour taste in her mouth. I understand you've been a representative in Bismarck for 12 years now. She had studied up a bit on her lunch break. She always liked being the one with the information. She had learned that law was still very much a gentleman's game, and many enjoyed putting the girl in her place. She'd had to work twice as hard and twice as long to prove everyone wrong. She was not just her father's daughter. Going on 13 years as a state rep in January. He leaned his elbows on the armrests of his leather swivel chair and pushed himself back, looking down his nose at her. Gloria tells me this will be your first court case. She gritted her teeth. The first case as lead attorney, yes. I know Judge Dawson pretty well, he said casually. Be careful, Mrs. Meyer. He doesn't like dramatics. Many women get emotional, and he doesn't allow that in the courtroom. Did this man time travel from 1950? Excuse me? Did he think she had something to prove to him? She wondered if he'd have this same talk with Garrett. She squeezed her hands together, holding back the desire to let him have it. Sorry, I meant Miss Meyer. Most women your age are married. I misspoke. She sat up taller, straightening her spine to give herself every inch of height. A sarcastic quip sat on her tongue, but she held it back. She couldn't wait to get into the courtroom. Did this man actually think she couldn't practice law just as well, if not better, than a man? But Gloria didn't have her meet this guy because he was smart. Banks liked big business in his state of North Dakota. I've come to talk to you about your support for the new pipeline. Business so soon, he laughed, and her silence didn't deter him. Have you missed the Midwest? You know I've actually been to Prairie Valley, went fishing on the river there. He had done his homework, too. The St. Croix. Yes, that's it. He swiveled again, then stood. Beautiful area. Now, will your father come to see you in action? She shook her head. I'm afraid Washington can't spare him for long, these days. Did you know that Judge Dawson is a good friend of mine? Did he know he was crossing a very serious ethical line? But she played along with the notion that she was a naive little girl. You and Judge Dawson know each other? Oh, gosh, we go back years. He has one of the worst drives I've ever seen. He laughed again. I'll have to tell him you said that. Don't you dare! He shook his finger at her playfully, but it only creeped her out. I was the one who first introduced him to Mitch. She almost choked. Mitch Sinclair and Judge Dawson are friends? Bismarck's a small town, he said with a jolly smile. We're all neighbors here. She didn't like the idea of being neighborly with a federal judge. She stood and reached her hand out to the little weasel, giving him a hard handshake, one she had earned working on the farm as a teenager. "Thank you, Mr. Banks, for meeting with me." She stood up, interrupting him. "Don't tell me you have to go so soon." He got out of his chair. "I thought you wanted to talk about the pipelines." "Goodbye, Mr. Banks." She left before he could say anything else. It wasn't 5 minutes before Gloria called her. "That guy is dirty," she said. "He's a friend of Judge Dawson, who is representing your client. It wouldn't hurt to be in his good graces." Olivia stopped in her tracks on the sidewalk. Gloria Thorne wanted her to be in the good graces of the good old boys. "Olivia, can I trust you to do a good job with this?" Gloria huffed into the phone. "Of course." She couldn't believe that this woman she had admired so much might just be as crooked as the rest of them. What was she doing? This was not the way she wanted to practice law. Scratching backs and playing games, or turning a blind eye to the law being broken. But what could she do without ruining her own career? She threw her phone in her purse and wrapped herself up before stepping outside. As fast as she could, she ran to her car. She would swing by the grocery store and pick up a few essentials for her little kitchenette. She'd lucked out when she booked her stay at the Airbnb. The Victorian style reminded her of her own childhood home in St. Paul. Grandiose architecture with scalloped roof tiles, an iron weather vane on top of an actual turret, and stained glass on the front door. The elderly couple was either the nicest she'd ever met in her life or Ted Bundy's parents. They were truly lovely, but she still kept an eye out and a lock on the door. "Oh, good, you're back!" Diane clapped her hands together. "You've got visitors." Chapter 12. Visitors? Olivia looked around the corner to the parlor, expecting to see Sinclair, or Gloria, or maybe Chelsea. Oh, dear Lord, she hoped it wasn't Garrett, swooping in to tell her she was fired after her abrupt interview with Mr. Banks. When she saw Maggie and Jessie sitting there, having tea with Bob, she was sure she was stepping into the twilight zone. "Nana?" She stopped in the doorway. "Jessie, are you drinking tea?" "Chamomile." Bob lifted a porcelain teapot. "What are you two doing in Bismarck?" "I took your advice," Maggie laughed. "I'm here for a visit." Olivia looked at the four of them sitting on the antique furniture, leaning over a polished coffee table. "Well, all right then, I'd love to have a cup." She put down her briefcase, leaning it against a chair, and took the cup from Bob. "Thanks." The herbal tea was refreshing, perfect for the cold afternoon. As conversation started up between Maggie and the older couple, Olivia kept eyeing Jessie, making sure she wasn't just seeing things. He sat there stiffly, as though he didn't know how to handle himself around her. "Do you all have reservations for dinner somewhere?" "I was planning to take them to dinner, but now I think I'll stay in while they go out to eat." Maggie yawned, getting up from her seat. Both Olivia and Jessie jumped from their seats. "I think we should stay in case you might need us." "While I take a nap?" Maggie gave her the look she had when Olivia was a little girl overstepping. "You two should go and get a bite to eat." "But I bought dinner at the grocery store." She'd bought ramen and white bread for toast, but she certainly didn't need to go out to dinner with Jessie, alone. "I'm starving," he said, placing the dainty teacup on its saucer. "I could go for a good burger." "Then you'll want to hit Alice's on Main," Diane said. "The owners are good friends of ours. They've got a malt machine that makes the best chocolate malt you've ever had." "I do like a malt." Jessie looked over at her. "What do you say, Olivia? Want to grab a burger?" Everything told her she was digging herself even further into a hole she couldn't get out of if she accepted his offer. She had a boyfriend back in Washington, a man who could lead this country one day. "That sounds great." Jessie opened the menu. Just like Bob and Diane had said, it included a burger voted best year after year, with the proof in framed certificates along the walls. You getting a burger? He asked, ignoring her stare. You going to tell me why you and my grandmother drove halfway across the country? Don't be so dramatic, he said, and he could see the lines bunch between her eyes as he spoke. We drove across the state. She wanted to see you. She's sick? He shook his head. She had a stroke, which the doctors said she would recover from. She still had a stroke. She wanted to get away from your mom and aunts. Olivia opened her mouth, but he interrupted her. Look, she's reevaluating things. The stroke scared her too. They had talked about it through almost the whole ride. She told him about being scared of not living her life or dying before her time, like her husband. John didn't get to travel, see all the places he wanted to. She told him her bucket list and asked about his. Oh, I don't know. I've lived a pretty full life. He didn't want to confess that now he mostly just wanted stability. Yet here he was, sitting across from Olivia, the definition of unstable. That's why you came all this way? Olivia asked. This was the moment he should confess. Tell her his real feelings. Put it all on the table. Can I get you two anything to drink? I'll have whatever you have on tap, Olivia said. Same with me. He put the menu down. Are you ready to order? He looked over at Olivia, who shook her head, still looking at the menu. No, I guess we need a few minutes. I'll be back with your drinks. He played with the plastic corners of the menu as she looked the pages over silently. Olivia. Yes. She closed the menu, folding her hands on top. It's just that I've been thinking about... Her phone started bouncing on the table, vibrating against the veneer, with Scott's name glowing back at him. You should take that. She silenced it, putting the phone in her purse. What were you saying? He was about to begin, but he could hear the phone vibrating again. He obviously wants to talk to you. I can call him later. She pushed her purse against the wall. What is it? She looked so beautiful, so perfect with her hair hanging down in soft curls around her face. She had always been gorgeous, but her confidence and success made his words stick in his mouth. Maggie wants to visit the Badlands. That's like a 4-hour drive. More like 5. The waitress set 2 frosted glasses of beer in front of them and pulled out a notepad. What can I get you? He looked over at Olivia, wishing he wasn't such a chicken. I'll get a bacon cheeseburger. She handed over her menu. Medium, with extra salt on the fries. He gave the waitress the menu and said, I'll have what she's having. Well, aren't you two cute? She stuck her pen behind her ear as she tucked the menus under her arm. I'll go put those orders in. He watched the waitress walk away as long as he could, stalling. I don't know what to say. She turned to face him. Seriously? What? He shrugged. I've never been able to read you. That's not true. Her forehead creased. How could you even say that? Olivia. He didn't say any more. Did he have to? They hadn't talked in years, and when they did, it never went well. You told your boyfriend I was your cousin. She pulled out the book from her purse and slammed it on the table. The problem is, you know me better than I know myself. Olivia's bluntness jolted him, but she was wrong. I knew the girl who rode horses and swung from rope swings. Oh? And you ride all the time, do you? A wave of heat went through his body, all the way down to his toes. Olivia really did know him well. He hadn't really been riding. Even at work, they used snow machines or 4-wheelers more often than not. She picked up the book and opened it, leafing through the pages. The musty smell permeated the air, horses and dry hay and earth mingled together. I had a dream that we were friends, she said. Like a stone in a pail of water, his heart sank. Friends. Sure, he nodded, glad the truth about the book hadn't come out yet. He wanted her back in Prairie Valley. He wanted to take Maggie's advice and go for it. She stopped at page 310. It had almost a whole page of white space, and he'd drawn a back view of the farm. It had taken him 4 hours. He drew every limb of a tree, every plank of wood, and every cloud in the enormous sky above the French farm. He was giving her her prairie. "Thank you, Jessie," she said. If he had one shot to lay it all out on the table, this was it. Tell her he'd drawn it because he still loved her. "You're welcome." "I still can't believe you guys just came up," she said to him as she played with her fries. She didn't know what to do if Jessie suddenly confessed his feelings. She already had a boyfriend, and she had already gone down this road with Jessie. She knew how it would end. It was Maggie's idea. His answer came a little too quickly. "Oh. So, what's your case about?" he asked, taking a drink of his beer. "I'm representing an energy firm who'd like to create a direct access pipeline to a refinery down south." "Why do you have to go to court?" "We need the government's permission to bury the pipeline." He turned the glass in his hands. "Aren't they trying to run that pipeline through a whole town and reservation?" Of course, he had heard about it. Land being taken by the government never set well with those who used that land for their livelihood. The phrase eminent domain was like a 4-letter word in church to a rancher. "It's a really important case," she said, trying to think of ways to justify her representing the villain. "I can't," he said, pushing his plate away. "You can't what?" "I can't just be friends. I thought I could, but I can't." She squeezed her napkin. "What?" He shook his head. "Maggie brought me up here so I could talk to you." He leaned on the table, taking her hands. "Olivia, I want to be with you. I want what we always talked about. I want it all. I don't want to just be friends." She sat frozen, staring into those familiar, intense blue eyes. She had so much she wanted to say, but she couldn't think of the right words. "Jessie, what are you saying?" "You know what I'm saying." She did. "But I can't leave my life to go live on the farm." "Why not?" He didn't get it. "This is what you want? To work for the big corporations and stomp on the little guy?" He looked around the diner, at the old farmers and small city businessmen. "You can practice law in Prairie Valley. So I just dropped my life, my career, because suddenly you realized you want it all?" She pulled her hands away, but he grabbed them back. "You want to stay in Washington? I can stay in Washington." He leaned further across the table, close enough she could smell his familiar musk. "You want to come to Washington?" He'd never be happy there. "Do you love me?" he asked, squeezing her hands. "Jess, what about Julia?" "Come on, Liv, answer my question." "Things have changed. I'm different. You're different." "You didn't answer the question." He didn't break his gaze. It was as if he was reading her soul. "I love you, Olivia, but I can't keep doing this. It's all or nothing." Chapter 13. "Jessie, you can't just show up at my doorway out of the blue and expect me to have an answer." "Then tell me you don't love me. And I'll go." She didn't say anything. She couldn't speak. Things were happening way too fast. "Jessie, Say it." She kept her eyes on his. "How was everything?" the waitress asked, standing to the end of the table. "Great," he answered, but he kept his focus on Olivia. She rubbed her thumb hard against her palm, and as soon as the waitress went on to the next table, she said, "Are you sure you're not just looking for someone to play house with?" He let out a laugh and shook his head. "You can't answer." His hand shot up and waved. "Check, please." "Jessie, wait!" She wasn't done. "Just give me a minute." He gestured for her to speak and leaned back in the booth. "We're family now," she said. Not sure where she was going, but she needed to put facts together, gather her evidence, and make her case. Memories floated through her head as she tried to think of why she should and why she shouldn't just take Jessie into her arms. We're also at different points in our lives. What's that supposed to mean? You've moved back to Prairie Valley to settle down, change your career. I'm not in that place right now. The farm would always be her home, but as a place to visit, not to stay. Haven't you heard what I said? Jessie let out a long sigh. Be honest, Olivia, especially with yourself. He grabbed his hat, leaving enough cash on the table to cover the dinner twice. We should go. Jess, come on. You've put me in a really awkward spot here. He stopped in the process of sliding out of the booth. You were right about Julia. Her heart stopped beating. What? I'm pretty happy with her. Jessie was warning her, and she knew he wasn't being malicious, just honest. Olivia felt slimy, like a politician, wanting to hold on to him for herself. Jess, then you should go and be happy. Jessie didn't think his heart could hurt any worse than it did when he drove Olivia back to the inn, but he was the fool, putting her on the spot like he had. They were both quiet up to the moment he parked. Jess? Yeah? He looked out the windshield instead of at her. You want my answer? He figured it was pointless, but he answered anyways. Yes. Then the answer is, I don't know. She played with the strap of her handbag, twisting it around and around. I think I will always love you in some way. I will always want that feeling I had with you back then. But I also don't want to feel like I do right now, confused, hurt, broken. Her voice cracked. I make you feel broken? He shot her a horrified look. Losing you broke me. She twisted the straps even harder. I didn't sleep or eat for months. You just left. You had already left a long time before it was over, Olivia. He tapped the steering wheel with his thumb. The cold was already creeping in, and he could see her breath as she sat there. I just tried to hang on as long as I could. He grabbed the door handle. He knew this was it. This was the moment. A crossroads in his life where everything could change if he just saddled up and took the ride, no matter how wild and crazy it was, because Olivia was just like the wild bronc tattooed on his arm. Jess, we just don't work, she said, so quietly he almost couldn't hear her. Olivia could say it all she wanted, but he could see a different truth in her eyes. He would show her. Letting go of the handle, he turned to face her, slid his hand around the back of her neck, tangled his fingers in her soft, silky hair, and pulled her into a kiss. Her arms swept up around his neck, holding him close as she kissed him back. Then she froze, pushing him away. Good night, Jess. She opened the door and jumped out of his truck, walking quickly into the inn, leaving him alone in the cold. Olivia walked in to hear 3 voices laughing in the lobby. You're back! Maggie clapped her hands together when she saw Olivia walk in. Then she shifted on the couch, looking for Jessie. How was dinner? Diane asked, shuffling a deck of cards. Fine. It was fine. Her voice came out higher than usual, and she cleared her throat. I should get ready for bed. She walked straight down the hall and didn't look back, her lips tingling from Jessie's beard. With no time to waste, she unlocked her door and closed it behind her, leaning her back against the wood. She listened, waiting for him to come back in, wondering where this moment would take her. She'd wanted to kiss him. It was almost as if somewhere, someone heard her wish. So why did she stop him? Because she wasn't a cheater. She wasn't her father, who took what he wanted when he wanted it. She owed Scott. She owed Gloria, whether she liked it or not. She owed it to herself to be true to her word. But how could she explain all that to Jesse without asking him to wait? Again? He'd walk away. He'd said so. She banged her head against the door as she heard her grandmother greet Jesse, but couldn't hear anything they said. Then their muffled voices stopped. She heard his familiar gait, a pounding with the heels of his cowboy boots. Then everything went quiet, and there was a knock on her door. She swung it open, ready to see Jesse, but Maggie stood there. "Nana?" She looked down the hall toward the sitting room, but it was empty. "Olivia, you might want to say goodbye before Jesse's gone." "What?" She rushed back down the hall to the front door. "He's leaving?" She reached the front door and swung it open to see 2 red brake lights turning onto the street, leaving the inn. She stood in the cold, watching as he drove away. Only when she could no longer see him did she return to the lobby where Maggie stood with Bob and Diane. "Oh, sugar, come here." Maggie held out her arms, and Olivia went straight into her embrace. Well, that did not go the way I expected. Olivia pulled away. "Why did you bring him, Nana?" Maggie tilted her head. "I did what needed to be done. You two needed to figure things out." "Why does everyone in this family think that meddling will help?" Olivia let go of her grandmother. "Olivia, you love that boy." Maggie pointed at the door. "And he's going to move on. Don't you think I know that?" She walked away before she said something she'd regret. She knew Maggie was only trying to help. Olivia should have never revealed her secrets that night she stayed with Maggie. Her grandmother would want to figure things out for the 2 of them, but the reality was that no one could. Jesse and Olivia had too much history. "Olivia, call him. Tell him to come back and talk." Olivia shook her head. "I wish you had stayed out of it." She hugged Maggie and left for her room. She'd figure out how Maggie was getting home tomorrow. Chapter 14. Jesse had done a lot of stupid stuff in his lifetime, but leaving Olivia, walking out of the inn, jumping into his truck, and driving down Highway 94 was the stupidest. The second he took the off-ramp to the highway and headed down the empty night road, he knew he needed to turn around. But Olivia's reaction hadn't been at all what he expected. He thought she'd deny her feelings, pretend they didn't exist, and carry on. He never expected her to confess her love, yet tell him she didn't want to be with him. He turned on the radio, finding a station playing Garth Brooks singing about drinking. God, he wished he could grab a 6-pack and just get drunk. Ugly drunk, as his father liked to call it, because he realized he had promised to bring Maggie home from Bismarck. He'd have to go back. He drove a few miles up the highway and turned off at the first exit, stopping at the gas station to grab a 6-pack and a bottle of red. Why did he have this temper? He needed to act like a man, take Olivia's feelings for what they were, and move on. But his heart was too tender, too broken. He wrung the steering wheel with his hands as memories of Olivia flashed through his head. Like the road signs speeding by him, he could see them long enough to catch the feeling, but not long enough to really understand them. It was almost an hour later when he returned. He could feel his phone blowing up in his winter jacket, and like a dog with his tail between his legs, he opened the door and got out. He heard the inn door slam and saw Olivia running down the stairs. She jumped into his arms, wrapped her legs around his waist, and kissed him. He grabbed her, hanging on tight. "It's always been you," she said, looking down at him. He gently lowered her back to the ground, held her face in his hands, and stared into her eyes, not believing she was standing there with him. "It's always been you." Jessie held her hand as they walked back up to the inn, squeezing it tight. She clutched his arm, feeling the muscles built from working a ranch all day, clinging as close to him as she could. Maggie winked at them. She kissed them each on the cheek and said, "I think I'm going to get ready for bed. It's been quite a day." "Feel free to enjoy the fire as long as you'd like," Bob said, gesturing to the stack of logs. And suddenly, they were the only two people in the room. He kissed her again, and when they parted, he said, "I think we should catch up on the past 5 years." She laughed, resting her head on his chest. "I can't believe this is all happening." He pulled up her chin with his hand, wanting to kiss her all night. "I love you, Olivia." "I love you too." She did. Her heart had never felt so full in her life. "I'll be back." He ran out to his truck, returning with the drinks. They moved to the fire and sat down next to each other on the floor. He pulled the cork out of the wine and poured her a glass, then opened a beer. "I didn't expect to be drinking this with you," he said, as she leaned into his chest. A laugh escaped as she watched the fire dance in front of her, her whole body warm and glowing and comfortable. The moment was perfect. She could feel Jessie's heartbeat against her back, and his scent was all around her. They talked all night. Jessie asked about Washington, her father, even about Scott. "How'd you meet?" he asked. "My father." She thought about how she'd end it with Scott. She didn't expect anything dramatic. He was sensible, reasonable, motivated. He wouldn't get hung up on a broken heart. He'd move on, and quickly. There were many other women in Washington who'd die for a chance with Congressman Schofield. Her father, however, was another story. He was going to be devastated. "How is Nathan?" She could hear the tension in the question. The last time Jessie and Nathan were in a room, Nathan asked Jessie to leave his daughter alone. "He's good, busy." Jessie took a sip of beer, but then put it down. "I want whatever you want, Liv. If you want me to stand by you as you make your career in Washington, I will." The future suddenly became blurry, unclear, and her heart skipped into panic mode. "I don't want to talk about all that right now." He nodded, brushing the back of his fingers against her chin. "I will always be by your side." She prayed to God that this was it. This was their chance to make things work. Forever. She leaned into him, his arms around her, and she had never felt more at home. Maggie eyed them all morning as they ate breakfast. "You look tired," she said, with another one of those unsubtle winks. "What time did you two make it to bed?" Jessie and Olivia hadn't slept. Instead, they fed the fire and caught up on everything. When the wood ran out, they sat in her suite and talked all night long. They talked about horses and the prairie and books and Washington and oil. "What you said that night at the dinner," she began. "I should have never said that." His words had been out of anger and spite more than true concern. "No, you're right," she said, resting her head on her hand, laying on her elbow on top of the bed covers. "I should be working for the people of North Dakota, not against them." Her father had spun her work with the oil company as something that would create jobs and revenue for the state, but in her heart of hearts, she knew most of the money would end up in the pockets of Sinclair and his cronies, maybe even of that creep, Judge Dawson. "I've been using my degree to get a footing in Washington, and thinking that was my path." Her perspective opened up as Jessie talked her through the years, reminding her where she came from and who she had dreamed of becoming. She'd never wanted to be someone's pawn. She didn't want to be used because of her father's name. She didn't want relationships or a career built on something she didn't earn. "I think I might quit after this case." He reached out and kissed her. "What was that for?" she asked. Nothing, just wanted to kiss you. She wished more than anything that she could take a day to spend just with Nana and Jessie. But she had a meeting first thing at Sinclair's headquarters, and that was 20 miles from the inn. She'd have to leave in less than an hour to make it. I'd better get going, she said, after finishing her croissant and coffee. We should probably head back after breakfast as well, Maggie said. Stay, she suddenly blurted out. Stay one more night or two. I'll take a day, and we can do something together. Maggie smiled and held out her arms to her granddaughter. That's a wonderful idea. For the first time in 5 years, Olivia called in sick. You're not feeling well? Chelsea panted into the phone. Olivia could imagine her racing down the firm's hallways. Are you pregnant? No, I'm not pregnant. She couldn't believe such a question would come out of her assistant's mouth. That's completely inappropriate. It's just, you came in with the flu last year, Chelsea defended herself. You never call out. Yeah, well, I'm calling out now. She looked out the window. Snow covered the ground, and Bob and Jessie were standing outside in the 15-degree weather like it was 50. She smiled when he waved at her, and her belly did a somersault. She was happy, really happy. The two men walked into the inn, Bob carrying a bag of salt and Jessie rubbing his hands together. I've got the truck warming up. She smiled as she thought about what they were going to do. This is crazy. It'll be an adventure. Jessie stuffed his hands into his Levi's, and it reminded her of when they were kids. You'll make it in no time, Bob said, looking at his watch. Just watch the weather. It's pretty unpredictable. I'm ready, Maggie said, charging down the stairs with a bag in her hand. Jessie raced to meet her halfway and took it. What are you doing? Let me. Not you, too. Olivia looked at Maggie, her gray hair braided down her back. As she walked down the stairs with Jessie, her arm in the crook of his elbow, she looked happy, too. Let's get to those Badlands, she said. Badlands, here we come. Chapter 15. Maggie stood against the railing, looking out at the winter landscape of the national park. To Olivia, it looked like the surface of the moon. She inhaled the crisp air as the sun shone down on them, warming her cheeks, the only things exposed in the 16-degree weather. Jessie stood resting his hands on the metal railings and looked out at the land, just as much in awe as Maggie. The two of them were completely taken by its beauty. I wish I could paint all this, Maggie said, her eyes tearing up. I wish I could capture it to remember forever. Olivia completely agreed. She pulled out her phone, focusing the frame on the rock formations spreading out for miles in front of her. She didn't want this moment to end. The day had already flown by. Here, let me take a picture of the two of you, Maggie said, reaching out her hand for the camera. But Olivia shook her head. No, let me take one of all of us. She ran up to the truck and rested the phone against the windshield wiper, aiming to get the three of them and the Badlands behind them in the shot. Jessie put his arm around both women, and they all smiled. She looked at the picture as they drove off, sitting in the back seat, listening to Jessie and Nana discuss what it must have been like, traveling through the Badlands terrain in a wagon. She expanded the screen to just her and Jessie. Seeing them together again made things real. Her phone went dark, and Scott's name flashed across the screen. Is it your mother? Maggie asked. No, it's work. She lied, shutting it off. Then you should probably answer it. She shook her head, sneaking a glance in the rearview mirror, noticing Jessie looking back at her. I'll call them later. Scott was a whole other issue she wasn't willing to deal with at the moment. He deserved the truth, but she hadn't wanted to talk to him over the phone. She wanted to go back to Washington and tell him face to face. But what did it say about her, if she'd already moved on while he waited for her back in D.C.? She had to make the choice to end things the right way. She needed to talk to him. They arrived at the inn and checked in. Maggie and Olivia would stay together, while Jessie stayed in the adjoining room. There was a small sitting area between them with a tiny kitchenette. "This is perfect." Maggie dumped down her bag on the bed and unzipped it. Olivia set her own bag down on the floor and sat in the chair by the window, opening the voicemail from Scott. "Olivia, it's me again." His voice was a bit annoyed. "Chelsea said you took a day off?" He had called the firm. He must have been worried, and the thought of him sitting around worried about her well-being while she gallivanted with Jessie around South Dakota made her feel even worse. "Do you mind if I use the room?" Olivia asked Maggie. "I should tell Scott what's going on." Maggie stopped what she was doing and nodded. "Of course, take your time." When the door closed after her grandmother, she punched Scott's number. "Hey," he said cheerfully. "Hi," she said back, hesitating. "Gary Olmsted just resigned," he shouted into the phone. It sounded as though people were celebrating in the background. "I'm headed to Connecticut as we speak, to talk to the local news station." "That's great." This was not good news for Gloria. The PR firm she'd hired hadn't accomplished what it was hired to do, which was to keep his seat. That jerk is guilty. Olivia knew without a doubt that Olmsted had taken bribes for government contracts. Her firm not only knew of his guilt, but strategized over how much guilt they would admit to through the court process. "It's not our job to judge them. It's about the law," she once told Olivia. "How we can use it to protect our clients." "Congratulations," she said into the phone, hearing someone asking Scott a question. He hadn't been worried about Olivia. He just couldn't wait to tell her about his news. "I won't be able to come out after all now." "Scott," she blurted. "Olivia, I've got to go." He hung up before she could say another word. She looked at the call-ended screen. She should call back, force him to talk. Even if it ruined the celebration, at least she would be honest. But instead, she put her phone away. If anyone would have told him he'd be going on a date with Olivia and her grandmother, he would have laughed right in their faces. But here he was, about to shave off his beard, getting ready for a date with Olivia and her grandmother. My, Jessie Gunderson, where's the cowboy we used to know?" Maggie asked, as she stood in the lobby with Olivia. Olivia looked stunning, soft curls falling around her shoulders. She wore a fitted royal blue sweater and looked like a Norwegian snow princess. Her black pants fit perfectly on her curvy figure, and he wished he could hold her. He tried to remember Maggie's question and answer with a quip, but his mind turned to mush as he watched Olivia, mesmerized. He was the luckiest man in the world. "You look beautiful," he said, staring at her. "Why, thank you, Jessie." Maggie winked, then grabbed them and steered them toward the door. "You two go ahead and have dinner. Pick me up a to-go box. I'll just rest here. Georgie is ready to whip my rear end with rawhide for bringing you to the Badlands in the first place, not to mention the whole trip in general." He shook his head. "You're coming with us." Sam kept calling him with updates. Georgie was fit to be tied and ready to drive out at any second to take Maggie back to Prairie Valley. Despite being afraid of Georgie, he wanted to help Maggie put a few check marks on her bucket list. She deserved it. In the 10 years Jessie had known her, he could never remember her asking anything of anyone, and he felt a bit of pride that she'd wanted him to drive her. Even if it was a setup for her granddaughter, he appreciated her willingness to do this for him, and with him. Olivia and Maggie walked arm in arm to the truck, and he opened both doors for the women. Olivia got into the back once Maggie was settled up front. He pulled into the one and only restaurant that was open, the Wagon Wheel Bar and Grill. It wasn't a 5-star, but the wood-paneled interior and the country music playing in the background seemed just about perfect as they settled at a table. This was it, he thought to himself. This was what he always wanted in his life. People who loved him, cared for him, wanted to be with him. His mother had been a junkie most of his life, chasing the high, never caring about him. Then there was his own grandfather, who couldn't get rid of him fast enough. Thank God for finding that letter, the one from Ryan to his mother, sent before he was born. He had been cleaning out the apartment when he found it in her nightstand drawer, postmarked to her at her childhood home. The return address was Broken Eagle Ranch. It was a breakup note, one that probably broke his mother's heart. Ryan had told her he loved her, but within the same sentence that it just couldn't work. There was no mention of a baby, and according to Ryan, he never knew about Jessie. Why his mother had told him otherwise, he guessed would remain in the grave. Whatever the reason, this moment, sitting with Olivia, spending this time with Maggie, living at the farm, being part of it all, made him happier than he had ever been in his life. "Maggie told me that you were afraid of horses when you were a little girl," he said, teasing her. "I wouldn't say afraid. She cried any time they'd come near her." Maggie laughed. "Broke her mama's heart." "Really?" Olivia seemed surprised. "I don't remember that." "Screams could be heard across the prairie," Maggie said, sipping her water. "Thank goodness Aurora was so old, otherwise she would have spooked." "You weren't so keen on them either, as I recall," Olivia said to Jessie. He remembered the first time he'd hung out with Olivia in the barn. Most of the time she would ride, and he'd watch from afar. He'd had no desire to get on a horse. He hadn't even really ridden a bicycle as a kid. But that black horse didn't want to leave him alone, until one day he got on and he never got off. "I really owe you guys everything." He could feel emotions flushing his cheeks. If it hadn't been for riding, he wasn't sure he'd have stayed in Prairie Valley. He might have moved on before Ryan came back home. He might have gone down the same path as his mother. "You don't owe us a thing," Olivia assured him. Maggie teared up and patted his hand. "Your family." "But not cousins," he said, smirking at Olivia, who started to laugh. Scott's broken heart flashed into his head. The poor guy. Maggie had told him about Olivia's phone call to Scott. He wondered how she had ended it. He didn't want to hurt Julia, but if she found out he'd gone to visit Olivia, she would be. The right thing to do was to call and talk to her, although he really wasn't sure how he would do that. It wasn't like they were really in a relationship. They had hung out only a handful of times, but to ignore her feelings would be hurtful. She'd made it very clear she wanted more. He glanced at Olivia, sitting next to him in the booth, and he could smell the light fragrance of perfume drifting from her throat. He wanted to take her hand and trace his fingers along her wrist. "I'm going to grab some air. I'll be right back." He pulled out his phone and punched in the number as he walked toward the truck. "Hey, I was just thinking about you," Julia said into the phone. "Hey, Julia." He stopped and looked back into the window of the wagon wheel, waving at Maggie and Olivia sitting there, watching him. God sure was making him notice things. "We need to talk." The Lord doesn't bring people into our lives without a reason. Maggie kept talking as Olivia watched Jessie on the phone, out in the parking lot. "He wants us to take notice of the miracles he's sending us." "It's got to be below zero out there," she said, watching him pace behind his truck. "He's probably talking to your mother," Maggie grumbled. "Have you talked to her since you left?" Olivia had never seen her mother and grandmother fight like this. No. The two of them were stubborn as mules, and neither would budge. "Don't you think she has a right to worry? I mean, you gave us a big scare." "You think you were scared?" Maggie snapped, and Olivia sat back, surprised by her grandmother's tone. "I was really scared, but I also know what it's like to see life ripped away from you. I understand you are all worried, but I'm certainly not going to sit around waiting for death to come back." "I understand. That's why I came to you." Olivia took her grandmother's hands and squeezed them, emotions filling her eyes. "Thank you for being my Nana. Sugar, you were my gift." She squeezed Olivia's hands hard, then laughed as a tear fell. Life was really, really good. But as she looked out the window, Jessie's upset face looked back at her. She wondered if it really was her mom on the other end. He didn't talk about the phone call when he got back, or on the car ride home, and she didn't ask. Olivia waited until they were alone in the sitting room. "Everything okay?" How had doubts arrived so fast? "I called Julia." She froze. Things just got very real. "Maggie told me about your call with Scott, so I figured if I wanted to give us a shot, I needed to do the same." Her worry turned to guilt. Jessie had done the right thing, as always, and assumed she had too, but instead, she'd chickened out, leaving one man hanging and the other in the dark. "Jess, He took her hand and pulled her into his embrace, then leaned over and kissed her lips. "Where do we go from here?" he asked, moving her to some silent music, keeping her close against his chest. She didn't know what the future held, but one thing was certain. "I want you to be part of my life." What that would entail, she didn't yet know. Jessie stopped their dance and looked at her. "That's all I want." The bedroom door opened, and Maggie stood there in her robe and slippers with Olivia's phone in her hand. She and Jessie jumped away from each other. "Nana," Olivia said, startled. "I can't figure out how to stop it," she said, handing over the phone. "Good night." "Night, Nana." Olivia saw Gloria's name flashing across the screen. She looked at the time. "It's work?" "You should take it." He stepped further back. She nodded and held up a finger. "It'll only be a minute." She walked to the corner of the room, catching her breath, to a window looking out at the parking lot. The cool air radiating from the pane of glass felt good. She dialed Gloria's number, waiting for a lecture about taking time off while on the company's dole. She didn't care. Gloria could take her day and... "You need to come back to Washington," Gloria barked. "Now!" Chapter 16. The firm was in full damage control mode. Gary Olmsted's case had turned from local to national news overnight when the FBI announced they were running an investigation with charges of racketeering, money laundering, and tax evasion pending. It turned out that bribery was the least of Gary Olmsted's problems. "What do you mean you're in Washington?" Sinclair screamed at her through the phone as her plane taxied to the terminal at Ronald Reagan International Airport. "The trial is less than 2 weeks away. Why are you in Washington?" "I'm coming back as soon as I can, Mitch." Her voice was calm, but she had no idea what was going on. After the phone call from Gloria, Olivia had Jessie drive them back to Bismarck that night, then flew out in the morning. She never mentioned Scott, hoping to get back to Washington and finally end things. "Stay, Olivia." Jessie held onto her hands outside the airport. "Come with me," she said, but she knew better than to wish for everything to happen overnight. "Or at least, come to visit and I'll be back soon." He embraced her whole body in a hug and then kissed her goodbye. Throughout the flight, she traced her lips with the tips of her fingers, wishing she had stayed, like he'd asked. But like the plane bouncing onto the tarmac pavement, Olivia bounced right back into her old life. Chelsea picked her up at the airport and drove her directly to the firm. "She's setting up a defense team," Chelsea said. "She wants you to take the lead on this." She had texted Scott when she landed, letting him know she had come home and that she wanted to talk. She didn't get into specifics because she didn't know what was going to happen today. She had to go straight to the firm and do whatever Gloria needed her to do. A panicked energy enveloped her as soon as she stepped into the office. People were rushing this way and that, unlike the people of the Midwest, who meandered. "Good, you're back," Gloria said as soon as she saw Olivia. "I need you to come to my office in 5. There was no formal recognition, no good morning, or any sign she respected Olivia as a person. Gloria showed no appreciation that Olivia had put her life on hold at a moment's notice. She might be a genius attorney, but she was terrible at being a human being. "Sure, I'll be there," Olivia mumbled to no one in particular, as Gloria headed off down the hall with her assistants trailing behind her. It was 1,088 miles to Washington, D.C. from Prairie Valley, 2 hours and 49 minutes if he flew. By the end of the drive back home, he had booked a flight and asked Georgie to meet him at the farm. "I cannot believe you drove out to North Dakota and then to the Badlands," Georgie said, the moment they climbed out of the truck. "Don't you have school?" Maggie asked, as the dogs bolted out the door, running straight toward her. "I wanted to make sure you weren't losing your mind." Georgie waded through the dogs toward her mother. "Let's get inside before I freeze to death." Maggie turned to Jessie. "Would you be a dear and grab my bags?" Jessie did what he was told, wanting to stay out of the mother-daughter argument, but felt he should stand up for Maggie. She, after all, had changed everything for him. But when he opened his mouth, Sam crossed his arms against his chest and shot Jessie a stern look that said, "Stay out of it," as they all went inside the farmhouse. Georgie started right back in on Maggie. "You just had a stroke. How could you go so far away from your doctor?" "I'm a grown woman, Georgiana. I need a ride to the airport." He didn't say it very loud, but everyone stopped talking. Even the dogs settled down. Georgie looked at him in confusion. "I'm leaving today." "Where are you going?" Sam asked. "You might want to ask for the time off first." "I'm going to Washington." Maggie smiled as Georgie and Sam looked dumbfounded. "You're going to Washington?" Georgie looked at Sam. Olivia went back, "And I would like your permission to ask for her hand in marriage." "Holy Jesus!" Sam called out. "Sam!" Maggie yelped, but smiled from ear to ear. Georgie put her hands on her hips and looked at Maggie. "I suppose you had something to do with this?" Maggie gave Jessie a hard nod. "Jessie needs to bring our girl back home to the farm." "Is this what Olivia wants?" Georgie asked. That was the question Jessie had been asking himself. "I need to go and find out." "Really?" Georgie clapped her hands over her mouth, then elbowed Sam in the stomach. "You're really going to get our girl?" She grabbed Jessie into a hug. "We absolutely give you our blessing." She squeezed him so tight he couldn't breathe. "You'll have to talk to Nathan," his uncle said. Jessie nodded, wishing he wouldn't have to deal with Olivia's father. He wondered if Nathan would allow it to happen, or would he try to get in their way? He had never liked the country boy around his high society daughter. But what if success for Olivia didn't mean breaking through the glass ceiling in Washington, but finding happiness and security? What if it meant helping women and children, even if it meant working in a country town? "Don't you worry about Nathan," Maggie said, patting him on the back. "Just keep making our Olivia happy." He took in a deep breath. "I promise that's all I'll ever do." "You stay here." Maggie shook her finger at him and climbed up the stairs. "I'll be right back." When Maggie returned to the kitchen, she handed over a gold ring with a small diamond. "This is the ring John gave me." It was perfect. He tucked it in his pocket and kissed Maggie on the cheek. He hugged Georgie and Sam on the way out. We'll drive you to Minneapolis. He had just about an hour to get his things ready and head to the airport. He had so many things on his mind that he didn't really pay much attention to the sound of a car pulling up outside the barn or the knock on his apartment door. "It's open!" he called out. He heard the footsteps coming up the wooden stairs. The heels clicking up to the top sounded light, a woman's tread. Georgie, he thought. So when he heard Julia say, "Looks like you're packing to visit someone," he stopped in mid-step, holding a sweatshirt and baseball cap in his hand. "A cowboy hat doesn't really fit in Washington, I guess," she said, picking up the signature hat he'd worn since starting the rodeo circuit. "Julia, I didn't know you were coming," he said. "That's because I didn't warn you." A smile flickered across her face and then vanished. "I guess you're going to ask Olivia to marry you?" He had confessed everything to Julia that night outside the diner. It was real, it was honest, and as she stood in front of him, he realized it was cruel. "I'm sorry." She shook her head. "Look, I'm here to warn you." He dropped his sweatshirt in the suitcase and stared at her. "You two have been playing this game long enough to know how it'll end." Julia was cynical, but could he blame her? "I'm sorry, Julia, I should have told you everything sooner." "Don't you think she's been coming back around because of me?" She put down the hat, slapping her hands on her hips. "You're going to run after her to Washington, leave your family, the ranch, your horse, all so she can work 14-hour days, 7 days a week, schmoozing politicians and lobbyists." She let out a chuckle, then her voice wobbled. "While there's a really great girl just sitting here, waiting for you." "Jules?" He didn't say any more. The pain radiating out of her was unmistakable. "I never meant to hurt you. She's not going to change, Jess. She's going to keep roaming, looking for something better. She always has." He'd let Julia say her piece. There was no point in arguing, of explaining that Olivia might wander, but that he was her anchor, the farm her solid ground. He was a part of her life, just as much as she was of his. She shook her head, looking at him in the eye. "She's going to break your heart. Again." It was almost 10 o'clock at night when she tried calling Jesse again. He hadn't answered his phone since he got home from Bismarck. She walked out to the Uber that was waiting at the firm's entrance. During her drive back to the apartment, she finished answering emails from Sinclair and tried Jesse again, but his phone went straight to voicemail. Scott, on the other hand, never stopped texting her. Either he felt like something was up and was freaking out, or he had even better news than his bid for nomination to the U.S. Senate. Things really seemed to be going Scott Schofield's way, thanks to Garrett's incompetence. "It was a disaster," Chelsea whispered when she got back to Washington. "Garrett totally had a mental breakdown." Olivia walked by his office, and it was empty. All of Garrett's things were already gone. It was as if he had never been there. "What did he do?" she asked Chelsea, but her assistant was cut off by Gloria calling out Olivia's name. The rest of the day went the same way. Gloria would send her off on a task. She'd call for her from the office, and they'd start all over. Until 10 o'clock at night. When the driver stopped at a light, her phone rang. It was her father. "Hi, Daddy," she said, hoping he was calling just to chat, but knowing it would be business. "I heard your buddy Garrett was scheming with Olmsted, and I heard you just flew in today?" "Yes. I also heard you went gallivanting around North Dakota." Had her mother told him about their trip with Nana? "Mitch Sinclair called," he said. "Said he's very impressed with your work." "Mitch Sinclair has a senator's private cell phone number?" She didn't know how deep this man's pockets were. Judges, senators, and who else? Was her father playing dirty, too? Garrett had started at the firm just before her, but he had the same hopes and dreams as she did. When did he start cheating the system? Did Gloria not know, or did she turn a blind eye like she did with the misdeeds of her clients? It only took one rotten apple, Nana would say, to spoil the whole barrel. And the real question was, could Olivia keep her integrity in this devil's playground? What was he calling you for? Minnesota transports a tenth of the oil in North Dakota refineries, he said. Mitch Sinclair has been a personal friend for years. Personal friend? Who was schmoozing who? Did Gloria hire her for her dad's connections, or had her dad got her hired for his own purposes? She felt sick. All this time, she had thought they liked her because of her father, but not that her father might be using her himself. Had she really earned her place? Had Garrett been right all along? I have to go, but lunch tomorrow? I can't, I'm too busy. She had so much she needed to do, and no time to do it. I'm very proud of you, Olivia, he said. She could feel her eyes sting as she held back her emotions. She did not want to cry. No, she wanted to get home, get into her pajamas, and call Jesse. He'd tell her everything would be okay, and she'd believe him. Thanks, Daddy. She still had her luggage with her when she got back to her apartment. All the lights were on. Her electricity bill was going to be through the roof. She headed inside, checking her phone one last time. A man who lived on the floor above her ignored her as he checked the mail. She didn't even know his name. No one talked to their neighbors in Washington. No one invited them over for a casserole. No one met for coffee after church. Good evening, she said, pulling out her key and opening her mailbox. Good evening, he mumbled. Smells good, she said, nodding at the bag of takeout he held. I love wasabi. He gave her a suspicious look, then looked down at his food and left. She sighed as she pulled out the stack of mail inside her box. As she sorted through, she walked up the staircase to her apartment. Then she stopped and listened. She could hear a man's voice inside. She looked in her purse for her pepper spray and punched 911 on her phone, just in case. She unlocked the door and found Scott inside, talking on his phone. Scott, she blurted, almost hitting him in the face. Whoa, he said, holding out his hands. What are you doing? What are you doing here? She looked around the apartment, dropping her bag onto the floor. On the dinner table, 2 candles were lit, with a vase of her favorite colored hydrangeas. He hung up his phone, then reached out and hugged her. Welcome back, babe. Thanks. She hugged him quickly, patted him on the back, and went to get her bag. You did all this? She had given him a key to water her plants a year ago, yet it was the first time she remembered him ever using it. I can't believe this is happening. You can't? Could he read her face? Did he know she wanted to end things? I'm running for the Senate. He pulled a bottle of champagne out of the refrigerator, popping the cork. He poured and handed her a flute filled with the bubbly drink. Let's celebrate. She let out a nervous laugh, a bit relieved. Scott's ego would be fine. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Are you expecting someone? She asked Scott, looking at the clock. It was after 10:30. Scott's forehead wrinkled, and he walked to the door and looked through the peephole. It's your cousin. Chapter 17. Scott. Jesse could not believe his eyes. The guy held a glass of champagne, and Olivia, with her own glass in hand, stood next to a candle-lit dinner. Jesse. Shocked would be the best way to describe how Olivia looked as he stood outside her apartment door. A guy let me into the lobby. So much for security, Scott said, swooping back his drink, then headed back to the bottle to refill his glass. Want one? We're celebrating. I thought he knew. He didn't move from the hallway. I was going to tell him. She put her drink down as Scott handed a flute to Jessie. "Tell me what?" Scott looked down at his phone, then answered it and headed to the kitchen. "I know, Marty. I can't believe it either." Jessie could feel his heart pounding. "You told me you called him." "I did." Her face scrunched in dismay. "I did call him, but he wouldn't let me talk. He's so excited, and I didn't." "Olivia, what the— Are you in town for a visit?" Scott stood next to her and wrapped his arm around her, completely oblivious to what was happening. "I'm leaving." It took everything he had in him not to deck Scott at that moment. The poor guy had no idea either. Hitting a congressman would definitely land him in some trouble, so he flew down the stairs and away from them as fast as he could, even if he had no idea where he was going. "Jessie, wait!" she called after him. But he could not stop, not until he got some fresh air so he could breathe again. "What's going on, Olivia?" he demanded, as she followed him out the lobby doors to the front stoop of the complex. "Please, Jessie, it's not what you think." "You led me to believe that you had ended it." "I know, I'm sorry. I called him here tonight to do just that. I had no idea about the dinner." He flung his hand up toward the windows of the building. "Olivia, there were candles and flowers." "I was at work all day, and I tried calling you." He hadn't answered his phone on the plane. "I wanted to surprise you. I'm really sorry, and I promise you, this is not what it looks like. I'm just as surprised to see him here as you are. But I was going to end things. I just didn't feel right, doing it over the phone." He so badly wanted to trust, take her at her word, not listen to Julia whispering in the back of his mind. "I just got home," she said. "Please, let me talk to Scott." He looked down the street, life still bustling even at this hour. "I'm going to grab something to eat." He jabbed his thumb in the direction of some lights off in the distance. "Jessie, please don't be mad." She looked sincere, and he wanted to be cool, but something didn't feel right. Why did she feel the need to hold back the truth from him? "I'll be right down the road." He headed out, wanting to get out of there before he saw Scott again. What a fool he was. The night air held a chill, but it was humid, not bitterly dry like Prairie Valley. He walked into the wind to a bar named the Independence, the first open place he could find. He opened the door, stepping into a dark, wood-paneled room with small tables and a long, shellacked bar. He took the first stool and ordered, "Whatever's on tap, please." The bartender handed him a menu and grabbed a glass. Men and women stood around in suits and business attire, but without the jackets and ties. He stuck out like a sore thumb in his jeans and flannel. He might as well have brought the cowboy hat. It wouldn't change how many people were staring at the outsider. "Howdy, partner," one guy said, chuckling to his friend. Jessie didn't belong here at all. Julia was right. The bartender passed the beer over, and Jessie raised his hand. "I'll take another." The bartender nodded, then moved on to the next person in line. Jessie leaned against the bar, his shirt sleeve riding up just enough to see the outline of their tattoo. Kids. They were just kids back then. But he swore he would love her forever. And now here he was, still in love with her, chasing after her like he had all those years ago, carrying a ring in his pocket. Was he really her anchor? Or was he just holding onto the reins of a wild horse? As the bartender slid his second glass in front of him, he heard, "Jessie." He swung around as Olivia wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. "I am so glad you're here." She didn't have to tell Scott it was over after all. When she came back to the apartment, he already had his things packed up. "How could you do this to me, Olivia?" he said angrily. "You took me out there and convinced me there was nothing to worry about between you two." "I'm so sorry," she said. She hadn't meant to hurt him. "I didn't think—" "You told me he was your cousin," he huffed at her. "You lied to me." He didn't wait for her explanation, just left her apartment without another word, slamming the door so hard she was sure all her neighbors felt it. She didn't stay either. She ran after Jesse, hoping and praying he was still there. She had never been happier in her life when she saw him. When they got back to her place, Olivia grabbed the place settings Scott had put together and dumped them in the sink. She poured out the champagne as Jesse walked around her apartment. She tossed out the flowers as he walked along her bookshelves, studying the titles, examining the photographs. She put the candles away in a drawer of the break front and pulled out a bottle of red. She needed another drink. "Can a cowboy drink a cab?" she teased, grabbing 2 wine glasses. "Sounds good right about now." He picked up a framed photograph of her and Scott. They had been sailing on the Chesapeake Bay. "I can't believe you're here," she said, twisting in a corkscrew, watching him stare at the photograph. "I can't believe I'm here, either." He put it down and moved along the shelves, stopping at another photo of her and Scott. This one included Nathan, the 3 of them all huddling together at a charity event, Olivia in the middle, holding them to her sides. She hated herself for not telling him the whole truth. She knew how important the truth was with a guy like Jesse. He trusted few people as it was, and she'd blown it. When she'd first met him, he barely talked, so she did the talking. Back then, she had so much to say, but only Jesse really heard her. Most of the time, he'd just sit there listening. But when he did say something, it was spot on. Sometimes it even hurt. He saw right through her and would frequently remind her of who she was and where she came from. "What about the ranch?" she asked, pouring him a glass and handing it to him. "They'll be okay for a few days." He took a sip, then set his glass down, stuffing his hands into his pockets and turning to face her. "If you don't want this, I can go home. No harm, no foul." She went to him, pulling his hands out of his pockets and interlacing her fingers with his. "I can't tell you how happy I am that you're here." He wrapped his arms around her, and she prayed he felt the same way, that he didn't regret coming. He rested his forehead against hers, inhaling. "I'm not Scott. I'm not Nathan. I'm not Washington Liv. I'm country. I live over a barn." He held up the photograph. "I'm not this." She took it out of his hand and put it face down on the shelf. "That's why I love you." She took his face in her hands, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him. They didn't finish their wine, but sat together on the couch, Jesse's arm around her, holding her against his chest. She didn't know when she fell asleep, but the last thing she remembered him saying was, "I'll do whatever it takes to make you happy." Jesse stood as Olivia rushed around the apartment, getting ready for work. "I really wish I could take the day and tour you around Washington." She poured a cup of coffee into a traveler's mug, then grabbed the newspaper. She handed him her keys. "You should go to the Smithsonian. I love the Natural Museum of American History." She picked up her purse, kissed him on the cheek, then headed for the door, but he stopped her just as she grabbed the handle. He blocked the door, slowing her down for a second. "I'm making dinner." He had the whole thing planned out. He'd make a picnic, take her to the waterfront park along the Potomac, and ask her to marry him. Washington, Prairie Valley, Mars. He didn't care where they were as long as he was with her. He understood that now. She was his home. He was her anchor. Someday he imagined being back on the farm, riding horses together again, but he didn't need that more than he needed Olivia. He took her in his arms and kissed her. My, Mr. Gunderson, you make it hard for a girl to get to work." She fluttered her eyelashes at him. "I'll see you later." He opened the door for her. "Are you sure you'll be okay all day?" "I'll go see those museums you were talking about, maybe." He had no intention of walking around the city, You should. You'd love the Native American Museum. She hesitated in the doorway, a look of concern on her face. I'll be fine. Now get out of here. He gently pushed her and slowly started shutting the door. I'll see you later, she called, headed down the stairs. Later. He watched her go, then shut the door and walked over to the window, watching her get into the car that was waiting for her. It took off in a hurry. Olivia had people waiting on her, important people. All he had was a horse. His father had 4 other boys who needed his attention. His uncle had a wife and a real life. The ranch would be fine without him, like it always had been. It was only Scout, but even his quarter horse had other companions now at the ranch. She didn't really need him anymore either. For almost an hour, he just walked around the apartment, not really snooping, just exploring. He wanted to know what Olivia's life in Washington was like. At first, he kept to the living room, but then she called. Are you still at the apartment? She asked, sounding rushed. Yeah. Can you go into my bedroom and tell me what I wrote on the post-it that's on my bureau? He headed into the sunny room, the curtains open, bed made perfectly. The yellow note hung on her mirror. With a little tug, he pulled it off and read it out to her. Call Councilman Fox about MHA Nation. That's it? She asked. I thought there was something else. Something about Testerman? He looked around the bureau, then on the floor. Oh, here's another one. He picked it up. Testerman, 701-555-4566 at 5:45. Great, that's it. She started talking to someone in her office. Okay, that's all I need. Okay. He stood in the silence of her apartment, feeling uncomfortable. His nerves bundled up in his stomach. I'll see you tonight. She said something muffled to someone, and then echoed, I'll see you tonight. The day dragged on. He left the apartment to walk to a market down the road, picked up the food, bought a basket and blanket at another store, and decided to stop at a specialty wine store to get a nice bottle of Cabernet. By the time 6 o'clock rolled around, he had memorized everything on her bookshelf. All the titles, mostly nonfiction, lots of large coffee table books of famous artworks and historical memorabilia. And then there was the third shelf of books. All the tattered titles, mostly dog-eared westerns that he had borrowed from the barn in high school. He'd started underlining after he saw her grandfather had done it. Then one day, when he returned to Louis L'Amour, Olivia handed him another book. This is by John Steinbeck. She handed him the red pony. He opened it up and saw the highlights in colored felt-tip pens. He studied her marks and notes for days, not reading one single word of Steinbeck other than the ones she'd underlined. Then, after he memorized everything, he read the whole book and drew. Then underlined. Then gave it back to her. They started going steady after that. He flew around those days on Cloud 9. He had the prettiest girl east of the Mississippi. She continued writing notes, not just in books, but letters and in texts, or on a napkin from the state fair. He saved them all, too, in a box marked Live on Top. Nane! He jumped out of his thoughts when he heard the knocking on the door. Then he remembered the keys she left for him so he could go out and visit the museums. Hey. He trailed off as Nathan walked into the apartment. Hope I'm not interrupting anything. Jesse shut the door behind him. Hello, Senator. Maybe if Jesse was 18 again, he'd be more intimidated, but this man's presence only irritated him. I'm going to be honest. When I heard from Scott that he and Olivia had broken up, I was shocked. But I should have known you were lurking around here somewhere. Nathan walked to the window. Olivia still hadn't texted or called. What was she doing? Olivia isn't here. Oh, I know. He huffed, putting his hands on his hips, flapping out his jacket. I want you to leave her alone. Jesse rolled his eyes and looked up to the ceiling, praying for restraint for Olivia's sake. Nathan was her father, but he wasn't going to deal with the man if he was going to go right back to where they left off 5 years ago. "I'll tell Olivia you stopped by." "She has everything she's ever wanted at her fingertips," he shouted at Jessie. "I want only the best for her." Jessie couldn't believe the audacity of this man. He thought he knew his daughter, but he only saw what Olivia allowed him to see. She was always on her best behavior for him, and he never went beyond the surface with anyone, especially his daughter. Nathan preferred a polished veneer over a rustic slab of barnboard, and Olivia knew it. "Do you really think marrying a cowboy is a good career move for her?" He shook his head. "So," Georgie had told him, "have you talked to Olivia?" "God, no." Nathan threw up his hands. "I'm here to beg you to get out of her life for good." He knew Georgie probably meant well, but why did she have to tell him? "I don't know what Georgie told you." Nathan walked over to the basket Jessie had packed. He lifted the blanket to look at the contents, and Jessie suddenly felt foolish. "Scott is ready to marry her. He's going to run and win the Senate seat. She'll be able to move up in Washington, work for any firm she wants to." Nathan gripped the back of a chair. Jessie shook his head. "When is it ever going to be about what Olivia wants and what Olivia needs?" Nathan scoffed. "She bends her dreams for no one but you." Jessie wondered if there was any truth to it. "I've never held her back." "You've never let her live in peace. You always held on, even when it wasn't good for her. Do you think you will fit in here? Honestly?" Nathan looked at him seriously. "You think you can keep her happy? She's Washington's most eligible bachelorette. If it isn't Scott, it'll be another successful man, waiting right behind him." He slapped his forehead, then flung out his hand. "She could change the world, but I'm scared she'll just end up on some farm in the middle of Minnesota." There was so much on the tip of his tongue, but he bit it back. "I would never make her do anything she didn't want to." Nathan laughed cynically. "What is it with you Gundersons? You don't even know when you're holding her back." "She's happy." Jessie knew that much to be true. Nathan couldn't argue the point. Olivia was happy. They were happy. He'd do whatever it took to keep her happy, always. Now. Nathan let out a breath. "You see, son, you think she's like her mama." He threw in an accent for good effect, "but she's more like me." Nathan pushed himself off the back of the chair and walked toward the door, then stopped. "I know you love her, son, but sometimes when you love somebody, you have to be willing to let them go." Chapter 18. "Come with me," she said from the bedroom doorway, removing her heels while still in her business suit. The meeting with Testerman, Sinclair's personal attorney, had been set up before she even had time to think about it. "It's fine," he said, shaking his head. "I'll stay behind." "I want you to be my +1. She hoped he'd get out of his comfort zone and do it. She wanted him to be included in dinners like this, where he could see what she did, and that she was good at it. Testerman was one of the good old boys, and she knew the two would at least respect each other. But Jessie seemed put off. "I don't have the right kind of clothes." "It can be casual with this guy." She had met with Sinclair's attorney on multiple occasions. He reminded her of her grandfather in a way, gray hair, quiet, smart. "Please." Jessie finally caved. She convinced him that his boots were fine and told him how handsome he looked, but he didn't talk during the whole ride to the restaurant. "Olivia!" Testerman stood up, shaking Olivia's hand first. "And you must be Jessie." Jessie took the man's extended hand, and they shook. "Yes, nice to meet you, sir." "Olivia tells me you're a cowboy." "I'm afraid I drive tractors more than horses these days. Grew up on a ranch myself, out in Montana." He spoke nostalgically, I'm afraid I only get out there once or twice a year now, at best. Montana is a great piece of country, Jesse said, placing his napkin in his lap. Rode out there, in Great Falls. In all the years she had known Jesse, she had never seen him more charming. Here was a guy who'd grown up in the worst of circumstances, yet could hold his own with one of the most successful private attorneys in the country. Testerman was worth more than some countries. The attorney scrunched his eyebrows together. You ride rodeo? Jesse won the champion bareback rodeo 5 years ago, Olivia bragged. And his father is Rodeo Ryan. Well, I'll be. I saw your daddy and Helena years ago. Jesse gave a nod, but for the rest of the night he sat on the peripheral, listening to the conversation. He didn't add anything, but he also didn't act uninterested. Still, it made Olivia feel on edge. When the dinner was finally over, she was worried Testerman had noticed her change in demeanor, but he seemed more than happy when he left. It was great meeting you, Mr. Gunderson. Likewise. Jesse reached out his hand as Olivia stumbled out words of gratitude to be given such an opportunity in North Dakota. So, we'll see you back when the trial begins? She nodded. I should be leaving for North Dakota within a few days. Jesse swung his head to look at her. You're going back? Yes, I'll be there until the end of the trial. He stayed quiet, and she couldn't read him. It wasn't until they got into the Uber that she asked him, Everything okay? I guess I felt like you were telling him about the old me, and not the guy who's in the cab with you. He said it so calmly that she wasn't sure if he was upset, but by the way he looked out the window and didn't meet her eyes, she guessed he was. Jesse, I'm just proud of what you've accomplished. Mr. Testerman is all country, like us. Olivia, what happens if his client's pipeline spills into the water? They have systems in place to detect a spill. It's their drinking water. He still didn't look at her. Geez, I didn't know you were judging me through the whole dinner. She exhaled. Can you tell me what's making you so mad? Well, I felt pretty stupid, finding out that you were going back to North Dakota in a few days. Jess. She pulled his shoulder so he would face her. What's going on? Your dad came by for a visit. He looked past her, out the window. Her heart dropped. When? Just before you came home. She sat in the silence, imagining what had transpired between them. I love you, Jess. Nothing and no one will change that. She reached for his hand, but he didn't squeeze hers back. He just looked out the window at the city ahead. Jesse, come to North Dakota with me. Were you going to let me just find out myself, or... Come on, Jess. I didn't mean to not tell you. Everything just happened so fast here. Forget whatever my dad said. I'm just swamped with work. I'm always running, everywhere, with everyone. I think I should just go back to the ranch. Jesse, come with me, please. Olivia, I love you enough to let you go. That's just a bunch of horse poop. She folded her hands against her chest. Jesse Gunderson, you will not play this game with me. His mouth dropped open. I'm not playing a game, Olivia. I'm being realistic. Because my daddy said so? She slapped her thighs just as the Uber pulled up to her apartment. A part of Jesse wanted to make this a big deal. He wanted her to declare her love and run away with him back to Prairie Valley. The other half wanted her to cut her father off. Either way, it wasn't the answer. She opened the door and waited on the sidewalk as he got out. Jesse, my dad's opinion is the last thing I care about when it comes to you. He'll never let it go, Olivia. And what if he's right? He's not. She grabbed his arms, forcing him to look at her, to see her. It's you, Jesse. I only care about you. I'm really sorry you felt left in the dark this evening. That was never my intention. She rubbed the back of his hands with her thumbs. looking into his eyes. "I love you. Nothing is ever going to change that." He pulled her into a hug. He wanted to take in the smell of her hair and not let her look him in the eyes, or she'd see the fear. Nathan Meyer had got under his skin. It was the fear of losing her. Fear that Nathan was right. Fear that they would never really work out. "Let's go inside and watch an old movie." She walked backwards toward the apartment, tugging him toward the door. He'd had such a different image of how this night would go. He thought they'd be walking back into her apartment engaged, settling their future, not setting up for another fight. The ring burned in his pocket. Suddenly he let go of her hand and fell to his knee. "Oh my God, Jessie." She put her hand up to her mouth. He dug in the front pocket of his pants and pulled out Maggie's engagement ring. Olivia Margaret. "Stop," she said, looking around the street. "Don't do this now, not like this." Her words struck him like hitting the ground off the back of a wild bronc. He froze, checking every part of his body, trying to figure out what was broken. He stood up, replaying the word "stop" over and over in his head. "I want to get married." He felt like a beggar. "I do too, but why 6 seconds after we just started something?" "This started years ago, and you know it." Jesse squeezed the ring in the palm of his hand, his neck growing hot. He couldn't believe this was how his night would end. She reached out to him, but he stuffed the ring into her hand, folding her fingers firmly over it. With that, he stepped back, mad, frustrated, and upset. "I have to go." He didn't go back inside the apartment, just left his things. He turned around and walked off in the opposite direction. He wanted to get as far away from Olivia as he could. Olivia stared at the ring in her hand as she lay in bed, listening to the sounds of Washington. She watched the diamond glitter dimly in the dark, thinking about the choices she had made. What was she living for? Why hadn't she just said yes? What was holding her back? Time and time again, God had given her the signs, and she always blew it. Jesse getting on his knee was the answer to her prayers, yet she'd hesitated. Why? She called after him as he walked away, even started to chase him, yelling for him to stop, but he didn't turn around, didn't even look back, just kept walking until she couldn't see him anymore. After dozens of texts and calls, she went quiet. His silence felt like death, and she tried to calm herself, telling herself everything would be okay. He wasn't gone. He would come back and listen to her. He'd understand she was just scared, but he didn't. She went to the office, having the overnight security guards let her in. She worked all night, researching, putting information together, and making phone calls. She had almost finished everything she needed to do as the sun's rays started breaking through the office blinds. Her phone started dancing against the surface of her desk, and she jumped to answer it. "Jess?" she cried into the phone. "Oh, sugar, I heard." It was Maggie. Before she could wrangle her feelings, she doubled over in her chair and let out a wail. "He's left." "I know, sugar," she said. "He's on his way home." "Have you talked to him?" "He said you had the ring." A savage cry escaped her chest. "I don't know why I didn't say yes." "It's going to be okay," Maggie shushed her. "Everything's going to be okay." "I love him," she choked out. "I love him, and I've lost him." "The good Lord is testing you is all," Maggie said. But Nana's words weren't reassuring her. She wasn't telling her he'd be back, or that he'd understand. Her heart wrenched as she sobbed out, "Do you think he'll forgive me?" Maggie took a deep breath and exhaled. "I don't know, sweetheart. I just don't know." Chapter 19. Olivia went through the motions of her day, but the only thing she could think about was the ring. She put it on the chain with the diamond horseshoe and covered it up with a scarf around her neck. She had no intention of talking about the engagement ring that was sitting on her chest and not on her finger. Things were going to change. "There you are," Gloria said, poking her head into her office. "Hello, Gloria." Olivia looked up from her phone. Gloria seemed to be hanging around more than usual, which made everything she had planned for today more nerve-wracking. If someone caught wind of what she was up to, she'd be fired, no questions asked, with a very public humiliation. Garrett's termination would feel like a party in comparison. "Alan called to tell me what a wonderful job you're doing with the case." She'd thought the dinner had gone perfectly. Testerman had seemed to enjoy himself, and the company, but oil pipelines and eminent domain had never come up, except that one little bit about Judge Dawson. Good. She didn't add anything. What was there to say? She knew they were crooks. Olivia looked back down at her phone as soon as Gloria left. Jessie still hadn't texted her back, or called, or communicated in any way. Less than 24 hours ago she'd had it all. Now she barely had anything, other than an idea and possibly a civil suit against her. Jessie was right. All night, she'd gone over the numbers from the last 30 years. At 3 feet, 30% of underground oil leaks were not detected before contaminating the water. When oil companies were forced to dig down 6 feet, the risk went down dramatically, to less than 1% contamination. But the Independent Research Committee made those statistics seem irrelevant to Sinclair Energy Incorporated, who claimed that modern technology made up for human error. What the statistics didn't show was how cheap big oil really was. They wanted to spend as little as possible, so instead of paying for high-cost maintenance, they cut as much as they could. Before she left the office, she pulled out the business card and dialed the number. "Harold Durant." "Good morning, Mr. Durant. How are you?" she said. "This is Olivia Meyer, the fancy Washington attorney." "Good morning." She could hear the surprise in his voice. "What can I do you for?" If she hadn't already been suspicious, she might not have found out from public records just how much Sinclair's energy company had donated to state Senator Banks. She might not have connected the dots to find out in how many cases Judge Dawson ruled in favor of big oil. No wonder they wanted the case to stay in North Dakota. "I'd follow the money from Washington." She wouldn't give him all the details. If Mr. Durant was any kind of decent reporter, he'd know what to do. "Washington?" She could hear him clicking his keyboard. "Donations to Senator Banks. Good luck, Mr. Durant." She hung up. Her hands shook as she looked at her phone. There was no turning back now. As soon as she got to the office, Chelsea was on her. "You have a call on line 5. Had things already started? Was she about to be crucified by Gloria? Her heart raced as she picked up her phone. "Who?" "Councilman Fox." Olivia felt a hint of relief. She had hoped the tribal councilman would call her back, but now she wasn't sure if she'd have enough guts to go through with this. She sank down in her chair, brushing wisps of hair out of her face, and picked up the receiver. "Councilman Fox, how nice to hear from you. Thank you for returning my call." "Ms. Meyer, I'm glad you reached out." The man's voice sounded just as she'd imagined, low, steady, and strong. He had been on the reservation council for as many years as she had been alive, and had the respect of most North Dakotans for his fair judgment and integrity. She got right to the point. "What if I told you 1/10 of North American oil is transported through Minnesota?" "I'm aware of this," he said impatiently, "and that an oil pipeline laid by Enfield Oil has sat abandoned, running from North Dakota through Minnesota." "Yes, I'm well aware of the toxic waste Enfield has left in our earth. Is there a point to this call, Ms. Meyer?" What if Sinclair's pipeline ran to Minnesota instead? What if he cleaned up Enfield's mess while modernizing the pipeline system? The distance would be significantly shorter, and the route would go around your reservation, providing assurance your water will not be contaminated. Isn't it your boss who wants to bring it down south? She nodded, as if he could see her. I believe this is a win-win for all the parties involved. The neighboring states will benefit from new jobs, new revenue from taxes, less capital investment. Sinclair could apply for federal grants and tax breaks for an environmental cleanup of the old pipelines, all while the reservation's treaty is honored. There's a reason Mitch Sinclair doesn't run his dirty pipes through Minnesota. He paused. We're fighting for the next generation here. Think of the families who will be affected by this toxic oil running through their forests, wetlands, and farms. It's not a matter of if an oil leak happens. It's when. She had thought about that. All we have to do is connect to the line already running through North Dakota. There would be very minimal disruption. We could remove the old faulty pipes, bring in our new highly effective system, and you will have a clean lake with clean drinking water. Ms. Meyer, I appreciate you considering our feelings, but we don't want the oil to even come out of the earth. He cleared his throat. We want our grandchildren and great-grandchildren to be able to live off the land, not sicken from it. You grew up on a farm. You should understand how valuable the earth is. How would your family feel about a pipeline running through their fields? Excuse me? How did he know about the farm? We do our research too, Ms. Meyer, Councilman Fox said. We won't stop fighting until Sinclair Energy leaves forever. Olivia rubbed her forehead. She wanted to warn him that he was fighting a losing battle. He wasn't going to win, not when the district judge was in the pocket of the oil companies. She had no proof, and saying anything would definitely get her fired. But Councilman Fox was right. So was Jessie. She'd never want an oil pipeline running through her fields. She wanted children and horses running through them. What if Senator Meyer was working on this with you? She blurted into the phone. Your father? He sounded confused. You did your research, right? She threw back at him. Senator Meyer is on the Interior Committee. He heavily endorses projects that reduce the carbon footprint. He sighed. Ms. Meyer, my time is valuable. We will see you in court. Councilman Fox, she couldn't let him go. Nathan Meyer is a junior committee member and will fight tirelessly for a cleaner system. This project will be environmentally conscious. She knew Nathan would make it big, too. Cause delays, kill Sinclair's dream of running 500,000 barrels of oil a day if the whole world was looking on, not just North Dakota. What do you gain from this? Fox asked. Maybe a conscience. He let out a laugh. Well, I guess you have less than 2 weeks to propose something concrete before our day in court. When she hung up the phone, she checked to see if Chelsea had been listening, but she was at her desk, playing with her phone. Her secret was safe for a little while longer. Tell anyone who's looking for me that I'm headed to the Capitol. She walked out of the office on a mission. She was going to talk to her father. Pounding down Constitution Avenue, she went straight to the Capitol. No matter how many times she walked into the building, she always flashed back to when she was a little girl, standing in the rotunda, staring up the winding steel staircase. It was her first time in Washington before her father became governor, when her family still seemed happy. Horses ran up those steps. He pointed to the top of the curving staircase that seemed to spiral up to the heavens. She couldn't imagine horses being able to grip the marble treads as they raced up them. The British attacked Washington and burned down the Capitol back in 1812. She had been so happy back then, so excited to hear about the country's history and the stories her father told her. When was the last time she'd felt that happy around her father? He usually brought a mix of disappointment and anxiety. She flashed her visitor's pass to the regular security guard and walked in, allowing them to check her bag. Have a good day, Mark. You too, Ms. Meyer. She headed to the infamous stairs, even though they were the long way to her father's office. She needed more time to think. Her brain felt like mush, First, the disaster with Fox, now the inevitable talk with her father, the one she should have had years ago. Olivia? He got up from his desk chair as she came into his office. I wasn't expecting you. She stood back, keeping some distance between them, not offering a hug like usual. She stood in front of his desk, clutching her purse in both hands, stalling. He should have expected her, especially after what he'd pulled last night. I want you to apologize to Jesse. She squeezed the straps as she saw his expression sour. You want me to apologize? He fell into his chair, picking up some papers, pretending he was busy. No, Olivia, I don't think so. Tears sprang to her eyes. He didn't care how badly he had hurt her. I'm going to marry him, Daddy. Olivia, do you want to end up on a farm for the rest of your life? Being nothing more than a wife and mother? Yes. She had never been so sure in her life. On Quail Ridge Road, like my mother and my grandmother, and all the women of my family before that. She took a deep breath. I'm going to buy the farm. What? He stood up again. Are you kidding me? Olivia, what are you thinking? I love him, and I want to be with him. She watched as her father's lip curled up. How could you waste everything you've worked for? I'm going to do what I've always wanted to do, which is help people navigate the law, not to help big business use the law against the people. Her father might claim to be against pipelines, but he had certainly been mute when it came to this project. Talking to people like Sinclair made her question his reticence. What if you brought the pipeline to Minnesota? He huffed. Never. It's going to Iowa. You could gain popularity by having Enfield's old pipelines removed and cleaned up. There would be jobs, tax revenue, and maybe even support from your buddy Mitch. Sinclair wants to run it through to Minnesota? No. She pulled out the folder of research she had done last night. I think you should propose a rehabilitation deal to Sinclair. The project could be good for Mitch. Lower costs, more support from local and federal government. The oil was still going to come out of the ground, but at least it was safer. The only hiccup was that it would take more time. Have you run this by Gloria? He dropped the folder on his desk and opened it up, flipping through the data. She shook her head. No. This project could delay things. He looked at the government grants she had found. But it wouldn't disrupt any more of the natural landscape of the northern Midwest. He sat back, closing the folder. Why not propose it yourself? This is my gift to say goodbye. Olivia, don't be dramatic. He'll be back. I'm sure he's not far. He flung his hand up in the air, as if waving away her feelings. I'm leaving Washington. You're leaving Washington for him? No, Daddy. For me. Jesse went to the ranch. He avoided everyone, but nobody went out of their way to talk to him anyway. He could tell his father and uncle were tiptoeing around him. They were smart to do it too, because he was ready to take someone's head off. He was mad. He was mad at himself. He was mad at Olivia, thinking that once again she could drag him around like a pony. He was mad at Julia for being right. He was mad that Nathan was too. He was mad that it didn't change his feelings for her, and that he didn't have a clue where he was going from here. Did he stay in Prairie Valley, always thinking about the what-ifs? Or did he move on and find a new life, a new identity? One that didn't have Olivia splattered all over it. He rode Scout most of the day. Spring was coming on, and the snow was just on the cusp of slush and mud, making the four-wheelers useless around the cows, spinning out and getting stuck. But even if he could drive, he would have ridden. He needed the time with his only friend. Scout had cured all his heartache before. He only went in for the day because the horse needed rest. He went home, took a shower, and just lay on the couch, going over Olivia's rejection again and again in his head. Jess! Jesse didn't move as his father yelled again from the stairwell door. "Get dressed!" He moaned, sitting up, contemplating whether he would respond or not. "We're going to Lumberjack's." He shuffled down the stairs in his sweats and t-shirt, swung the door open, and found his father and uncle. "There's no way I'm going out tonight. I'm exhausted. I'm not willing to sit and listen to people natter about town politics, or hear how the boys are doing on the football team this year. I don't want anyone to bother me. I want to be alone." He was about to close the door when Ryan slammed his hand on it, pushing it back. "Our wives will kill us if you stay up here any longer without a talk." "Tell them I'm fine," Jesse said, trying to close the door again. But this time Sam slammed his hand. "We told them that, but apparently he's fine isn't a good enough answer." He grunted. "You've got to be kidding me. I have to go out?" "Yes." Ryan pointed toward the house. "They're watching." Georgie, Rosie, and Maggie were all looking out of the window above the kitchen sink. "Fine, but we're only staying for one drink. That's it." Ryan patted him on the back. "That's all I have time for, believe me." Getting rid of the phone really upsets the women. Apparently, you're going to fall apart. He was falling apart, but he wanted to do it alone. That's why he got rid of his phone at the airport, throwing it into a trash bin. He wanted nothing to do with Olivia. He didn't want her texts or her calls, and he didn't want her number at his fingertips. "I'm fine." "That's what we said." Ryan pushed him back up the stairs. "Change fast and meet us in the truck." He put on some jeans, but kept the t-shirt, threw on a Twins baseball cap, and got in the back of the pickup. 10 years ago, he'd have given anything to sit behind those two men, to be one of them. But tonight, he didn't want to be a cowboy. A cowboy couldn't be a politician's husband. Ryan ordered their drinks, getting himself a Coke and 2 shots of whiskey for Jesse and Sam. "To heartbreak." "Are you too serious?" He didn't take the shot. "Did you guys work things out?" Ryan asked innocently. Jesse rolled his eyes and shot the drink back, slamming the glass down for effect. "One more." "Good thing I'm driving. And paying." Billy placed down another shot of whiskey, and Jesse didn't hesitate this time, taking it down as soon as the glass touched his fingertips. "You want to tell us about Washington?" Sam asked. "Nope." Sam nodded, sipping the second shot. "It's in their French blood to be feisty," Ryan said. "Rosie's always saying one thing when she means something totally different." There wasn't any mixed message. Olivia was very clear in saying no. "I wish I understood women," Sam said. Ryan punched him in the arm. "I'd marry you." "Thanks, I guess." Jesse wanted to go home, not sit and have a pity party at the local dive bar. "Billy, grab me whatever's on draft." "Things will work out for you two," Sam said. "This isn't about figuring things out. I'm finished." "Don't say that," Ryan said. "I mean it. I don't want anything to do with Olivia." He didn't want them to have anything to do with his business, mostly. He had listened to Maggie, got Georgie's blessing, and they were all wrong, except for Nathan. Tucker passed the beer as the two men stayed quiet. "Look, son, I've been there, had my heart trampled, but there's something between the two of you. Don't let go of that," Sam said. "So, I should just wait until I'm 40 for her to figure things out?" He didn't want to be like his uncle and his wife, Georgie. High school sweethearts who'd waited 20 years to get married. Ouch. Seriously, that's what I feel like right now. Jesse wasn't going to wait. His psyche couldn't take it. Did you ever think you're rushing her into a major life decision within weeks of just starting something? I mean, she just broke up with a guy she had been dating for a year. Sam sounded reasonable, but it didn't make the situation feel any better. "This isn't new." Sam shook his head. "You just need to take a step back and get a different perspective." "She said no, okay?" "She did." He paused for effect. I'm just finally listening. He picked up the beer and took it down in one swallow. I think 3 drinks are enough. He threw down a couple of 20s and walked out of the bar. You were snooping in his room? Olivia asked her mother over the phone as she packed her suitcase. It's a box with your name on it. I found it in his old closet. And why were you in his closet? Georgie wouldn't let things go. You didn't go looking through it, did you? She couldn't believe Georgie would do that. Tell me you didn't. Not yet. Not yet. Olivia put her hand on her forehead. Put the box back. I was cleaning out the closets and I found it in his old room a few months ago. When I asked about it, he told me to get rid of it. Then you should have gotten rid of it. But it's got your name on it, Georgie hissed into the receiver. Don't you want to know what's inside? Of course I want to know what he's so willing to casually throw away, but it's not my business. It's his box. With your name on it. Mom, get rid of it. No, she didn't want to know. Maybe this was just what was wrong with her and Jesse. They were stuck in the past, instead of looking toward the future. Well, she was stuck no more. She was motivated to move forward, more than she ever had been. How's Nana? She asked, wondering if Georgie had finally left the farmhouse. Cranky, she answered. I just don't feel comfortable with her all alone in the house, not yet. You should give her some space. Olivia folded her sweater, cramming it into the suitcase. Look, Liv, I don't want you to make the same mistake I did. If you're referring to my father, then I'd like you to stop, please. She didn't want to hear about how her childhood was a farce. No, I wasn't saying that, but I lived to make other people happy instead of making myself happy. Georgie sighed. It wasn't until my 40s that I figured it out. I wanted something spectacular. She was being honest, but felt like a brat. There was a guy willing to fall to one knee, and she wanted more, but she didn't want Jesse to propose out of jealousy, or fear, or worry. She knew he loved her, but he was also afraid. He only pulled the ring out that night because of those feelings. I'm opening it. She could hear her mother pulling off tape. Mom, don't. Olivia, don't give up, not yet. Will you put it somewhere safe? She asked. And promise me you won't look at it. When are you coming back? When I'm done in North Dakota. You'd better hurry, Olivia. I'm doing the right thing. She might be changing her life, but she was still the same person. She would plan out those changes down to the very last detail. Chapter 20. She flew right into Bismarck. She had no time to waste before things would really hit the fan. Gloria would figure out her scheme first. Crooked people could always find the other players in the game, and Olivia had definitely started playing. Nathan had called her as she got back to the inn. Hey, Daddy. Olivia, I'm so glad I caught you, he said. Looks like I'm coming to Bismarck. He had set the ball in motion faster than she had imagined possible. Great. When are you coming? I'm actually going to stop in St. Paul and finish up some business there first, so I think I should be out there in a day or two. Okay. She'd have to talk to Sinclair by herself. She wanted him there to help sell the idea, and time was speeding away. She looked at the clock on her nightstand. The day was already half over. She wanted to take a detour in Minneapolis, but like a runaway train, she couldn't stop if she wanted to. She had to finish what she had started. She wanted to make things right with Jesse, prove her word to him, and that couldn't happen until everything else was done. When she got into the car to head for the airport, her phone started ringing. Councilman Fox, to what do I owe the pleasure? She knew he had talked to her father, that the idea she'd pitched wasn't just a smokescreen. Her father may not have been the best husband or the best father, but he was a good politician. She had no doubt that he'd convinced Fox of the benefits of this new idea. "I was hoping maybe we could sit down and talk more about using this old stretch of pipeline," he said. She set up a meeting, then wished him a good day. The first thing she did after landing was hit the clerk's office. "She's back," Holly mumbled from behind the counter. "Yes, I'm back." She passed over another affidavit, just in case her plan didn't work out. "Did you hear about your judge?" she asked, stamping the report. "Judge Dawson?" "More like inmate Dawson." "What?" She slapped the counter. "Don't hold out on me, Holly." "It's all over the front page." She passed a copy of the newspaper under the glass. The front page had the words, "Corruption in our courts," in big black letters, and a picture of Judge Dawson. She couldn't believe it. Durant figured it out. Mitch Sinclair's office in the heart of Bismarck was a luxurious, 6-story glass building, standing out like a sore thumb among the 19th century brick and mortar. "Good to see you're back, Olivia." Sinclair shook her hand, then gestured to a chair facing a couch next to Alan Testerman. "Our case is rapidly falling apart." He threw a copy of the local newspaper on the table in front of him. "We've called Gloria, and she's already working on a solution," Testerman said. She took a seat, crossing her legs and folding her hands on her skirt. She called it the governor wife's pose. It was how her mother had sat. Edge of the chair, back straight, chin level. "I think I have a plan," she said. She rubbed her hands hard together, then reached into her briefcase. She passed over the packet she had put together in the middle of the night. "What's this?" He leaned back on the couch, opening it up. "This is a proposal to change course with the pipeline." She paused, letting her words sink in. "I believe you should run it through Minnesota instead of Iowa." He laughed, as though she was kidding, then huffed when he realized she wasn't. Why on earth would I ever want to do that? She clasped her hands even tighter in her lap. "Because Judge Dawson is going to be removed from presiding over the trial. I heard Judge Wilkins would fill the seat, and we all know her reputation for being hard on big business." His eyes narrowed at Olivia. "What do you have up your sleeve, young lady?" She rubbed her hands together. "I wouldn't say anything's up my sleeve. But what if you worked with my father, Senator Meyer, and Councilman Fox, along with the city, and reroute your oil through the old Enfield Passage to Minnesota? You clean up their mess and get government tax breaks, get the environmentalists off your back, and you won't have to worry about going to court, because you will be able to afford to go down the required 6 feet. She pointed at the folder. "Also, I have highlighted in your account spreadsheets where you'd save an exorbitant amount of money by not going to trial." Sinclair looked at the figures. His face grew redder the longer he looked. "You left out all the money I've already spent in planning and surveying the current route." He threw the papers on the table on top of the newspaper. "This is preposterous." She ignored his tantrum. Senator Meyer's very excited about it, and he could be persuaded to start moving things along quickly, so you won't have to wait for approval, especially since you will show good faith by respecting the Treaty of 1936. She could feel the heat steaming out of her shirt as Sinclair flipped through the pages again. She sat up straighter, pulling over her briefcase, and looked down on Sinclair's shiny bald head. "This proposal will not only benefit your oil company, but also the community. I will lose millions, sitting like a duck on a frozen lake, waiting for government to come through. You're from North Dakota. You're made for this unforgiving weather," she snapped right back. "If you go to court, most likely the judge will rule in favor of the tribal council and send the case to Washington, where you will be waiting much longer. If you do change course, there will be lots of eyes on this. The media loves my father. I promise it won't take long. This could change your reputation in North Dakota. And Councilman Fox is considering this? As long as you rehab the Enfield mess in the process. He slammed his hands on the table, making her jump in her seat. What do you make of this? He directed his question to Testerman, who had been watching her this whole time. I think she's right. Judge Wilkins won't be friendly to our cause. I suppose you're not staying in Bismarck if there's no trial? Sinclair asked. She let out a nervous chuckle. You're right. You'd need to hire an attorney who specializes in environmental law. I can recommend someone. We could use someone like you on my team, someone willing to watch out for their client. He looked like he was serious, but Olivia laughed. That's a very tempting proposal, but I'm done with corporate law for now. She walked out of the office, and by the time she reached her car, Gloria was calling. Hello, Gloria. She waited for her boss to scream into the receiver. You sent me your 2 weeks' notice. Then I hear you went behind my back with your father and proposed a whole new pipeline? She blew out her breath. She had expected worse. I just wanted to thank you for everything I've learned over the years. If you leave now, I will not give you your position back, she warned. Sinclair only wants to work with you. I can sue you for stealing my clients. Believe me, I don't want those kinds of clients. Olivia hung up, got into the rental, turned on the engine, and headed back to the inn to get her things. She was going home. Jesse spent all his time out on the prairie, riding scout and avoiding life. He had the life he had wished for as a kid, a real family with a dad and a fantastic stepmom, little siblings, a family history, traditions. How could he complain? Come for dinner tonight, Rosie called as he dismounted Scout by the barn. I'm good, he said. Family dinner was the last thing he wanted. I'm just going to head to bed. Jesse, it's about Olivia, she started, but he stopped her. I really don't want to talk about Olivia. She's like those boots, she said. You're comparing your niece to a pair of boots? This ought to be a good one, he thought to himself. One thing he'd learned by being around the Boudreaux women was that their advice always came in the form of some weird metaphor. She's been hard and uncomfortable and stiff. She just needs to soften up. It takes time. I wasn't rushing into anything, Rosie. It's not like I met Olivia on the side of the road 2 weeks ago. I've spent half my life loving her. Have you ever thought that now is your time to rediscover who you have become as adults? She's been in your heart, but out of your life. Look, Rosie, I just want to go home, watch reruns of Longmire, and fall asleep on the couch. When he pulled into the driveway, he looked toward the farmhouse to see if Maggie or Georgie were going to come have a talk with him next. But he noticed an unfamiliar car, one with government license plates. You've got to be kidding me. Nathan Meyer stepped out of the house as soon as he shut off the engine. He stared at the man through the windshield and contemplated hightailing it out of there, but instead he just stared at Nathan as he slowly got out of his truck. Jesse. He gave a nod, not moving away from the truck. Throughout his life he had dealt with jerks like Nathan, and not once had he been able to fight back. He was always a kid, or just too insecure, but this time would be different. Nathan held up his hands as if surrendering. Look, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I came here today to apologize. I shouldn't have said anything about you and Olivia. He realized he had been clenching his fists and loosened them, but reminded himself the apology was coming out of a politician's mouth. It meant nothing. Is there anything else? He was done with Nathan Meyer. He no longer needed to care what he thought. Nathan looked surprised at the cold reception. He looked back at the farmhouse, then at Jesse. I'm here to give you my blessing. Jesse let out a laugh. It's a bit late for that now. She's broken up about the whole thing, Nathan said. She's leaving Washington. Maybe that's so she won't have to deal with you anymore." He didn't want to hear the rest. He didn't want to know how Olivia was moving on. "I need to get going." "Talk to her, please." Was Nathan Meyer finally feeling the effects of his selfishness? So much sat on the tip of Jesse's tongue, ready to let loose. "I think it's better if we didn't talk anymore." He turned away from the man before he knocked him in the jaw. He had some nerve coming to the farmhouse to offer support, now that he knew she had said no. Her heart might be broken, but she was still moving on. He slammed the door and headed up the steps, then sank into the couch, listening as Nathan got into his fancy government car and pulled out of the farm. He wondered if Maggie and the others heard the whole conversation. For the rest of the night, he just sat in the barn, not turning on the lights or the television, or doing anything other than staring at the wall, wishing life would move on for him too. She had asked Maggie and Georgie to meet her in Fargo, at the bakery with the famous sticky buns. Olivia knew what she wanted. She wanted to be at the farm. She wanted to be with her family, and she wanted Jesse to be there with her. "Have you looked inside?" she asked when they arrived with the box. It was an old boot box. Liv was scrawled across the top. "I can't." She pushed it in front of her mother. "I can't go through it." Georgie pushed it back to her. "Maybe you should open it up alone." "Yeah, maybe." She stared at her name, in his writing. Maggie patted her hand. "We'll wait in the car." "Just make sure you order some sticky rolls to go." Georgie pointed at the display case. She curled her hands around the corners of the box, rubbing her fingers on the smooth cardboard. Then she lifted the cover. Inside was a stack of the colored envelopes she used to tuck letters into. A stationery set she'd got when she was a teen, with hearts and horses on it. She took the lid all the way off and set it aside. She leafed through the notes, old napkins, paper stubs from movies and concerts, the Minnesota State Fair brochure. He had saved everything. Then she found it. At the bottom of the box, the very first book she had given him. She opened it up, flipping the pages with her thumb, straight to page 310. Their anniversary, March 10th. On page 310, she had written her declaration. She read the teenage love sonnet, remembering exactly how she had felt when she wrote those words. Blissfully happy. She knew what she had to do. She put the lid back on, paid for her coffee and a huge box of buns, and met her mother and grandmother in the car. "I want to move to the farm," she said. "I want to live with you and start a small practice in Prairie Valley." Chapter 21. "You haven't changed any of the locks, have you?" Olivia fished in her purse. She pulled out her keyring and selected the brass key to the front door that she had been given at 16. "Nope, that's still the one," Maggie said, hugging her. "What are you going to do first as a homeowner?" Georgie asked as they walked out of the bank. She shook her head. "I don't plan on changing anything." "Oh, you will have to, at some point." Reality was setting in. She'd just bought the farm. What was she going to do with it? She looked at her phone. She barely had a couple hours to finish doing the things she needed to do. "I love you guys, but we need to get going." "Oh, right!" Georgie turned the engine on and reversed, bouncing them in their seats as she punched abruptly into drive and sped toward the craft store. "We have just enough time to swing in and grab a few things." They raced through the aisles, grabbing glue sticks, almost all the votives on the shelf, and dozens of tea lights. "Hopefully you won't burn down the farm before you get to live in it," Georgie joked, but she knocked on the wooden pallet she was holding. "Should I not do this?" she asked, suddenly worried. "Yes." Maggie grabbed her hand while holding the picture frames. "Yes, this is a perfect idea." "We should have grabbed a cart," she said, standing behind two elderly women with full baskets. When they finally checked out and got back in the truck, Georgie called in the cavalry. "Get everyone to the farmhouse, stat." Rosie stood on the porch in the early spring sun. All 4 boys were in short sleeves, playing in the melting snow with Johnny and Max. Sam and Ryan were working on the barn. They had tied Midnight to the hitching post. The plywood platform was set up in the middle of the field. Her aunts had already started collecting candles from around the farmhouse, arranging them around the round pen, getting ready for sunset. Olivia ran inside to hand over the instructions she had typed up the night before, listing where to place each letter or piece of memorabilia. Georgie started framing the one she wanted him to read. Maggie had Charlie stop at the liquor store on his way to the farm. Everyone would be there when it happened. "Do you guys have everything you need?" she asked, as they sat around the table finishing up the preparations. "Yes, go get ready." Georgie waved her off as she placed the tea candles inside the glass votives. "And you have the ring?" she asked them. "Yes, now go." Maggie shooed her up the stairs, while Olivia hesitated, thinking of more questions. "Go." She looked at the time and started skipping steps up to her room. Maggie had given her a long white winter shawl that she had worn over her wedding dress. Olivia had loved to dress up in it as a little girl, but now she felt like a real princess as she wrapped her arms in the faux fur. With barely 15 minutes to spare, she raced out of the house and down to the barn. "He's going to be back before you get out of here," Sam said, holding out Midnight's reins to her. "Thanks, Sam. Thanks for taking care of all of us." She wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tight. "I'll always take care of you." He patted Midnight on the rear. "You better get this one moving before he goes on his own." She laughed at the horse's impatient nudging of Sam's arm. With one last squeeze, she threw her leg over Midnight and started off up the trail, straight to the one place she knew he'd look for her. Jesse didn't know what to make of it. He opened the door at the bottom of the stairs and found a candle floating in a glass vase on each step, with familiar pieces of paper propped up next to them. He picked up the envelope on the bottom step, the first letter he'd ever given to Olivia, then her reply. "Georgie," he said out loud. He opened the letter, seeing Olivia's perfect cursive. She had found the box months ago, but at the time, before Olivia came back, he'd wanted those memories gone for good. The second candle was fluttering in the draft from the open door. He closed it. "What are you ladies up to?" He picked up the letters as he climbed each step, and when he got to the top, found the book on the kitchen table. He turned to page 310 and found another letter from Olivia with a poem about a lake. He put his hat back on and ran down the stairs, then stopped, ran back up to blow out the candles, then back down to the barn, where he saw Charlie standing with Scout. "You're a part of this?" "Just ride." Charlie handed him the reins. With one foot in the stirrup, Jesse took off almost before his right foot left the earth. Scout ran like a wild Mustang, pounding the earth, speeding down the trail. When he reached the lake, he saw dozens of candle-lit lanterns lining the dock, glowing against the partially melted ice. At the end sat an envelope with an ink drawing of their wild bronc tattoo. Jess was written on the front. He pulled out the paper, a creamy white with the initials OMM engraved on the top. She'd written the date in beautiful calligraphy. "Dear Jess, I love you. There is no one in this world I want to live through this thing called life with other than you. It's always been you. This is my real Christmas gift. Live." He felt something heavier than paper inside the envelope. He upended it, and a brass house key fell into his palm. He looked into the envelope for another clue, but there was nothing. He yelled out, "Olivia!" But his voice just carried over the frozen lake into the night sky. When he turned around, Ryan stood with Rosie at the end of the dock. Ryan was actually wearing a tie. Rosie wore a shimmering red dress, a winter coat, and cowboy boots. "What's going on, you guys?" he asked, looking down at his grubby t-shirt and jeans. Rosie handed over another envelope. "You have our blessing." He grabbed it and tore it open. Inside was another letter, but one he'd written, the first time he told Olivia he loved her. "The porch!" He took off on Scout, not even needing to give the horse direction. She ran straight back up the hill, through the Norwegian pines toward the farm. He pushed the horse, riding her faster than he ever had before. "Let's go get her." Every possible scenario had gone through Olivia's head. He thought it was a joke. He was annoyed, irritated, or even mad by this point, frustrated that she was coming back to him for the umpteenth time. He might never want to see her again. Even though Charlie gave her a thumbs up after he left the barn, Rosie hadn't called or texted any new information, which left her concerned. What if he just took off? She figured she had a 50-50 shot at this point. Well, she hoped. The moment she saw the dirt of Washington through Jesse's eyes, she knew she had to leave. The dirt that had already started to rub off on her. Who had she become? Who would she have become? Nathan Meyer? Scott Schofield? Or worse, Gloria or Garrett? She stood in the middle of the round pen, under a makeshift platform draped with Christmas lights. He had one last stop before reaching her. The second-to-last clue was on the front porch of the farmhouse. Georgie, Sam, and Maggie had the ring. She'd put it in a velvet box, along with another ring, a simple band with engraving on the inside. "I rest easy on the prairie arms, on the prairie heart." All the different ways Jessie could reject her ran through her head. Then she heard the sound of hooves coming toward her. Jessie jumped off Scout and ran toward her through the snow, but stopped just as he reached the platform. He took the box out of his front pocket and opened the lid. He stepped up to her, knelt down and said, "Liv, you want to get married?" She fell down next to him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him. "Yes, Jesse Ryan Gunderson. I want to get married." Chapter 22. The celebration went into the night, long past when Olivia stopped feeling her toes. They ate in the house, loud with all the family and neighbors. It felt like the whole town of Prairie Valley stood inside the living room. Hannah and Emma, Pastor Phil, all her nephews, and even Nathan stayed and congratulated them. Jessie didn't let go of her all night, not that Olivia wanted him to. No, she wanted him to hold on to her for the rest of her life. After dinner, they danced under the Christmas lights, with speakers playing country music. Even the kids joined in. The cold didn't deter any of them from having a good time. By the end of the night, when people started going home, the family gathered back inside the house with hot cocoa and dessert. She couldn't believe they had pulled off a celebration like this in such a short amount of time. "Thanks for all the help today," she said to Hannah, who did all the grocery shopping and helping set up everything. "You guys are so cute together," Hannah said, hugging her goodbye. "I'm so happy for the both of you." Olivia hugged her friend. "Well, we'll just have to find you a nice cowboy too now, won't we?" The idea of being back, helping to find Hannah a man and scheming with the women sounded perfect. Hannah laughed. "Me? Date a cowboy?" "Why not?" Olivia had always thought Hannah was one of the sweetest girls she knew. She looked to Emma. "You coming back to ride?" The blonde girl nodded her head. "I can't wait to ride midnight." Olivia was sure her heart was about to burst as Jessie took back her hand and said goodbye to Hannah and her daughter. "You teaching Emma to ride?" he asked her. She nodded, and watching the two walk to their car, something tugged at her heart. "I want a little girl." Boy, getting married now, kids. You even skipped the dogs, Jesse teased, pulling her into his arms. We could name her May, short for Maggie. He cocked his head, looking more handsome than he ever had before. May? I like that. Like the sun crawling over the prairie, illuminating the earth for miles, everything seemed clear now. We'll still get a dog, though, right? Nana has 2 already. She looked down at the kitchen floor, where Maggie's dog slept as the party continued on. What about sheep? Sheep! She laughed. I guess we could get some sheep. Everyone listen up, Sam hollered over the crowd. When everyone quieted down, he added, Georgie wants to say something. Today has been an awesome blessing that, quite frankly, I can't put into words. Georgie's voice cracked. There's always been something special about the 2 of you, and though it took a dang long time for you to figure it out, the people standing in this room had it figured out years ago. You belong together. Family is the most important thing, and I'm so grateful knowing our family will have each other for generations to come. This union not only brings you closer together, but our whole family closer together. We made this for you 2, for the house. She handed over a box. Olivia opened it up as Jessie looked over her shoulder. A painted wooden sign that read, The French Farm. People congratulated them with a toast as Olivia and Jessie hugged everyone in the room. Who's ready for some music? Annie called out over the crowd. Olivia jumped up in excitement as everyone gathered around her aunt and uncle at the piano. Luke strummed the chords, and Annie started with the piano. The tune started soft and slow, but as soon as Annie began to sing, her mother and Sam started dancing, pushing out the coffee table against the wall. Then Ryan led Rosie out as well. Jessie took her hand, and there in the middle of the living room, life was absolutely perfect. Jessie sat on the couch with Olivia lying against his chest. The room was still illuminated with candlelight. How many candles did you get? He asked, looking around. I just told them what I wanted, and they went crazy at the craft store. Jessie laughed, twining his fingers with hers. Everyone had gone home and to bed. Maggie was upstairs. Sam and Georgie had left for the ranch. He kept picking up her hand, looking at the ring, taking in reality. He was going to marry her. It's still there, Olivia teased, staring at the ring as well. Let's just do it, he said. Let's just get married. She turned on his chest. Like, down at City Hall, get married? Yeah. You, me, a judge. He sat up. I don't want to wait. I want to marry you now. Olivia turned around, snuggling into him. She took his hand in hers, spinning the ring around his finger. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. City Hall opened at 9 o'clock. Jessie and Olivia were the second people in line, behind Shirley McPherson, who needed to pay her water bill. Good morning. How can I help you today? The clerk asked from behind her window. We'd like to get married. Olivia said it as quietly as possible so as not to attract attention. The Boudreaux women were going to kill them for doing this. But she didn't need the fancy dress or the expensive reception. They had just celebrated with everyone exactly the way she wanted to. She'd let the women plan a barbecue or something. All she wanted was to be Mrs. Jessie Gunderson. So, you want a wedding license? The woman made it sound as though it was just a routine request. But to Olivia, it felt as though everyone should be as happy and as jubilant as she was. She was getting married, to the man of her dreams. She wore a dress, but nothing fancy. Jesse wore his cowboy boots. They'd bought a bouquet at Hooley's before hitting City Hall. Jerry, will you grab me a marriage license? The clerk called to the man sitting at the back counter as the entrance bell rang out and Mr. Carlson came into the office. You two are getting married? Mr. Carlson's ears perked up. When's the big day? Right now, Jessie answered. Well, I'll be. I just came down today for a fishing license. Mr. Carlson patted Jesse on the back. Congratulations. Jesse put his arm around Olivia's waist, holding her close to him as Jerry brought the license out. That'll be $50, the clerk droned. Jesse threw the money on the counter. You'll need to sign here. She pointed to the paper and Jesse signed first, Olivia's palms moist at the thought they were really going through with it. They were going to be husband and wife within minutes. When she set the pen down, Jesse took her hand and in front of everyone said, I never knew love until I met you. Tears sprang to her eyes. You have brought so much that sometimes I'm not sure if I can handle it. He stopped, tears brimming. You are my earth, my sun, my moon, my entire universe. You are my everything. She didn't hear the others clapping as she kissed him. She barely remembered Jerry snapping their photo. They drove back to the farm, down the old golden country road with Jesse's hand in hers. When he pulled up, she imagined sitting in the swing, watching their kids playing in the yard, teaching them to ride, letting them run around and climb trees. They'd run up to their grandparents' house and eat Sunday dinner with the family after church. Jesse turned off the music and squeezed her hand, kissing her. Welcome home, Mrs. Gunderson. This has been Second Chances in the Valley, written by Ellen Joy. The next book in the series, New Hopes in the Valley, focuses on Hannah, a single mom who has lived a tough life but gets some help from Jake, a former Marine. Please don't forget to click the like button and subscribe to this channel to find out when more audiobooks and other content are added. You can also purchase all of Ellen Joy's books on Amazon.com.